Time passed slowly, and soon it was May 10th, when the land thawed. Auntie cleaned up the flower bed in the yard, loosened the soil, and planned to plant vegetables in a few days. No more need for sweaters and thick pants, just wear a thermal shirt and pants. The children wore thin knit sweaters and pants, with overalls outside, cute and stylish. In the morning and evening, just add a thick coat. Hui Yuxuan also returned that day. For dinner, they continued to enjoy local specialties. Today they ate various rice noodles and snail noodles, along with garlic-flavored crayfish and beerfish. First, they fed the little ones so they could play. The three adults started eating, with Auntie going first, leaving the young couple to continue. They also brought out some rice noodles and crayfish, making it another day of eating until full. After eating snail noodles, they didn't go for a walk but just took the children for a few laps around the house, then washed up and went to bed. Hui Yuxuan went to the space to read, while Lin Yu stayed with the children to sleep. When she woke up, the house was empty except for the three of them. She took out breakfast, milk, oatmeal, and chicken patties to feed the children until they were full. She also brought out soy milk and fried dough sticks. She hadn't had them in a long time and missed them. After eating, she tidied up the table. She played games and talked with the children, showing pictures and fed them blueberries, getting a bit messy. After washing them up, the women started playing soccer. In the afternoon, Auntie returned and brought out minced meat with egg custard and fish fillet porridge to feed them. They tried fish fillet porridge for the first time, and even the chicken custard they loved wasn't eaten much, only a bowl and a half of porridge. After they finished eating, they were allowed to play on their own. They still wanted snacks, so they took out meat-filled buns, cold noodles, and spicy hot pot to eat with Annie, feeling very satisfied. After tidying up the dining table, Auntie took the babies for a walk, then went to take a nap. Auntie had nothing to do, so she worked at the sewing machine. In the evening, when Hui Yuxuan returned home, he first fed the two little ones until they were full, and then let them play. Lin Yu brought out dishes like longjing shrimp, dompa pork, vinegar fish, spicy crab, grilled eel, sticky rice, and fishball soup. The three of them ate happily, feeling very satisfied. She didn't even realize she had hardly eaten any of the stored delicacies earlier. It's so nice this way. After sharing her secret, Hui Yuxuan also helped clean up. After eating and tidying up the table, the whole family went for a walk. They greeted and chatted with the elderly women and sisters-in-law in the community, mainly Annie talking, with her agreeing a few times. An hour later, they carried the babies back home, washed up, and went to sleep. Hui Yuxuan continued reading and studying in his space, while she stayed outside, watching the babies sleep. She didn't know when he entered his space. She only vaguely felt he was nearby. The happy days didn't last long. Soon, Hui Yuxuan had to leave again. What could she do? Haha, she could only enjoy the delicious food herself. During their last drill, although they won, many problems were found. He needed to replan and improve the training. His unit had many people watching, waiting for their training results. Once mature, the training would be implemented across the entire Liaoning military district. He was very busy and probably wouldn't be able to come home for another week or two. There was nothing he could do. His country needed him. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had lunch with beef noodles, juicy wide noodles, and potato balls, feeling warm inside. Auntie didn't eat. She said she had eaten too much these days and needed to digest. It made people both sad and amused. The babies ate specially prepared chicken soup noodles, each having 1.5 bowls. It seemed their appetites had increased recently. Could it be the effect of the medicinal pills? They were gaining strength? It seemed so. If they didn't feel uncomfortable after eating, that was good. After resting at noon, each of them had an avocado. Seeing the babies loved it, she felt relieved. After drinking some water, the three of them started talking and playing with toys. In the afternoon, she fed them some kiwi and they loved everything. After eating, Annie helped them do some exercises. She started her food business, preparing cold rabbit, skewers, boiled chicken, chicken juice pot stickers, and mom's pig's trotters. She began eating, and soon her little sister couldn't resist the delicious food. She put the babies in the play area and joined Lin Yu's food adventure. Today's afternoon tea was very enjoyable. It seemed like she had tried all the city foods she had stored, though some dishes she hadn't tasted yet. Unfortunately, she didn't stock up in some cities because she was too busy at the time. If she had traveled 2 or 3 months later, she might have visited each city and stored more goods. But that was no use to think about now. Luckily, her country has developed so she can stock up now. Living a relaxed life always passes quickly, and soon it was May 30th. During this time, she received another royalty payment and a new book, which she finished translating and sent over. She could also start planting vegetables, green beans, eggplants, cucumbers, loofahs, and tomatoes. She planted a little of each. There were also peppers and other seasonal vegetables. Her little sister gradually started planting them too. As usual, she planted the climbing plants along the wall. Her sister had prepared bamboo poles and built a frame, though Lin Yuyu didn't know when she had done it. The closer to the small building, the shorter the plants grew, so they wouldn't block the view. Once the yard was almost ready, they saw a woman coming to find her sister. They went together to the mountain to dig wild vegetables. Wild vegetables are very tasty at this time, and Lin Yu also wanted to try. But the babies were too young, so she could only watch longingly as her sister and the woman carried baskets and went far away. At noon, the three of them ate radish lamb soup and barbecue buns, feeling full and taking a nap. When they woke up, it was past 3 p.m., and her sister had returned. Seeing the wild vegetables her sister prepared, she couldn't help asking, "Sister, how do we eat these wild vegetables?" Her sister smiled and said, "Today, we'll have mustard greens pork dumplings, stir-fried mustard greens with eggs, purslane buns, and fern fiddlehead stir-fried with cured meat. Do they look delicious?" After hearing her sister's words, Lin Yu thought the work was a lot, so she sent 2 robots to the kitchen to help her sister and went to play with the babies. In the afternoon, she fed the babies some dragon fruit and ate a little herself. She let them play by themselves and looked forward to seeing how her sister was preparing the dishes. When she entered the kitchen, her sister looked at her with a mysterious smile and said, "Yu, guess what we saw when we went to pick wild vegetables in the village?" Lin Yu looked at her aunt's familiar expression. It seemed there was more gossip to hear. Her eyes lit up as she asked, "Number 1 female youth?" Her aunt proudly replied, "Yes, everyone is working to earn work points now. When we went out this morning, she was just dawdling and not working in the fields." Lin Yu was curious and asked, "Doesn't she still owe the older youth some grain? If she's not earning work points, does she have enough food?" Her aunt added, "Exactly." In the end, the village chief's wife kicked her into the field, so she finally went to work in the fields. Lin Yu wanted to praise the village chief's wife. Lin Yu was curious and said, "There's nothing much to gossip about." Her aunt shot her a proud look and said, "Listen to this. After we saw her go to work in the fields, we went to pick wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain since there was no more excitement. Soon, we heard a lot of noise from the work area. We ran over to see what was happening. Guess what?" Seeing her aunt's mysterious expression, it was obvious something was wrong. It must be that the female youth caused trouble again. Lin Yu nodded and said, "Number 1 female youth is at it again?" Her aunt smiled and said, "Yes. I don't know what she did to anger the cow, but the cow was chasing her around. And today, she was wearing a red dress." Lin Yu thought about the scene her aunt described and laughed. After a moment, she asked, "What should we do?" Her aunt said, "The village chief's wife threw her a jacket for her to put on." She ran into the village, found a courtyard with the door open, went inside and closed the door. The cow kept hitting the door, but some young men from the village chased after it and pulled it away. Lin Yu asked, "Is the cow okay? Won't it be killed and eaten?" Her aunt replied, "The cow is fine. It only chased that girl and didn't attack the young men trying to help." Lin Yu was shocked and asked, "What did she do to offend the cow?" Her aunt said, "We thought everything was fine, so we went back to pick wild vegetables." On the way back, at the village entrance, a few women said she seemed exhausted and wanted to slack off in the morning. Seeing the cow peacefully grazing nearby, she went over to provoke it. Lin Yu felt she might be stunned. Why would this girl pick a fight with a cow? Now the cow remembers her. Her aunt explained, "This girl, when she was supposed to go to the countryside, not only lacked common sense but also filled herself with water. Lin Yu nodded in agreement as she watched her aunt and others finish preparing the dumplings and buns. Everything else was almost ready, so they put the robot back in storage and went to play with the children. Just as they stepped out of the kitchen, they ran into Huiyuan. He happily asked, "Can I rest for half a day?" Huiyuan shook his head and said, "You can have lunch at home, but after that, you need to leave." Lin Yu nodded, understanding how hard he was working. She said, "Thank you for your hard work. Go play with the children for a while. They miss you a lot." Huiyuan nodded and looked at her. He asked, "Don't you miss me?" Lin Yu rolled her eyes and replied, "Of course I do." Huiyuan was happy to hear that and went to play with the children. Lin Yu stayed in the dining room, letting the three of them enjoy some hugs and kisses. She didn't hear the calls of "Daddy, Daddy," so she decided not to be a third wheel. Her aunt had already cooked the dumplings and steamed the buns. She sat in the dining room watching them play. When her aunt finished, she brought the lunch to the table. She also brought out pickled fish, spicy blood tofu, spicy shrimp, corn and yam pork rib soup, and a large bowl of rice. She called the three of them to eat, wanting Huiyuan to have a good meal, worried that the two children might need their dad to feed them again. She told the children in advance, "Dad has been working very hard lately. He's very hungry. We're big kids now, so we need to eat by ourselves." The children obediently picked up the dumplings and buns placed in front of them and started eating. There was also half a bowl of pork rib soup cooling on the side. Lin Yu ate a dumpling with mustard and pork filling, savoring the fresh aroma of nature combined with the delicious pork flavor. She couldn't stop eating one after another. She took a bite of the porcelain bun, which was tender and juicy, and also enjoyed the stir-fried egg with mustard greens and the stir-fried cured meat with fern. The dishes she brought out were very appetizing, and she kept eating rice with them. Finally, she had a bowl of pork rib soup, feeling completely relaxed. Huiyuan ate the vegetables and rice first, and didn't eat much of the dumplings and buns, because he was full. Seeing his eyes linger on the dumplings and buns, his aunt smiled and said, "Xiaohua, I'll pack these for you later. You can take them to the military area and heat them up to eat." Huiyuan looked at his aunt with bright eyes and said, "Thank you, aunt." Looking at his mischievous expression, Lin Yu said, "You won't say you didn't bring anything? Did you leave some for us to eat?" Huiyuan looked at his wife proudly and said, "This is my aunt's love for me. I have to accept it and not refuse the care from my elders." Seeing him like this, Lin Yu felt speechless. Huiyuan tidied up the dining and kitchen area, played with the babies for a while, and soothed them to sleep. After spending some time with his wife, the two of them quickly left again. Watching him come and go so hurriedly, Lin Yu felt both sad and helpless. As she thought about it, she fell asleep herself. When she woke up, both babies had already stood up and were trying to climb out of their small beds. She hurried over to pick them up, feeling worried. What if they fell? She pushed the small beds next to the big bed and fixed them in place. She took the two babies downstairs to wash up, poured orange juice into bottles, and let them hold and drink it themselves. Her aunt wasn't around, probably out visiting her old friends again. She also took out a cup of milkshake, shook it, and drank it, her favorite flavor, mulberry. After the three women finished drinking, they fed the babies some warm water. Their early education task then began, recognizing pictures and talking. Once that was done, she let the two babies play with their toys while she relaxed on a lounge chair, eating sunflower seeds. When they got bored of playing, it was time for a picture-guessing game to review what they had just learned. They hadn't made any mistakes yet, so she took them outside to kick a ball and play chase games. When they got tired, she gave them some mango to eat, and she ate the leftovers herself. After finishing the fruit, the women went to water the vegetables in the yard. The little ones played with water and had a lot of fun. When they played enough, their clothes were all wet. She prepared hot water, bathed them, dressed them in clean clothes, and put the wet clothes into the washing machine to wash and dry. When she took the two babies downstairs again, she saw her aunt in the living room and asked, "Auntie, where did you go this afternoon?" Her aunt softly replied, "I went to pick wild vegetables in the mountains. The vegetables are quite fresh now. I picked some to dry in the sun and mail some to your parents-in-law so they can try something new." Lin Yu nodded and said, Just do it yourself, Annie. In the evening, they had lean meat porridge and pork lard scallion pancakes, then brought out spicy chicken and hot and sour potato strips for a hearty meal. The babies are eating lean meat porridge and pumpkin pancakes. After tidying up, a few people went for a walk. Watching Auntie comfortably chatting in the big ladies' circle, Lin Yuyu felt truly envious. They strolled for an hour before the mother and her two children headed back first, while Auntie continued chatting. Their daily life is relaxed and peaceful. Soon, June 25th arrived, and the translation fee was received. She also used her free time to finish translating her new book. They can wear long-sleeved, traditional clothes. She and Debeo are dressed in mother-daughter outfits, and the little baby is in a small Zhongshan suit, looking very handsome. The vegetables they planted are starting to grow. Usually, she waters them with diluted spiritual spring water, and she hasn't seen any bugs. Auntie occasionally takes photos of the three of them with her camera to keep as memories of their growth. Sometimes Hui Yuxuan also comes back and takes family photos with them. Auntie sometimes joins in too. Now, the two babies are easy to tell apart. Debeo has her hair, while Xiaobao's hair is still cut short. Looking at her own babies, she feels her heart is completely filled with love for them. Hui Yuxuan has a day off today. He borrowed a car from the logistics team, carrying a basket as a disguise. The family of 5 set out for a day at the beach. Although the two babies were born on an island, they were too young to remember playing at the beach before. This time, at the beach, there weren't many people around. They took the babies to the sandy shore to look for small shells. When they found a shell, they gave the babies small shovels to dig with, letting them dig for things themselves. They also gave them small buckets. Auntie and the young couple played and watched as the babies dug. Seeing the happy smiles on the babies' faces after digging out shells made the adults even happier than the children. When they got tired, they found an open space. Hui Yuxuan carried the basket, and Lin Yuyu went to the car to get tables and chairs. All the items had already been placed in the trunk earlier. They set up the tables and chairs, then laid out snacks like marinated meat, fried chicken, chips, sunflower seeds, and drinks. The gentle sea breeze made everyone feel very satisfied. The little ones also had their own snacks like small puffs, cookies, juice, and fruit platters. The two little kids looked very hungry after digging for shells, and they ate quickly when they saw the food. After eating, the 5 of them took a walk on the beach, splashed in the sea, and played happily. Thinking that it was almost noon, they went to the beach to enjoy seafood. The adults ate seafood pizza, seafood fried rice, seafood pasta, and coconut chicken soup. The two little ones had steamed egg with scallops and chicken soup. After eating enough, they continued playing until around 3 p.m., then packed up their trash and reluctantly drove back to the residential area. The little kids were so tired that they fell asleep in the car. To make sure they slept well at night, they woke them up when getting out of the car. Back home, Andy put down the basket and went to visit her sister, probably to chat about the fun they had at the beach. Lin Yuyu and the babies lay on a rocking chair to rest for a while. Hui Yuxuan returned after finishing his car chores, saw the 3 women lying on the lounge chair, and sat beside them to keep them company. While waiting for Annie to return, Lin Yuyu said, "Let's have hot pot tonight." Auntie and Hui Yuxuan quickly lit the stove and took out a frying pan. Lin Yuyu handed the babies to Annie and put the authentic hot pot broth into the frying pan. She took out vegetables, meats, shrimp balls, beef tripe, pig's feet, and other ingredients, grabbing some of everything they wanted to eat. The condiments were ready-made. Hui Yuxuan had his oil dip, Lin Yuyu had sesame paste, Andy also had oil dip, but the babies didn't. While waiting for the pot to boil, they fed the little ones some egg custard and porridge. When eating, the kids looked very sleepy, so Lin Yuyu took them for a walk to help digestion. They fell asleep directly in the play area without needing to be coaxed, and she covered them with blankets. The young couple sat at the dining table. By then, the hot pot was ready to be cooked. Sichuan hot pot is very delicious, spicy, fragrant, and the spicier, the more they wanted to eat. They couldn't stop. They also brought out a few glasses of cold drinks because they were too spicy and needed to cool their mouths. They took out more vegetables and other foods from the storage space, and eating them was especially exciting. After finishing the last sip of cold drink, Lin Yuyu left the battlefield, while Auntie and Hu Yuxuan continued. They ran out of ingredients, so Lin Yuyu went to get more. They kept eating until almost 9 p.m., when Auntie finally stopped. Hu Yuxuan even ordered a fried rice dish, making the dinner a complete success. They tidied up the house, smelling of hot pot, and prepared to wash up. After washing, Lin Yuyu went to the living room, picked up the babies, and put them in their small beds. The three women continued to hold each other and sleep. Hua Yuxuan washed the clothes before returning to the bedroom. After coming back, he hugged the three women and went to sleep together. The next day, Hua Yuxuan was busy again. He wasn't sure if he would come back or not, but most likely he wouldn't. Lin Yu continued to teach the babies early education. Auntie went to dig wild vegetables and dry them. She also shared some gossip about the #1 female youth farmer. She found the funniest story was about female youth farmer No. 1 teasing a cow that wouldn't let her sit on its cart. She could only go to the city or walk when another cow was pulling the cart. People found it both funny and understandable. Cows also have dignity. Time flew by quickly, and a month passed. Now it's July, and the weather is extremely hot. Their family bought an electric fan. People also changed into short sleeves. The two babies wore big floral shirts and shorts, looking very stylish. They took many photos of them. The beans in the vegetable garden kept growing in waves, one after another. Annie stored a lot of fresh beans in her ring, dried some for storage, and sent many to the capital city. It reminded her of the season in later years when people ate so many beans that they got tired of them. That morning at the market, Annie bought a lot of mackerel. Today, they had a mackerel feast with mackerel dumplings, braised mackerel, pan-fried mackerel, eggplant with mackerel stew with tofu, and mackerel meatball soup. She packed most of each dish into a lunchbox for Hu Yuxuan, along with a large bowl of rice. Worried he might eat too much, Auntie quickly rode her bike to deliver it to him. Lin Yu stayed at home, made a few mackerel dumplings and a small bowl of mackerel meatball soup to feed the babies. She let the two children go play while she waited for Auntie to come back and eat. She noticed that Auntie could eat or not eat, but she loved delicious food and enjoyed eating with others. Soon, Auntie returned, and the two of them started eating together. The dishes made from mackerel were especially tasty. Her favorites were the tomato sauce and pan-fried mackerel. The mackerel meatball soup was also very delicious. She praised, "Annie, you're really amazing." Meanwhile, Hu Yuxuan received a call and went to the military district gate. Seeing it was Auntie, his heart skipped a beat. When Auntie handed him the cloth bag and he saw the familiar scene, he finally relaxed. She had made some especially delicious food again. After saying goodbye to Annie, he took his lunchbox and returned to the office. On the way, he couldn't stop showing an envious expression as others admired him. He confidently and proudly went to the office. Soon after sitting down, Commander Zhao came again and again. Hu Yuxuan wondered if he was watching him closely. It seemed that every time his family sent delicious food, Commander Zhao would come over to share it. Although it helped improve their relationship, he didn't want to share his food with others. He wasn't satisfied with just eating. If the security guard who was going to eat with them was here, he would definitely say, "I'm not just watching you. As long as you go to the military zone gate with something, just tell him." Hu Yuxuan was used to this. He placed his lunchbox on the coffee table and opened it, thinking, "Wow, did I get a big fish?" It's full of different kinds of fish. When he ate, he found it smelled really good. Besides the fish dumplings, the other dishes were also very tasty, especially the fish ball soup at the end. The fish balls were chewy and firm, and the broth was very fresh. He looked at Commander Zhao next to him, who was eating happily, and silently rolled his eyes. Watching him elegantly wipe his mouth, Hu Yuxuan quietly packed up their lunchboxes. When he came back, they had already left. It was clear he was just here to share their meal. He pouted and immersed himself again in work, unable to stop. At this moment, Lin Yuyu was cuddling two little kids during their nap. Her aunt was drying various dried vegetables. After they woke up, the two children wanted to play with water. She carried the water they had in the yard to a shady room. Lin Yuyu placed the kids there and let them play freely. Her aunt brought her a lounge chair and a small table to the side room. She lay on it, rocking gently, watching the little ones. She sipped a cool milkshake, feeling very comfortable. After her aunt finished, she went out to chat. She relaxed herself, finished her milkshake, and then took out a sundae. While she was eating, the two kids came over and each tried a small bite. They seemed hungry from playing, so she took out their high chairs and some yogurt fruit salad made by a robot, letting them use spoons to eat by themselves. After the kids finished, their faces were covered in food. She noticed that little treasure was no longer so particular about cleanliness. She found it strange. She had never heard of cleanliness obsession changing. She washed their faces and then went back to play with water. She continued rocking in the chair, thinking about tonight's plans for grilled skewers, spicy crayfish, snail noodles, and a cold beer. She didn't know if Hui Yuxuan would come back today. What was Hui Yuxuan doing? He was still lost in work and couldn't come out. He wouldn't be able to enjoy the delicious food tonight. When her aunt returned home, everyone moved the lounge chair and table into the small room in the middle of the house. They tidied up for the two little kids, changed into clean clothes, and went to the dining room to eat. They brought out the skewers, crayfish, snail noodles, and cold beer. The kids' chicken dumplings were also ready. After feeding the kids and giving them some roasted vegetables to play with, she and her aunt started enjoying their own food. Lin Yuyu felt glad she had traveled here. If she had stayed in the modern world, her life might be very hard now. Maybe she would have developed a CEO's stomach illness because she was about to take over the company. She probably wouldn't get married or have children, but that was uncertain. Now, eating skewers and crayfish, slurping snail noodles, and drinking cold beer, her life felt so relaxed and happy. Looking at the adorable children, she suddenly had a mischievous idea. She gave them a taste of sour bamboo shoots, and, to her surprise, they liked it. It made her feel very accomplished. She also prepared some snail noodle broth for them to eat on their own, while she enjoyed her own life. In the military compound in Beijing, they usually received a package each month. Recently, they started getting two, one with mountain products and one with dried vegetables. Hui's mother thought these were probably sent by her sister, who had mailed them from the island. On their days off, they would eat and drink to restore their health. Usually, each person took some cooked mountain food to work, and they looked healthy. Hui's mother also sent a package to Liaoning province every month, with rare nutritious items and some money orders. But they didn't want her to send them, yet she kept doing it. One day, her aunt came back and said, "Yo-Yo, you probably won't hear any more gossip about Girl Scout number 1. Lin Yuyu was curious and asked, "She left?" Her aunt replied, "No, she got married." Lin Yuyu was surprised and asked, "Really so fast?" "What happened?" Her aunt shrugged and said, "It's because she wasn't working hard enough." A young man from the village helped her with chores and she didn't refuse. She just let him do the work for her. Lin Yuyu thought about it and said, "No wonder. Maybe her parents don't agree." Annie said, "That's right. These young men's families all refused to let them marry the girl, but among them, one parent was especially strict. Seeing her son eager to marry, she thought, it's not good to keep several young men hanging around. She then told the girl, "If you don't marry my son, I will report you to the police for having inappropriate relationships." Lin Yu thought she was dealing with a tough person and asked, "Is the girl willing?" Annie said, "Of course not." She argued, "That's their choice to work. I didn't force them." Lin Yu said, "All those families must be furious. Aren't the young men upset?" Auntie nodded and said, "Yes, they are very angry." They even testified that she was involved in inappropriate relationships, and the village had reported her to the police. Lin Yu found it strange and asked, "Aren't the other young women helping them?" Auntie replied, "Some do, but they've all been offended by her." Lin Yu thought for a moment and asked, "Did any other young women help them with chores?" Auntie said, "Yes, but they've all been warned by the village head to stay away. The village head is fair and always helps solve problems, so the young men don't bother her." Lin Yu said, "This way of handling things is quite different. Girl number 1 probably has to accept her fate." Auntie said, "The village head also told her to make a quick decision. If she agrees to marry, he will give her a referral letter to go to the city and get the official certificate. Lin Yu was surprised and said, "So fast?" "It feels like the village head is passing a hot potato." Annie said, "It has to be quick. She's caused a lot of trouble. Her mother-in-law is tough but fair. She won't nag her, but she can keep her in check." Lin Yu looked at her curiously and asked, "Auntie, how do you know all this?" Annie smiled and said, "Now she works with her mother-in-law. No matter how much she does, her mother-in-law doesn't complain. But if she causes trouble, her mother-in-law won't let her eat and might even scold her. Others know about it, but they don't say much because her character is good." Lin Yu said, "If she can be managed and isn't nagged, that's not bad." After chatting about gossip, the little aunt didn't go out. She sat in the yard with Lin Yu, enjoying the cool breeze, drinking iced beverages, and eating a fruit platter. Of course, she didn't forget the babies. She placed them in their high chairs and served them yogurt with fruit. The babies listened to their conversation while eating. They seemed to enjoy their food very much, whether it was the gossip or the fruit salad. In the evening, Hui Yuxuan returned home. Lin Yu prepared grilled food, small lobsters, and cold beer for him. She also brought out century eggs with lean pork porridge, meat buns, and some stir-fried dishes. The 5 of them ate happily and full. After tidying up the dining area, they went for a walk. They strolled for an hour, then washed up and went to sleep. Time quietly moved to late September. The mountain produce was ripe. The little ant and the older woman went to gather mountain goods early every day with their lunch. Hui Yuxuan and the other soldiers took turns to pick them up. Over half a month, they collected quite a lot. Autumn is the harvest season. Everyone changed into long sleeves and pants. The babies also wore little military uniforms, and taking photos was a must. They had grown a bit taller and stronger. She felt proud of how well she had raised them. The vegetables in the garden were growing very well, probably because they were watered with spring water. It looked like they would harvest plenty of cabbage, radishes, and other vegetables by early November. Autumn is the season to indulge in hearty foods. They prepared all kinds of meat and vegetables, eating different dishes every day. Today, they had braised pork, marinated pork knuckles, lotus root and pork rib soup, and a dish called 3 Fresh, a mix of 3 vegetables. They steamed a big pot of rice. All 5 of them ate until their mouths were greasy and looked very happy. After walking around twice, everyone went to sleep. Autumn made everyone feel lazy, so it was better to sleep early. In just a month, they would move to the first floor to sleep on heated Kong beds. Time really flies. The 2 little ones were growing fast, taller than when they first arrived. They also spoke more clearly now. Early education definitely paid off. They could express themselves well now. The next morning, after waking up, it was the world of the mother and her 2 children. They fed them well and then let them play on the slide in the play area. Yes, a slide. Their father specially designed and ordered a wooden slide for them based on a blueprint. Since no one is home, placing things in the living room won't be noticed by others, and they won't think it's too fancy, because people can be judgmental. Recently, they really like sliding down the slide. Lin Yu took out some steamed buns and tofu pudding to share and eat a little. Hurry up and come see them, mainly because she's worried the 2 little kids might get hurt playing on the slide. When they play, the older sibling always goes first, and the younger one follows. The younger one doesn't dare challenge the older sibling and is often pushed down by her. She doesn't care how they get along, otherwise it would cause trouble for everyone. Once, when they argued, she scolded both of them. When scolding the younger brother, she protected him. When scolding the older sister, the brother protected her. They both are willing to fight or accept it, so she doesn't get disliked. Lying in the rocking chair, she watches the 2 babies, sipping milk tea and eating small baked buns. Life is very happy. When the 2 see their mother eating, they stop playing and say, "We want to eat too." They are adorable. She doesn't tease them, giving each a bottle of yogurt and a small plate of puffs. The little ones take them and sit down to start eating. Lin Yu also brings a small plate of sliced avocados and places it between them for everyone to share. While the mother and children enjoy their time, Hui Yuxuan is preparing for a competition in the mountains. When he comes home and opens the door, he sees the mother and children having tea, feeling very envious but mostly happy. Watching Lin Yuyu say, "Our team has to go training again, this time for 2 weeks." Lin Yuyu stands up and says, "Be careful. Do you want something to eat? I can get it for you." Hui Yuxuan nods. He still wants to eat dumplings, so he says, "I want to eat dumplings." Lin Yuyu takes out cooked dumplings with various fillings. She gives him a plate of each, mostly with mackerel filling. The two little kids also each nibble on a dumpling. After he finishes eating, he hugs the mother and children and leaves quickly. Lin Yu clears the table and starts teaching the babies to recognize pictures and speak. When there's something to do, time always passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it's noon. She eats crab yolk noodles and coconut chicken soup, while the babies eat chicken soup noodles. Days pass by like this, and suddenly Hui Yuxuan comes back. Lin Yuyu is surprised and asks, "Didn't you say 2 weeks?" Hui Yuxuan nodded and said, "During training on the mountain, we found some things. I think Auntie and the others will come back soon." Sure enough, as he finished speaking, Auntie returned. Lin Yuyu asked, "Annie, why did you come back?" Auntie looked at Hui Yuxuan and said, "The soldiers told us to come back first. We'll go again in a few days." Hui Yuxuan nodded and said, "Auntie, don't go up the mountain these days." After saying that, he took Annie's box and put it in the kitchen. The three of them played games and told stories with the babies, who were very happy. At noon, Lin Yu brought out crispy golden duck slices, roasted abalone with garlic, braised lamb chops, 5-spice smoked pork slices, lobster rice, and scrambled eggs with fresh yolk. She also prepared crab yolk noodles, boat porridge, rice dumplings, red rice shrimp sausages, shrimp siumai, and radish lamb soup. She placed these dishes on the table and took out 5 glasses of juice, calling the 4 people to come and eat. While waiting for others to come over, Annie went to the kitchen to heat water and start cooking. The 2 little kids looked at the dishes and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow," and drooled. Lin Yu quickly took out her camera to capture this adorable moment. Hui Yuxuan also couldn't help but say, "What a feast. Many of these I've never tried before." Lin Yu smiled and said, "None of us have had a proper family dinner in a long time. Today, everyone is finally here together. Let's have a good meal to celebrate." Once everyone was seated, they raised their glasses and said, "Cheers." The little kids also shouted cheers, making everyone laugh happily. After 2 more days, Auntie mysteriously asked Yuyo, "Do you know what's on the mountain?" Lin Yuyu was surprised and asked, "What? Enemy spies? Enemy soldiers?" Auntie said, "No, it's said to be treasure." People from Xiangyang village saw soldiers carrying boxes down the mountain one after another. One person couldn't carry it alone. It took 2 people. They all said it was gold. Lin Yuyu listened and nodded, saying, "We don't know whose it is." Auntie replied after hearing her, "I don't know either." Lin Yu thought it might be left behind by enemies during a raid or by ancestors. Anyway, it's all for the country. It wouldn't belong to us, so there's no point in thinking about it. Since it was already noon, she fed the babies until they were full and let them play by themselves. They took out a bunch of snacks to share with their aunt. The aunt loves to eat delicious food and can also cook some herself. Life went on slowly and peacefully. Soon it was late October. They started using the fire stove and brick wall. The aunt bought and stored firewood early. Only half of the side room was filled, and the rest was left for other things. The 5 of them had moved downstairs to live. The 2 little kids still remembered the warm bed and were very excited when they heard they could sleep downstairs. They had already harvested and stored cabbage and radishes in the cellar. There were almost no vegetables left in the yard. They also stored dried vegetables, rice, flour, and some other supplies in the cellar. Not a lot, but enough for emergencies. They traded some potatoes, sweet potatoes, and local special sauces with villagers. It was enough to last them through the winter. After a week, they took out a big jar. The aunt started pickling sauerkraut, though she wasn't sure if it would turn out well. She also made some pickled cucumbers, sweet garlic, and chive flowers. They also brought out a lot of cured meat, including cured ribs, duck, chicken, and sausage. The aunt knew how to prepare these easily. They didn't need to go out for mountain goods. They had enough to last all winter. At night, lying warm on the bed, The mother and her two children sighed happily and quickly fell asleep. Winter is perfect for hibernation, but unfortunately, they were humans. The mother and children had to get up every day, wash up, eat breakfast, then do early education, play on the slide, and kick a ball. Huiyuan sometimes managed to come home for dinner, but most of the time, he stayed at the army. One day, they received a letter from Hua's mother. It said that this year, Grandpa Hua and Grandma Hua would come to celebrate the New Year with them. Hua's mother, father, and the young grandparents couldn't leave. Lin Yuyu was very happy after reading the letter. The New Year would be lively and fun. She also wanted to send New Year gifts to Hua's family, so she started preparing. She packed rice, flour, cured chicken, cured duck, cured meat, cured ribs, and dried meat, all with proper sources. Recently, her aunt bought some pork from any village they visited, not worried about being checked. They also packed a lot of mountain goods and dried vegetables, filling 2 big bags. They waited for Huiyuan to come back, so he could mail the gifts to Beijing. She didn't want to tell the elders at home about the space. Thinking that Grandpa and Grandma are coming, it's not convenient to use the space. They took out a lot of fresh pork, lamb, some beef, as well as chicken, duck, and large shrimp which were frozen outside. They planned to take them out later to thaw and eat. They also made sticky bean paste buns and dumplings with sour cabbage and pork filling, radish and pork filling, pork and scallion filling, beef and scallion filling, and lamb with carrot filling. The robot helped to make all the buns and dumplings. They laid out a layer of oil paper in the yard, arranged the dumplings separately, and froze them until solid. Then they stored them all in small jars. Inside the side room, there were many large and small jars, each labeled with what was inside using paper. Of course, they also froze a good amount of mackerel dumplings for storage. They also froze a lot of pears this year, so they wouldn't need to buy any. They took out a big catfish from the space and placed it in the living room water basin to cook for the New Year. Because carp have many bones, and there are elderly and children at home, they didn't take it out. They estimated that Grandpa and Grandma would arrive in a few days. During these days, every household was preparing delicious food, and the whole family compound was filled with wonderful smells. Lin Yuyu's family also prepared tasty dishes, especially the marinated foods. They made 5-spice and spicy marinated pork intestines, marinated pig's feet, pig's ears, and even 2 pigs' heads. They also prepared chicken wings, chicken feet, duck heads, chicken legs, duck necks, and slices of lotus root and potatoes, all with a sweet and spicy flavor. During this time, the 2 little kids sat on small stools at the kitchen door and didn't want to leave. They made everyone laugh and cry, and finally, one of them was given a 5-spice small chicken leg to send them away. The next day, the little ant got up early to prepare. Today was fried food day. They fried radish balls and meatballs, and of course, the 2 little kids sneaked some bites. They also fried hairtail fish, fried dough twists, fried sesame balls, and oil cakes. The kids enjoyed the food very much. Lin Yuyu also took out a family photo and asked the 2 little kids to recognize the people in it. To her surprise, they remembered. She happily said, "Who are these little ones? You're so amazing." The 2 kids snuggled in their mother's arms and cheerfully said, "Mom's kids." The mother and children played for a while, then continued to enjoy the delicious food. That day, everyone woke up early because Grandpa and Grandma would arrive soon. The little ant went to prepare chicken noodle soup, waiting for them to come back and have breakfast together. Grandpa and Grandma's room is the one on Auntie's east side. Yesterday during the day, we took down the partition and cleaned it thoroughly. In the evening, we laid out clean mats and quilts, making it very warm. We also prepared new toiletries for Grandpa and Grandma, waiting for them to arrive. While Auntie was making noodles, Grandpa and Grandma pushed open the door and came in. Lin Yuyu quickly went forward happily and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, you finally arrived. I missed you so much." The elderly couple saw their granddaughter so happy, especially when they saw Big Treasure and Little Treasure, who were following her, looking very pleased. Without needing Lin Yuyu to tell them, Big Treasure and Little Treasure's small voices called out, "Great-grandpa, great-grandma," and each took one hand, leading them to the dining table. The old couple smiled, so much their eyes nearly closed. Lin Yu put their luggage in their room, while Hu Yuxuan went with Annie to bring chicken soup noodles. Once everyone had eaten enough, the little ones still wanted to play with great-grandpa and great-grandma, but seeing their tired faces, Lin Yu said, "Let great-grandpa and great-grandma rest first, then we can play together. You can play with Dad for now." The children obediently went to play with their father, and Annie took the elderly couple to their room to rest. Lin Yu tidied up the dining table and kitchen, then went to play with the children. After Andy came out, she went back to the kitchen to prepare lunch. The elderly couple lay on the bed, feeling a warm flow spread through their bodies. They relaxed instantly and fell asleep before they could even sigh. They are not young anymore, and traveling by train is tiring, especially in such cold weather. After feeding the children some apples, Lin Yu went to the kitchen to see what Andy was preparing. She smelled the familiar aroma of hearty stew, so delicious. Andy also cooked bacon with cabbage and shredded potatoes, steamed a big pot of rice, and Lin Yu brought out a pot of sweet and sour pork and shredded pork. Since the grandparents were here, they wanted to have a few more special dishes for lunch. When lunch was ready, Hu Yuxuan went to wake up Grandpa and Grandma to eat. Auntie and Lin Yu brought the food to the table. The children climbed into their high chairs, a new skill they had recently learned. The elderly couple, feeling refreshed after their nap, came to the living room to eat with everyone. Grandma Hu took a bite and said, "This hearty stew is very tasty, tender and flavorful, especially when eaten with rice." Grandpa Hu nodded and said, "Sweet and sour pork and shredded pork are also very tasty, crispy on the outside and tender inside. It would be even better with a little wine." Yo-Yo Lin found it very funny and took out a small bottle of Maotai that her aunt had bought earlier, saying, "Grandpa, I have some for you. Try it and see how it tastes." After that, Hu Yuxuan handed over 2 small cups, and he and his grandpa shared a little drink together. The 2 babies' teeth had grown in about the same time, so they could eat the same food as the others. They put some ribs, potatoes, radishes, and eggplants on their plates, then poured soup over the rice for them. They started eating on their own. Grandma Hu looked at them proudly and said, "Our children are really capable. Many kids in the big yard are still being fed by others." Hu Yuxuan proudly said, "Well, just look at who they are born from." Grandpa Hu glanced at him and said, "They take after Yo-Yo smart." Hu Yuxuan's pride was suddenly cut short, making everyone laugh loudly. The 2 babies also added, "Like Mom," which made everyone laugh so hard they almost cried. After they finished eating happily, Grandpa and Grandma Hu took the little ones for a walk around the yard. Then they all went for a nap. Yo-Yo Lin thawed 2 frozen pears and heated a few on the stove in the living room, waiting for everyone to wake up and eat. Hu Yuxuan tidied up the kitchen. The young couple went to take a nap, and her aunt also rested for a while. They were awakened by the smell of fried chicken legs her aunt had made. They got up, took the frozen pears to the dining table, where there were snacks, fried cakes, and twisted donuts. The chicken legs were also served, along with milk tea. The whole family enjoyed afternoon tea together, chatting about recent events. Hu Yuxuan thought of Commander Zhao and said gloomily, "We don't know what's going on with our commander. Every time my aunt brings me delicious food, he comes over to grab some." Grandpa Hu knew who he was talking about and replied, "Your commander has loved good food since he was young." Hu Yuxuan asked curiously, "Grandpa, do you know him?" Grandpa Hu nodded and shared some stories about them, then said, "Just treat him as an elder in the family. As for their relationship, even the 3 old men in the yard are not as close as we are." Hu Yuxuan felt even more upset. He thought that from now on, he would have to be the one to share all the delicious food with him. Grandpa Hua ignored Yuxuan's unhappy look and said to Lin Yu and his younger aunt, "Yu, Andy, I might need your help tomorrow." His younger aunt said casually, "Uncle Hua, just tell us if you need anything. We're family, no need to be polite." Lin Yu nodded and said, "Grandpa, just tell us what you need." Grandpa Hua smiled and continued, "Tomorrow evening, I want to invite Xiao Xian's commander over for dinner." Everyone understood that he wanted to gather with old friends, and they all agreed it was fine. Yuxuan looked at his grandfather and said, "If you don't invite him, Commander Zhao will probably come anyway." Grandpa Hu gave him a faint look, and Yuxuan quickly pretended to be busy eating, as if he wasn't the one who just spoke. Lin Yuyu, Auntie, and Grandma were all tried not to laugh at their funny expressions. The two little kids didn't notice anything. They just wanted to eat the tasty food in front of them. Big brother said to his mom, "Mom, I want to eat meat." Little brother looked at Lin Yuyu eagerly. Without needing Lin Yuyu's help, Grandpa Hua and Grandma Hui each gave them a chicken drumstick. They even carefully took the meat off so the kids could hold and eat it themselves. Seeing Grandpa and Grandma taking care of them, Lin Yuyu went to prepare a bottle of milk powder for each of the little ones. The adults also started enjoying their afternoon tea. Grandma Hui took a bite of the chicken drumstick, crispy outside, tender inside, with a rich flavor. Her eyes lit up with delight. She said to Andy, "Yuyu, this chicken drumstick you made is really delicious. The chicken is so tender." After that, she took a sip of milk tea, looking at Auntie with admiration. "Yuyu, you're amazing. This milk tea is so good. It's not bitter like tea leaves and has a nice, milky aroma. It's sweet and tasty." Auntie looked at Grandma Hua, who was happily enjoying herself like a child, and smiled. "Hua Auntie, I'm glad you like it. It's very simple to make. When you go back to Beijing, I can give you the recipe so you can make it yourself." As they ate, Grandma Hua and Auntie discussed other delicious foods. Grandpa Hua saw his wife eating happily and started eating too. Watching her eat faster and faster, he knew he loved good food just as much. Lin Yuyu didn't care about others. She started eating herself. Hui Yuxuan wasn't willing to fall behind and started showing off. He thought that because of his status, he couldn't compete with Commander Zhao, so at home, he had to eat more than his grandfather. Seeing how he was eating, Lin Yuyu knew what he was thinking. She felt embarrassed and didn't look at him again. After everyone finished eating and tidied up, they took frozen pears to the living room. They sat and ate pears while chatting, which was quite a special experience. The two little kids ate a few bites and then went to play on the slide in their play area. Lin Yuyu stood up and wandered around the room to help digestion. Soon evening came. She took out pickled cucumbers, sweet garlic, and chive flowers her aunt had made, and prepared some dipping sauce for dumplings, placing everything on the table. She went to the side room with a basket to get the frozen dumplings, taking some with different fillings. She thought that tomorrow, Commander Zhao would come and they would eat steamed buns. She also wanted her grandparents to try and see whether steamed buns or dumplings tasted better. Lin Yuyu brought the dumplings into the house. Hui Yuxuan had already boiled water on the clay stove and the two other stoves. The young couple started cooking the dumplings. Her aunt, Grandma Hua, and Grandpa Hua were chatting in the living room, sharing local gossip and customs. The two little kids listened eagerly, though it was unclear if they understood everything, but their adorable expressions were charming. Soon, all the dumplings were cooked, separated into portions, and placed on the table, calling everyone to eat. The clever little kids pulled Grandpa Hua and Grandma Hua to the table. After they sat down, they quickly climbed onto their own seats. Lin Yu saw everyone was ready and said to Grandpa and Grandma Hua, "Grandpa, Grandma, these are dumplings with 6 different fillings. Please try them and see which one tastes best. On New Year's Eve, we'll make the ones everyone likes most." Grandpa and Grandma Hua were surprised to see so many dumplings, especially with 6 different fillings. Grandma Hua was worried the young couple might eat too much and quickly said, "We're just here to see you. As long as you're doing well, that's enough. We don't need to eat so well every meal." Her aunt smiled and said, "Aunt Hua, don't worry. The young couple can earn money. The harvest here is good, and they can exchange for anything they need. There's also a morning market, so we can afford to eat well without worry." Grandma Hua was comforted by her words and asked, "When did you make these dumplings?" Annie continued, "Annie, in Liaoning province, people prepare dumplings and buns early in winter and freeze them. When they want to eat, they just cook them. We made a lot and they are all stored in the side room." Seeing the elderly couple relax, Annie said, "Let's eat quickly or the dumplings will get cold." Everyone started eating. Lin Yuyu gave each of the two little ones a piece of everything to enjoy different flavors. The thin-skinned, large-filling dumplings, when bitten, are full of juice. Lin Yuyu tried all kinds of fillings and was very happy. After everyone was full and had a small bowl of dumpling soup, the 3 elders and the little one moved to the living room. The young couple began tidying up the dining table and kitchen. When they finished tidying, Lin Yu asked, "Grandpa and Grandma, what kind of dumplings are we making for New Year's Eve?" She looked at Grandpa He and Grandma He, who seemed unsure. Lin Yu continued, "Actually, I like all kinds. How about we make a little of each?" Everyone agreed, so the New Year's Eve dumplings were decided. Then Lin Yu looked at Grandpa He and asked, "Grandpa, tomorrow Grandpa Zhao is coming over. What should we have for dinner?" Grandpa He thought for a moment and said, "Cook a few dishes, make some porridge, and steam some buns." Lin Yu thought that since Grandpa was very close to his friend, maybe that was too simple. She asked. Grandpa He listened and said, "It's fine, that will do." It was clear Grandpa didn't want them to spend too much. He didn't say more but thought about replacing the buns with steamed buns tomorrow. The whole family chatted and rested for a while, then took a walk around the house before going to bed. The next day, Hui Yuxuan got up early for morning exercises, and Auntie went to the morning market. Lin Yu set an alarm for 7 o'clock and got up with the children. Maybe because Grandpa He and Grandma He came, the children woke up quite early today. As the mother trio came out, they saw everyone had already gotten up. They quickly went to wash up. After washing, they sat at the dining table. Auntie steamed buns, cooked millet porridge, and prepared pickled vegetables, all looking very appetizing. She gave each child half a bun, filled with carrot and lamb. She also took one and took a bite, delicious. The same filling in buns and dumplings tastes different, each with its own charm. The porridge was very soft and mushy, so Grandpa Hua and Grandma Hua could also eat it. After having some porridge and buns, with a little pickled vegetables, it felt very happy. After breakfast, Yu Xianhua helped clean up the house, and then went to the military camp. Meanwhile, Lin Yuyu and her aunt carried 2 babies in baskets and went for a walk around the neighborhood with the elderly couple. After finishing his work, Yu Xianhua remembered what his grandfather said and went to Commander Zhao's office. He knocked on the door and said, "Commander, I am Yu Xianhua, here to report my work." Inside, Commander Zhao thought this was the first time this young man had come to see him voluntarily, so he replied, "Come in." When Yu Xianhua pushed the door open, he looked at Commander Zhao with a sad gaze. Commander Zhao felt goosebumps all over and quickly said, "Little Hua, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Yu Xianhua kept a serious face and said, "Reporting to the commander, my grandfather is visiting, and I want to invite you to dinner tonight." Commander Zhao thought, no wonder Little Hua looked so uncomfortable earlier. He knew about his relationship with his grandfather. He didn't bother to be polite and said, "Got it, you little rascal. You made me feel uneasy just now. If there's nothing else, go ahead." After hearing this, Yu Xianhua turned to leave and open the door. But Commander Zhao called out again, "Come back." Yu Xianhua turned around and heard Commander Zhao say, "I want to bring Grandma Zhang along, and you should bring Zhao Ruizha from your unit." Yu Xianhua replied, "Understood, Grandpa Zhao," and hurriedly ran off. Seeing Yu Xianhua quickly turn and run away, Commander Zhao couldn't help but curse, "That brat." Thinking about seeing his old friend tonight, he asked the guard to go to the logistics department to find Minister Zhang Shuyi and tell her not to eat dinner at home but wait for him. Commander Zhao and his wife were transferred together. His eldest son and daughter-in-law were sent to the northwest, and his younger son and daughter-in-law were sent to an island. All the other grandchildren had good jobs, but little grandson Zhao Ruizha was not so lucky. He was from his younger son's family and had already graduated from high school. Families like theirs were often watched closely, and some had to go to the countryside. Zhao Ruizha didn't want his family to be troubled, so he signed up to go to the countryside in Xiangyang village. Later, Commander Zhao was transferred here, leading a major change in the troops. During the recruitment in various places, he was brought in. He did not use special connections. His strong physical fitness was the reason he succeeded earlier, just lacking the right opportunity. Commander Zhao had just arrived and had a series of difficult tasks to assign to the soldiers. Zhao Ruizha, a new recruit, was promoted to squad leader after 3 months because of his excellent performance, and he was assigned to the same division as Hui Yuxuan. He was willing to risk his life to complete tasks and was very careful, successfully finishing many missions. Later, he was promoted to platoon leader at only 18 years old, making him a very talented young soldier. Lin Yuyu and her friends wandered nearby. Her aunt and Grandma Hu agreed to go to the morning market together tomorrow and then go home because it was too cold outside. Back home, Grandpa Hua and Grandma Hu said they would have a simple lunch and prepare dinner early. Lin Yu thought about making sour cabbage and pork soup, frying some pork fat and scallion pancakes, stir-frying shredded potatoes, and eating some small pickles. Grandpa and Grandma Hu watched the children, while Lin Yu and her aunt went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. After eating, they took a walk, and the elderly couple rested with the children. Lin Yu and her aunt took out the pork, beef, mutton, and large shrimp they had thawed in the morning. They also brought out the fried snacks and marinated dishes from the new year, along with radishes, potatoes, cabbage, and dried vegetables. Seeing these ingredients, her aunt asked, Yu, what should we cook tonight? Lin Yu wasn't sure, so she discussed it with her aunt. They decided on radish and pork meatball soup, stir-fried cabbage with Chinese sausage, and stir-fried shredded potatoes with bacon, 2 vegetarian dishes. For the rest, they planned to make tomato shrimp, cumin lamb, sweet and sour meatballs, a platter of marinated meats, a platter of vegetables, and fried hairtail fish. They also wanted to prepare braised ribs, steamed cured chicken, and duck on a plate. 10 dishes and 1 soup, for good luck. After finalizing the menu, they started cooking. Dishes that needed steaming were placed on the living room stove, sliced as needed. While waiting for Grandpa and Grandma Hu to wake up from their nap, they kept preparing. By around 3 p.m., most of the work was done, leaving only stir-frying and plating. They first served some frozen pears and also prepared a variety of marinated dishes, both meat and vegetarian, for their afternoon tea. Lin Yu and her aunt took a short rest and ate for a while. By about 5 p.m., they started busying themselves again in the kitchen. Tonight's dinner and New Year's Eve feast are quite good. The living room also has steamed buns, with 3 of each filling, enough for everyone to eat. In the kitchen, a pot on one stove is cooking porridge, while other pots are stir-frying vegetables. At 6 o'clock, Hui Yuxuan returned home. Soon after, Commander Zhao and his family arrived. Sure enough, at 6:10, Commander Zhao, his wife, and a young man came in. Everyone quickly stood up to greet them. When Commander Zhao met Grandpa Hua, they felt very close, with no sense of unfamiliarity. They talked as they went inside. Everyone else was forgotten for a moment, exchanging smiles. Grandma Hu said, "Let's not worry about them. Let's get to know each other. I am the wife of that old man, Lin Yuzhen." Afterward, she pointed to Lin Yu and said, "This is my granddaughter-in-law, Lin Yu." She then took her sister-in-law's hand and said, "This is Yu's aunt, Wang Zhaodi." Finally, she proudly pointed to the 2 little kids and said, "These are my great-granddaughter, Huaziki, and great-grandson, Huaziqian." Grandma Zhang looked at the 2 children with envy. Their family hasn't had any grandchildren yet. She smiled and said, "I am the wife of another old man, Zhang Shui." She pointed to her grandson behind her and said, "This is my grandson, Zhao Rui's, who is serving in the army under Little Hua." Afterward, Zhao Rui's greeted everyone. The aunt also happily called out, "Hello, Aunt Zhang." Rui's looks very spirited. Lin Yu quickly followed and said, "Hello, Grandma Zhang and brother. This is Grandma Zhang Tai and Uncle Xiao." The little mischievous girl cheerfully called out, "Hello, great-grandma." "Hello, uncle," then pulled each of the 2 elders by the hand and led them inside. Lin Yu smiled helplessly and went to the kitchen with her sister-in-law to serve the dishes. Hui Yuxuan sighed helplessly. Throughout the whole process, no one paid attention to him. He signaled to Zhao Rui's to come and help carry the dishes to the kitchen. Grandpa Hua and Commander Zhao suddenly remembered they forgot to introduce their family members to each other. They looked awkwardly at their wives, each receiving a glare in return. At this moment, Lin Yu and Hui Yuxuan came out with the dishes. Seeing the dishes being served one after another, they both widened their eyes. The table was quite long, so they divided the dishes into 2 halves, with plenty on each side. For men sit on one side, for women on the other. Lin Yu and Hui Yuxuan each watch over a baby. Each person has a big bowl of porridge with grains and a large plate of buns, making everyone feel hungry. Grandma Zhang looks at the full table of food and knows that this shows how much they value their relationship with old Zhao's family. She feels touched and says, "Old sister, this is such a feast." Grandma Hua smiles and says, "These are all prepared by Yu and her aunt. I'm just lucky to join in." Her aunt continues, "Aunt Hua, Aunt Zhang, hurry and eat. See if it suits your taste." Little Dabo, a small child, interrupts and says, "Great-grandma, it's delicious," making everyone laugh with the kids' innocent words. They serve some food to the little ones and peel a few shrimp for them. They tell the kids to spit out anything they can't chew. The two little children nod and start eating. The adults also begin to eat. Hua Yuxuan pours wine for the elders, and they chat while eating until 8 p.m. Lin Yu goes to the kitchen to prepare hawthorn water. Each person gets a small bowl to help digestion, so they won't feel uncomfortable at bedtime. Grandpa Hua and Commander Zhao go to Grandpa Hua's small room to chat. Grandma Zhang sits in the living room chatting with Grandma Hua and her aunt. Lin Yu and Hua Yuxuan stay with the babies in the play area. Zhao Rui's returns to the army. He can't stay out too late. They agree to meet the day after tomorrow for New Year's Eve and part ways at 10 p.m. Grandpa Hua sees Commander Zhao off and then goes to bed. Commander Zhao and Grandma Zhang lie on the Kong bed, talking about what they ate today. Grandma Zhang says, "The shrimp tasted really good, and I like the sweet and spicy marinated dishes. The other dishes were also nice." Thinking about today's meal, Commander Zhao agrees it was very good. He says, "If you want to eat again, it's easy. Just buy some ingredients and go to Xiao Hua's house to share a meal." He adds, "Old Hua and I are closer than brothers. You can visit them more often when you have free time." Grandma Zhang replies, "I know. I really like Old Hua's wife and Yu's aunt." Thinking about the gossip her aunt told today, she says, "Old Zhao, in our military district, they favor boys and treat their wives harshly sometimes." Commander Zhao thinks for a moment and says, "Tomorrow, you two secretly investigate how many cases there are. Once you have the results, we can agree on a plan to fix it." Grandma Zhang nodded off to sleep, feeling happy to see her lively wife today. Commander Zhao felt very pleased. The next day, Lin Yu surprisingly woke up with Hua Yuxuan. Looking at the two little ones in her arms, both blinking their big eyes, she found them very adorable. The family of four got up, washed up, and then Lin Yu went to practice Tai Chi in the yard. The little ones also followed along, mimicking her movements. Hua Yuxuan started practicing Tai Chi too. Grandpa Hua watched the happy family of four, didn't disturb them, and went to the morning market with Grandma Hua and Auntie. Today was the last day of the morning market. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve, so no one went out, making it especially lively. After finishing her Tai Chi, Lin Yu felt warm all over and decided to go for a run with Hua Yuxuan. The little ones wanted to join, thinking no one was watching them at home, so they agreed. Both ran slowly, keeping pace with the children. The kids had good stamina and didn't complain about being tired. After running for a while and sweating, they headed home, stretching their bodies as they walked. The little ones imitated them. Lin Yu watched them, thinking it might be good to let them exercise in the mornings. Back home, she cooked millet pumpkin porridge and steamed a basket of buns, 2 for each filling. She reheated the leftover vegetables from yesterday and stir-fried some vinegar-tossed cabbage. Breakfast was ready, waiting for Grandpa Hua, Grandma Hua, and Annie to come back and eat. They returned shortly after, surprised to see spinach among their purchases, and asked, "Is spinach still growing at this time?" Grandma Hua smiled and said, "They grew it themselves inside." Lin Yu nodded understandingly and said, "Let's tidy up and start eating." Hua Yuxuan stored some of their purchases in the storage room and some in the cellar. Auntie and Grandma Hua helped serve the food, while the little ones sat nicely next to Grandpa Hua. They enjoyed a delicious breakfast. After clearing the table and cleaning the kitchen, Hua Yuxuan went to the army. Grandma Hua and Annie stayed in the play area to keep the children company, while Grandpa Hua watched them in the living room. Lin Yu washed some apples, cut them into pieces, and placed them in the living room for Grandpa to eat. She also took some sweet potatoes and chestnuts from the storage room and roasted them on the clay stove. She put the roasted pine nuts, hazelnuts, and sunflower seeds on the coffee table and invited Annie and Grandma Hua to come and share. She spent some time playing with the babies and gave them some water to drink. They waited until the roasted sweet potatoes were ready, and it was time for lunch. Anne took over the kitchen at noon and cooked a village-style pork dish, served with pancakes all in one pot. Eating a bowl of this hearty dish in winter is very tasty and warm. It's really delicious. The adults each ate 2 large bowls, while the little ones each had a small bowl and half a pancake. Hui Yuxuan once again missed out on the delicious food, which was quite sad. For dinner, they made century egg and lean pork porridge and steamed brown sugar buns. They stir-fried eggplant with dried pork, cabbage with pork belly, and shredded potatoes. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal. Soon, it was New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, everyone got up and cleaned the house. For breakfast, they had pork rib noodle soup. Anne had already cooked the pork ribs the night before, adding some fresh spinach, which looked good and tasted great. After breakfast, they tidied up the house. Grandpa Hua watched the big and small children play. Grandma Hua kneaded dough, Lin Yuyu and Hui Yuxuan chopped filling, and Aunt prepared vegetables for tonight's cooking. At noon, everyone had a quick meal. Lin Yuyu stir-fried rice with cured meat, which smelled especially good. After eating, they started making dumplings. They put a few coins into some dumplings for good luck. Once all the dumplings were packed, it was past 2 p.m., and they took the dumplings away. Then, they prepared the ingredients for tonight's dishes. Tonight's New Year's Eve dinner included catfish with eggplant, braised hairtail fish, garlic ribs, pork ball soup, braised pork belly, stir-fried lamb with scallions, roasted lamb chops, beef with potatoes, longjing shrimp, chicken stew with mushrooms, beer duck, spinach with vermicelli, and stir-fried cabbage. From 6 p.m., the kitchen was busy with fire, and every stove and burner was in use. Commander Zhao, Hui Yuxuan, and Grandma Zhang needed to visit the soldiers tonight and wouldn't return until after 8 p.m. Their dinner was a bit later. Everyone waited for their return to eat together. The dining table was divided into 2 parts, with dishes on each side. They ate and talked happily. The 2 little children watched with shining eyes, wishing they could eat like this every day. After dinner, they tidied up. The women played cards at the table, while the men sat in the living room discussing current affairs. The 2 babies preferred to stay with Grandpa Hua and the others, though they weren't sure if they could understand everything. Lin Yuyu and Grandma Zhang played cards and chatted. They learned that Grandma Zhang liked marinated snacks. They also knew she had a day off tomorrow, so they arranged for her to come over in the afternoon for tea. At around 11 p.m., they cooked dumplings with many varieties. Commander Zhao and Grandma Zhang, who loved to eat, were very happy. Everyone ate coins, which made them even more joyful. Unfortunately, Zhao Rui's couldn't come out. He was eager to learn from his grandfather what they ate on New Year's Eve and felt very jealous and envious. On the first day of the new year, everyone got up early to have breakfast. When Hui Yuxuan was about to visit Commander Zhao and others to pay New Year's greetings, Lin Yu took out the marinated snacks prepared the day before and put them in a basket for him to give to Grandma Zhang. Grandma Zhang was very surprised when she received the basket. She didn't expect that Yu, who casually mentioned it yesterday, would bring her so many treats. She quickly took out the basket and filled it with dried seafood and other goodies. Why, again? Because during the previous 2 visits to eat, they also brought dried seafood sent by his younger son. Hui Yuxuan hurried back home, put down the basket, and went out to visit others again. When he returned, it was time for lunch. They ate dumplings filled with mackerel and leftovers from the previous day. After a short rest, the scheduled afternoon tea with Grandma Zhang arrived. Seeing Grandma Zhang come, Lin Yuyu went to the kitchen and brought out spicy sweet marinated chicken wings, duck heads, and marinated vegetables. There were also fried radish balls that had been refried, fried chicken legs, candied sweet potatoes, and milk tea. A few women sat together chatting about all sorts of things from north to south. Lin Yuyu mostly ate, and the children did the same. When it was time for dinner, Grandma Zhang reluctantly went home, refusing to stay for the meal. After seeing Grandma Zhang off, they prepared dinner for Grandpa Hua and Grandma Hua. Grandpa Hua and Grandma Hua had a train to Beijing the next afternoon. They no longer had holidays. They had taken early leave and needed to return to work early. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Yuyu and her aunt started making meat sauce, filling 6 jars. They also prepared a small basket for Grandpa and Grandma to hold the meat sauce, and took out a small jar for them to eat on the train. For lunch, they had dumplings but didn't prepare other food. Since it was very cold, they told them to buy hot meals on the train. They also packed 6 boxes of dumplings, each with a different filling. They took them home to share with Father Hua, Mother Hua, Grandpa Yang, and Grandma Yang. Their family also had a kind of reunion dinner. While waiting for the elderly couple to return to their home in Beijing, they prepared dumplings and meat sauce. Others cooked noodles, and some heated up the dumplings. They felt very lucky for Grandpa and Grandma Hua, wondering why they never had time for such things. In the end, each person kept 1 bottle of meat sauce. Time passed quickly, as if sped up, and soon it was the 2nd birthday of Debao and Xiaobao, on March 20th, 1967. At this time, they couldn't have a big celebration, so the family just enjoyed a nice meal together. They also brought out a small 6-inch fruitcake to celebrate the twins' birthdays and took many photos to remember the moment. The twins had finished learning to talk by looking at pictures, so now they could learn to count and recite poems and other more advanced things. Auntie had prepared these lessons, which suited their current situation well. Hui Yuxuan even made small tables, chairs, pens, and paper for them. He also put up a small blackboard on the wall. After the twins' birthday, Lin Yu played with them for a week, doing games like counting, reciting poems, and singing children's songs.
She saw they adapted well.
She then said, "Little ones, we are now 2 years old, big kids now. We have a special place just for learning." She pointed to their small tables and chairs and said, "This is a special learning area just for you." After she finished, the twins curiously came over to touch everything. Seeing their curiosity, Lin Yuyu continued, "Would you like to try it? Auntie will give you a lesson, how about that?" The twins nodded, and Auntie came over with the materials. Lin Yuyu watched as Auntie didn't rush into the lesson but set clear rules for the class, helping the twins get used to a classroom routine. Auntie praised them a lot, and the twins were so excited they couldn't stop smiling. Once they were comfortable, Auntie started the lesson. Her class was lively and fun, and the twins listened very attentively. They even raised their hands to ask questions, which made Lin Yuyu very impressed. Now, with Auntie helping them learn, she also had some free time. Thinking about starting to learn something new, I decided to study traditional Chinese medicine. So I asked the system to find all the medical books and make copies for her. She reads a little each day while the children are studying. In the mornings, the children wake up early and exercise in the yard with Lin Yuyu. Time passes quickly, and soon it is mid-May, time to plant vegetables. This time, my aunt brought the children to plant vegetables and explained what kind of seeds they were and how to grow them. Both children worked very hard to learn. One day, Hui Yuxuan came in feeling very sad, holding Lin Yuyu and saying, "Some soldiers have sacrificed themselves again." Lin Yuyu didn't know what to say, so she just silently stayed with him. That evening, after dinner, Hui Yuxuan hurried back to the army because he had to handle a series of follow-up issues after a soldier's sacrifice. Watching the children fall asleep, Lin Yuyu lay on the bed, thinking about what Hui Yuxuan had said. Then she remembered the few worlds she could contact. Suddenly, she sat up. She thought she could reach out to the interstellar world and ask about their body refining techniques. She pushed the children's beds to the door of her aunt's room and knocked. When her aunt opened the door, Lin Yuyu said, "Aunt, let the children sleep with you tonight. I have some things to do." Her aunt nodded, reassured her, and pushed the children inside, then closed the door. Lin Yuyu went to the master bedroom, closed the door, and entered the space. She hurriedly said, "Tongzi, contact the interstellar world for me." Tongzi saw her urgency and didn't ask questions. It immediately contacted the interstellar world. The interstellar world said, "Hello, Yuyu. Is there something you need?" Lin Yuyu thought for a moment and asked, "Hello, do you have body refining techniques in your world?" The interstellar world replied, "Yes. Children practice it from a young age. Do you need it? I'll send it to you right away." Lin Yuyu was a little touched and said, "Let's trade. Otherwise, you'll lose out." The interstellar world said, "The seeds you gave me saved many lives in our galaxy. Many of our people's mental powers were close to breaking point. Besides, body refining techniques are quite common here. Lin Yu thought for a moment and asked, "Can I practice it?" The interstellar world replied, "Probably yes. Not everyone is suitable for practicing the same body refining technique. That's why we have several versions and dedicated instructional videos. Different groups of people have different body training methods. Of course, the best ones are the ones started from childhood." Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "Please give me 100 copies of each version of the body training techniques and videos." She considered copying materials and added, "Do you have tools for copying paper there?" The interstellar realm replied, "Yes, paper is very valuable. We have developed many tools to assist with copying." Lin Yu confidently said, "Give me 100 units of each, along with spare parts and energy sources." The interstellar realm nodded and went to prepare. Lin Yu exited the trading platform and told Tongzi, "You watch the trades. We don't have many interstellar items stored, like warships. We haven't exchanged any. Robots need more exchanges too. Just exchange more and split half of everything with Ling Yuan." After thinking for a moment, she added, "When the trades are almost done, give them a recipe book." Tongzi replied, "Okay, Yu." Lin Yu took a durian to eat and then left the space to sleep. At 4 a.m., Tongzi spoke up, "Yu, all exchanges are done. The quantities range from 100 to 10,000. Lin Yu immediately woke up and asked Tongzi to copy all versions of the body training techniques and videos to bring out of the space. She found only the versions suitable for troop training remained. All others were blank, and there were no videos at all. As for the childhood version, she learned it inside the space. She wondered if it would be okay to give it to the two babies when she came out. She decided to try. She entered the space and started practicing, discovering she could practice the childhood version. After reviewing all versions of the body training techniques and videos, she realized that the smaller the practice, the greater the potential it could develop. She asked Tongzi to adjust the time ratio to 100 to 1 and kept practicing inside the space. It took only 2 hours outside before she mastered it. Lin Yu felt she had transformed completely, though the process was almost exhausting. After taking a shower and leaving the space, she decided to let the babies practice the body training techniques for morning exercise. Watching them clumsily learn from her, not complaining about the pain, Lin Yu felt heartache, but corrected their movements gently. Once the two babies started sweating, Lin Yu knew it was working. She could now give them the childhood version of the body training techniques. She also asked her little aunt to practice along with them. She could do it too. Hui Yuxuan just returned, and Lin Yu was teaching him exercises. She noticed that his practice was ineffective. He didn't sweat or feel tired, so it seemed he wasn't making progress. She took out a version of the exercise suitable for the military and handed it to him. "This is a body strengthening technique for the army. It can improve your physical strength, but the process is very tough," she added. "If you want to use it for the troops, you can decide how to explain it." After saying that, she stopped paying attention. Hui Yuxuan looked at the instructions and pictures, then followed along. He found it really hard and quite painful. Downstairs at the dining table, Lin Yu brought out breakfast and rice noodles for breakfast. She called Hui Yuxuan down to eat. It was obvious that the two children's appetites had increased, and hers had as well. After eating, the children started their lessons with their aunt. Lin Yu pulled Hui Yuxuan into the study, closed the curtains, and they watched videos of the body-strengthening exercises in the space. Hui Yuxuan couldn't use the time accelerator, so he could only practice slowly. Lin Yu told him to contact her if he needed anything, then left the space to go downstairs and spend time with the children. While they were in class, she read medical books. When the children finished their lessons, she took out durian, octopus balls, fruit ice, stinky tofu, grilled gluten, and other skewers. There was also milk tea and juice for the children, all placed on the coffee table, and they started eating. They enjoyed a lovely morning tea and played with the children for a while. It was time for Lin Yu to teach them Tai Chi since they were still too young. She focused on practicing the form. When they turned 5, she would teach them the dragon walk and mental techniques. Watching them perform a set of Tai Chi was adorable. Soon it was noon, and her aunt had already boiled water. Lin Yu wondered what to eat. She took out steamed shrimp balls, cheesy baked beef, honey-glazed roasted pig's trotters, spicy lamb trotters, and each person had a bowl of Lanzhou hand-pulled noodles. She went upstairs to release Huiyuan, as he had to go to the military later in the afternoon. The whole family sat downstairs, waiting for her aunt to serve the dishes. Then they started eating. The children loved the pig's trotters, soft, sticky, full of collagen. Huiyuan liked the lamb trotters, spicy, chewy, and flavorful. Lin Yuyu and her aunt naturally liked them too. After the afternoon rest, the children continued their lessons with their aunt. Lin Yuyu sat nearby reading medical books. If she didn't understand something, she asked the assistant who knew a lot. At night, after the babies fall asleep, Lin Yuyu enters her space to practice body refining techniques using her special tools and to study medical skills. Their days are spent at home, with the three women teaching lessons every day. Soon it is late September, the time for the autumn harvest. By then, the babies have already learned the movements of the body refining techniques. All that remains is daily practice. Lin Yuyu has become very skilled at the body refining techniques. She thinks that since she has her special tools, she should make good use of them, learning more skills and knowledge. Her younger aunt also stops teaching and goes to the mountain with her old friends to pick mountain produce. During this time, Lin Yuyu and the two babies mainly practice the body refining movements at home. They repeat the exercises over and over, and with enough practice, they start to improve. The babies don't complain about pain or give up. They follow their mother and keep practicing again and again. Seeing how hard they work and how determined they are, Lin Yuyu prepares delicious treats as rewards for them every day. Soon it is the new year. This time, no one from their family goes to Liaoning province. They can't leave Huiyuan alone, so everyone celebrates separately. They prepare New Year's goods as usual. Her younger aunt also takes out the jewelry they received last year and stores it in the cellar of a side room. The babies stick close to their mother and aunt, eating and laughing happily, like little mice stealing treats. This year, only Lin Yuyu and her family of 5 celebrate the new year. Commander Zhao's family doesn't come, but their other grandchildren do. Lin Yuyu fills a large basin with marinated dishes and asks Huiyuan to deliver it. The new year passes peacefully, filled with eating and drinking. Another year gone by. On New Year's Eve, after staying up late, Lin Yuyu asks Huiyuan, "Should we have another baby?" Huiyuan tenses up and asks, "Why do you want to have another one? Are you bored?" Lin Yuyu thinks for a moment and says, "Grandma and Grandpa only have one daughter. We don't need to have another one to share the family name with Grandpa and Grandma, right?" Hearing her words and understanding her reason, Huiyuan relaxes instantly. He smiles and says, "No need. After Grandma and Grandpa had your mother, they could have had more children. But they didn't want to have another to share their love and attention for your mother." He adds, "Grandpa and Grandma feel the same way, so they only have one son." Thinking about the elders at home, Huiyuan smiled and continued, "They didn't participate in the revolution. They were all educated with new ideas. You don't need to worry. When my mother gave birth to me, she wanted to have another child with the grandfather surname, but no one in the family agreed. One was enough." He hesitated and said, "Actually, after you gave birth and we returned to Beijing, I secretly had a tubal ligation surgery." Lin Yu looked up in shock at the man who loved her so much, feeling deeply touched. She quietly asked, "Why are you so good? Does the family know?" Huiyuan nodded and said, "I only had the surgery after asking my mother for her opinion. My mother was at the hospital in Beijing, so I couldn't hide it. Grandpa and the others found out later from my mother, but they all supported me." Lin Yuyu never expected that after traveling through time, she would meet such a kind family. After this talk, their feelings for each other grew stronger. Of course, that night was full of passion. As time went by, it was soon the 3rd birthday of the little ones on March 20th, 1968. That year, Lin Yuyu was 22 and Huiyuan was 26. Lin Yuyu prepared a birthday cake, snacks, and favorite dishes for them. Today, they could eat as much as they wanted. The little ones heard that they could eat freely and cheered happily. That evening, the family of 4 lay in bed, waiting for the children to fall asleep. Huiyuan said, "Wife, I've finished practicing the body cultivation technique. I've reached the 3rd level. Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "The children are at the second level. You are very talented." She couldn't say she had reached the top level, as each body cultivation technique has 9 levels. Some people never break through the first level in their whole lives, while others smoothly reach the 9th. Hu Yuxuan said, "I improved by practicing whenever I could every day." After hearing this, Lin Yu thought he would mention it without reason and asked, "Are you planning to train the whole army together?" Hu Yuxuan nodded and then shook his head, saying, "The initial idea is to have the whole army practice one move, then select talented people within a set time for focus training." Lin Yu nodded and said, "Being able to break through one move is already quite good." Hu Yuxuan thought for a moment and said, "It would be better if everyone practiced, but now there are spies hiding quite deeply." Another concern is that not every soldier has good character. Many officers are still sexist, hit their wives and children, or abandon their wives and families. Lin Yu thought for a moment and asked, "How can you make sure that no one else spies on the process of handing over things?" Hu Yuxuan replied, "The training in this military district is very advanced now. Tomorrow, I will talk to the commander and explain the situation. Then I will go to the capital to meet the top leaders in person." Lin Yu looked puzzled and asked, "How do you say you got the body training technique? Where did you learn it?" Hu Yuxuan looked at her proudly and said, "I often go to the junkyard, which helps me develop a habit that others know about." He continued, "Nothing has changed since I came here. Every time I go, I bring back some things. I just say I found them at the junkyard." Lin Yu decided to go along with him. She told him to wait until early April to send the 2 babies to the nursery so they could start school. Then she fell asleep. Hu Yuxuan looked at his sleeping wife and children, feeling very happy. He also fell asleep holding them. The next morning, the family of 4 woke up together and started practicing their bodies. The babies watched their dad practicing differently from them and asked curiously, "Why is dad's practice different from ours?" Hu Yuxuan said, "You practice better than dad. Keep practicing." Lin Yu added, "You can only practice when mom and dad are around. You can't practice at other times." The 2 babies didn't understand why, but nodded obediently. After breakfast, the babies went to class. Lin Yu continued reading her medical books. This was the last one. She used her special space device to speed up time and read it. She didn't aim to become an expert, just to learn a little. If her friends knew what she was thinking, they would say, "What I teach can't be bad." As they accumulated good deeds, the system unlocked many new skills. It also specially gave lessons to the puppets, including her little aunt, who also learned body training techniques. Now the babies knew more. The little aunt added foreign language lessons for them. The older brother was very interested, while the younger one wasn't very interested but could still keep up. Lin Yu thought about sending them to school in early April. She held a special meeting for them. They were told that food eaten at home could not be spoken about outside, and the foreign languages taught by her little aunt could not be spoken outside either, but they must learn them. Their knowledge can't be said to be taught by auntie. It should be said to be taught by mom and dad. At first, the babies didn't understand why, so Lin Yu simply said that if they told anyone, they wouldn't see mom and Annie anymore. The 2 babies nodded, still a bit confused. She also taught them that if someone asked what they ate, they should say corn porridge, hard bread, and pickled vegetables. If asked how often they eat meat, they should say, "I don't know, is meat tasty?" When others asked about other things, they should say, "I don't know, I will tell mom when I get back." After practicing a few times, their answers improved, and Lin Yu felt relieved. Hu Yuxuan went straight to find Commander Zhao at the military camp. He knocked 3 times on the door and said, "Commander." Hu Yuxuan reporting for duty. Commander Zhao was puzzled because this young man didn't seem to have any new plans recently, so he said, "Come in." He didn't bother to stop working. Hu Yuxuan closed the door, sat on the sofa, and didn't say anything. After Commander Zhao finished writing, he stood up and handed over a book on body training techniques. Commander Zhao took it and looked through it, asking, "Is what's written inside true?" Hu Yuxuan immediately stood straight and said, "Yes, sir, it's true." Commander Zhao widened his eyes and looked at him, asking, "Have you learned it?" Hu Yuxuan nodded and said, "I just broke through the first level, but it took nearly half a year." Commander Zhao then asked, "Where did you get this book?" Hu Yuxuan looked mysterious and proud, saying, "You probably won't believe it. I found it at the scrap yard. He wasn't afraid of being checked. He often went to the scrap yard and picked up things to bring back. Commander Zhao was speechless. This kid's luck is really good. He keeps running into such things. He asked, "Are you planning to hand it in?" Hu Yuxuan nodded and said, "I want to go to the capital to meet the top leaders, and this will be the first move for all military districts. He plans to select promising talents, sign confidentiality agreements, and then train them intensively." Commander Zhao was curious and asked, "Isn't everyone allowed to practice?" Hu Yuxuan replied, "It depends on talent. Some people can't learn the first move in their whole life, while others can do it on the first try." He then asked, "Is there an age limit?" Hu Yuxuan said, "It's not recommended for older people to practice. Each move requires the body to stretch to its limit, and those without a good foundation or older age are more likely to get injured." Later, the two of them discussed again and decided that Hu Yuxuan should prepare quickly and leave immediately for Beijing. Hu Yuxuan went home to pack his things, told Lin Yuyu, and then set off. After Hu Yuxuan left, Commander Zhao called the top leader. No one knows exactly what was said. All that is known is that as soon as Hu Yuxuan got off the train, he was picked up by someone sent by the top leader. Soon it was April, the start of the new school year. Lin Yuyu took the two little ones to register, while Hu Yuxuan was still in Beijing and hadn't returned. The two little ones carried small bags that their aunt had sewn for them, filled with their favorite snacks, notebooks, and pens. They happily went to school with their mother. After registering, they followed the teacher and didn't seem sad at all. Lin Yuyu was worried they might cry, and she felt like crying herself. She quietly watched them outside the classroom for a while. They seemed to be adjusting well. She also thought to herself that her children were different and truly excellent. When she got home, she felt the house was very empty and a little uncomfortable. But soon, the feeling of unease disappeared. She happily ate and drank, and she had finished reading her medical books. She also finished learning all the medical knowledge from her group. Now she was thinking about what to learn next. It was soon time for the children to come home from school at noon. They ate at school today. They had only paid for one day of school. She went to pick up the children with her aunt. Seeing their lack of enthusiasm, she felt a little sad inside. But she didn't show it. She hugged them and then took them home. Back home, Lin Yuyu and the children sat in the play area for a while. She asked, "Big kid, little kid, did you have fun at school today?" Big kid immediately shook his head and said, "No, I didn't have fun." Little kid added, "They peed their pants, and they have runny noses." Lin Yuyu felt helpless, thinking this was normal for 3-year-olds. Her children seemed to be more grown up than other kids their age. She thought for a moment and then asked, "Did you play with other children?" Big kid angrily said, "They are too stupid." Little kid frowned and said, "They also cry a lot." Lin Yu asked again, "What did you learn at school today?" Big kid said, "It was very easy. Mom and Auntie have already taught us when there were no tables." Little treasure also said, "We all do, but they don't listen." Lin Yu understood that the little kids all recognized what was in the picture book. Other children couldn't sit still and didn't listen to the teacher. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "What if you go to school tomorrow?" Dabao's small face looked upset as he said, "Mom, can we not go? I want to stay with Auntie Grandma." After hearing her sister, Xiaobao also looked hopeful and said, "I want to learn from Auntie Grandma." Auntie was very happy to hug the two babies and looked at them with anticipation, making Lin Yu feel like she had to forcefully separate them. Lin Yu helplessly hugged the two babies and said, "Mommy just hopes you can make more friends to play with." Dabao looked at her with a cute expression and said, "I can play with Xiaobao, or with Mommy and Auntie Grandma." Xiaobao also said, "Play with Dabao." Lin Yu compromised and said, "Since neither of you wants to go, we won't go either." Hearing her agree, the two little ones immediately jumped up happily, shouting excitedly. Lin Yu went to find the parenting class teacher and told her they wouldn't be coming tomorrow. The teacher was a bit disappointed because such well-behaved and pretty little kids didn't love going to school. Days passed like this every day. Hu Yuxuan hadn't come back yet, but it seemed the military district was selecting talents, which her aunt heard from gossip. Hu Yuxuan probably wouldn't be home for a long time. After all, they were learning a move, and only a few talented people could master it in half a month. This was based on experiments he did with a team in Beijing. He managed to break through to the third level in half a year, which was a huge achievement, like of luck from heaven. He knew he wouldn't be able to see his wife and 2 babies for a long time. Lin Yuyu didn't know if he missed them, but she was living a full life every day. Lin Yuyu finished studying medicine and thought for a long time before deciding what skill to learn. She wanted to learn painting, both domestically and abroad. She had some foundation from her previous life, and now she wanted to continue improving. She started studying various books during the day, and at night, she entered her space to learn from others and practice painting. The babies are happily learning with Auntie Grandma, having fun, and being fed by their mom. Auntie Grandma also plays games with them, making life very nice. On weekends, they mainly practice physical training. The family of 4 lives happily and meaningfully until early October, when Hui Yuxuan returns. Seeing that he has become much stronger, probably having broken through several levels since half a year has passed, Lin Yu looks at him with bright eyes and says, "I miss you so much." "Have you made a breakthrough?" Hui Yuxuan softly replies, "I miss you too." "I've broken through to the 5th level." Lin Yu smells the scent and tells him to go wash up quickly. Hui Yuxuan greets the babies, then goes to the bathroom to wash. The 2 babies wait outside the door for their dad. Lin Yu doesn't mind and takes out 4 bowls of crab meat noodles and various kinds of dumplings, 20 of each, which isn't much. Today's main dish is a whole roasted lamb, complemented by coconut chicken soup for a perfect meal. Hui Yuxuan quickly comes out, opens the bathroom door, and sees the boy and girl waiting at the door, feeling soft-hearted like cotton. He hugs them and kisses their little faces, giving each a kiss. The little ones giggle happily, and Lin Yu calls them to come eat. Seeing the table full of delicious food, the little kids start drooling. After the babies sit down, Lin Yu serves them noodles. Hui Yuxuan scoops half of each kind of dumpling for them. Auntie cuts small pieces of tender meat from the roasted lamb and places them in the middle of the table, also serving each of them a small bowl of chicken soup. The family of 5 eagerly starts eating. After a hearty meal, Annie takes the babies for a walk around the house and then goes upstairs to rest. Hui Yuxuan and Lin Yuyu clear the table and also take a nice afternoon nap. When Lin Yuyu wakes up, it's already after 3 p.m. The babies are downstairs in class and Hui Yuxuan stays too, practicing physical training nearby. Seeing his wife wake up, he offers her some hot water. After she washes up, the 2 go to the study. Hui Yuxuan looks at her and says, "The personnel selection is complete. I will be transferred." Lin Yuyu is surprised and asks, "We've only been here 2 years. Where are you going?" Hui Yuxuan hesitates and says, "To Beijing." They originally planned to stay away from the chaos in the capital, but in the end, they went back. Lin Yuyu looked at him and comforted, "Going back isn't bad. Grandpa, Grandma, and your parents are getting older. You can visit them often." Hui Yuxuan nodded and said, "Don't worry, going back is fine. This time, I was transferred to a similar position, but I have more authority. I will be directly managed by the top leader, and others must cooperate fully." Lin Yuyu felt even worse, but she didn't say anything. Looking at this strong and determined man in front of her, she felt very calm inside, knowing he could protect her from any trouble. After her little aunt finished her class, the 2 of them went downstairs. Hui Yuxuan played with the children, while Lin Yuyu and her little aunt packed up the house. They packed some blankets, fabrics, thick bedding, and daily necessities into a few large bags. Other items they bought themselves were stored in their space. For the next few days, they would stay in the big Kong bed downstairs. Her little aunt packed the kitchen items into her ring. The toys in the children's play area were sent back last. Their high chairs, playpen, small table, small chairs, bed, and slide could all be disassembled and shipped. These items were left behind to avoid suspicion and were not stored in the space. Hui Yuxuan then disassembled and packed these items. The sewing machine and bicycle were shipped together by the post office. She also sent some puppets to buy mountain products. It was harvest season now. They collected 2,500 pounds of pine nuts, hazelnuts, chestnuts, and mushrooms, enough. She had the puppets bring back 100 pounds of each mountain product from the village. Once the transfer order arrived, they would start mailing the items. The transfer order came quickly. The next day, the central office issued it. They sent everything by mail, and her little aunt and her old friend said goodbye. They took out woven baskets and 2 cloth bags, packed their things, and headed to the train station. They ate all their meals in the train's dining car, and by the time they arrived in the capital, it was noon the next day. Someone came to pick them up and they just followed along. When they got off, they realized it wasn't the military area where Grandpa and the others lived. The houses here were newer. This time, they stayed nearby, while Grandpa and the others lived in the neighboring family compound. A few people entered the house and found that the packages and checked luggage had already arrived. The house is not as big as in Liaoning province, but it looks okay. It's still a 2-story small building, similar in structure to Grandpa's house, but with fewer rooms. Upstairs, there are 3 bedrooms. The master bedroom is a suite. On the east side, there's a study, and on the west side, a bathroom. The downstairs has the same layout as upstairs, with a storage room next to the kitchen on the west side. Everything is complete and new. The master bedroom is fully furnished, while the 4 small bedrooms only have curtains. Other than that, they are empty. The living room and dining area are okay, separated by the staircase in the middle. The most surprising part is the kitchen, which uses gas. As expected of the center of power, the appliances are advanced. Lin Yu asked Hui Yuxuan to take the children to play, while she and her aunt cleaned the house. After everyone left, they pulled the curtains closed, turned on the cleaning robot to tidy up, organize the packages, and arrange things. An hour later, the house looked brand new, and they opened all the curtains. Each room was checked, and everything looked good. Her aunt didn't want to live upstairs, so she chose the master bedroom downstairs. Lin Yu naturally stayed in the master bedroom upstairs. Her aunt brought out many items in the kitchen, and then took some things from the storage room. Lin Yu went upstairs to get the baby's cribs, told her aunt, and went out for a while. An hour later, she returned carrying a large basket and 2 full cloth bags, probably with pots and grains that couldn't be explained otherwise. Hui Yuxuan and the babies also came back shortly after. Her aunt boiled a pot of hot water, and Lin Yu took out fried rice. They ate a simple meal first. After eating, the babies were very sleepy, so her aunt took them to bed. Lin Yu had many questions. She took out milk tea, handed one to Hui Yuxuan, and sat down to chat for a while. Lin Yu asked curiously, "Was this residential area just built?" Hui Yuxuan looked at her and said, "We started building it shortly after we left, and it was completed 6 months ago. This residential area is very modern. There is heating on both floors, and cooking uses gas. It has water pipes, hot water for showers, and even a bathtub. Some of the household items were bought by my mom and them." Lin Yu thought that the small rooms were probably just curtains installed by the elders to prevent them from having any special use. After understanding the situation, Lin Yu asked, "Are we going to have dinner at Grandpa's place tonight?" Hui Yuxuan smiled and said, "Yes, we're going to Grandpa's. They also moved here, but we're on the east side and they're on the west side." Lin Yu was surprised and asked, "Is it a kind of compensation?" Hui Yuxuan nodded and said, "Sort of. The big yard is very strictly managed and it's safer." Lin Yu thought this was a kind of indirect protection. The 2 of them didn't rest and went to the post office together. When they arrived, they saw Director Zhao. Lin Yu said, "Director Zhao, long time no see." Director Zhao looked up and recognized Lin Yu, smiling and saying, "Comrade Lin Yu, long time no see." He waved his hand and said, "I was about to send you money. Now it's easier. I can just give it to you directly." Then he handed the money to Lin Yu. Lin Yu took the money happily and said, "Perfect timing. I want to tell you that I've returned to Beijing, so you don't need to send mail anymore." They chatted for a while longer, exchanged phone numbers at the current mailroom, and then Lin Yu and Hui Yuxuan went back to the big yard for a nap. When they woke up, it was already after 5 o'clock. They tidied up and took out the local specialties they brought for the elders, along with a plate of steamed cured chicken and cured duck placed in a basket. The group headed to Grandpa's house. After walking for a while, they saw a training ground in the middle of the yard, filled with various equipment and some children exercising. They didn't notice that little Bao was deeply attracted by the training ground. De Bao was fine, but also wanted to play. When they reached Grandpa's house, they realized the 2 houses were quite far apart. Just as they were about to enter, they saw Grandma and Grandpa coming out of the neighboring house, which was also locked. Seeing Lin Yuyu's surprised expression, they smiled and said, "We also moved here next to Grandpa and them." Lin Yuyu smiled and said, "That's pretty good." The little ones called for someone and everyone went inside. They found that Grandpa and the others had already returned, with lunch boxes on the table, probably packed from a state-run restaurant. Hui Yuxuan directly placed the local specialties in the storage room, and Lin Yuyu put the steamed cured chicken and duck on the table. Hui's mother was just bringing out steamed rice. She didn't see Hui Yuxuan and asked, "Where's that naughty boy? Why isn't he here?" Hui Yuxuan appeared behind his mother with a slight pout and said, "I went to the storage room to put away the local specialties." Mom was startled, put down the pot, and turned around to slap him. Dad glared at him, and Yu Xian felt very wronged. Lin Yuyu thought she was very patient and didn't dare to laugh. Yu Xian was always the lowest in the family. The two little ones politely called out, "Great-grandpa, great-grandma, great-grandpa, great-grandma, grandpa, grandma, auntie, and dad and mom." The elders were so adorable that they couldn't help but smile. Big Brother touched his stomach and asked, "Can Big Brother and Little Brother eat if Little Tummy calls again?" Their sweet voices melted everyone's hearts instantly, and they quickly made everyone sit down to eat. During the whole dinner, the two little ones ate the most happily. After dinner, the young couple tidied up the table and sat in the living room chatting with everyone. Lin Yu said, "Grandpa, Grandma, Grandma, Grandpa, Dad, and Mom, you all shouldn't eat in the cafeteria anymore. Eat at home." Auntie also said, "Yes, you and I have already prepared food at home." Grandpa thought about the current situation and said, "No need. Things are tense now, so we should eat in the cafeteria. It's not convenient to run back and forth." Lin Yu continued, "What if we come every day to cook dinner?" Grandma and Granny Yang said together. "No," Mom quickly explained. You need your own space. It's too tiring to come every day and cook." Finally, Lin Yu had no choice and said, "Then we'll come on our days off and cook something nice for you." Grandpa Yang continued, "It's not convenient here. You have to bring your cooking tools, which is too troublesome." Lin Yu compromised but tried again. "How about on our days off, everyone comes to visit Big Brother and Little Brother?" She tried several times but failed. In the end, Big Brother and Little Brother pitifully said, "We'll miss you so much. What should we do?" Seeing the adorable little ones, the elders finally relented out of pity. They sat for a while longer and then went home. After washing up and putting the little ones to sleep, Big Brother said, "I want to go to a place where there are kids to play." Little Brother looked at them expectantly and said, "Like with them." The young couple looked at each other. Yu Xian asked, "Do you want to go training like them?" Seeing the confused looks in the two children's eyes, Lin Yu asked, "Do you want to play with the toys kids usually play with?" De Bao and Xiao Bao nodded together. Hui Yuxuan said, "Okay, starting tomorrow, when you wake up, I will take you there." When the little ones heard that their dad agreed, they were so tired that they immediately fell asleep in seconds. The next morning, Hui Yuxuan woke up and saw the little kids already awake, waiting for him to go to the training ground together. De Bao asked, "Dad, are we going now?" Hui Yuxuan shook his head and said, "First, we will practice the bodybuilding exercises your mom taught you for an hour, then we will go." The little ones nodded and said, "Okay, Dad." Lin Yu also woke up. The family of four washed up, got dressed, and started exercising. Lin Yu mainly watched the kids practice. She also asked Hui Yuxuan to teach her military-style boxing. After a couple of rounds, she remembered it all and started practicing on her own. After everyone finished practicing, they went to the training ground together. Hui Yuxuan taught the mother and children how to use the equipment. Lin Yu followed him and learned how to use all the training gear. The two little ones still had a lot to learn and could only practice later. Back home, Annie had already prepared millet porridge, scallion pancakes, and some pickled vegetables. Hui Yuxuan finished eating, tidied up the table, and said to his family, "I probably won't be home for the next month. If you need anything, call me or come to the military base." Lin Yu knew they had just selected new recruits and still had more training to do. Plus, regular military drills couldn't be skipped, so everything needed to be planned carefully. She looked at him and said, "Don't worry about the training. Everything at home is taken care of by me," then winked at him. Hui Yuxuan happily hugged his wife and children and went to the military base. Auntie continued teaching the kids, and Lin Yuyu kept learning painting. After dinner, they went for a walk in the courtyard. When they reached the training area, they found many people already there. Most of the people were elderly or children. There were few young adults. The two little ones headed straight for the training equipment. She could only watch one child and her sister watched the other, teaching them how to use the gear. Soon, a few children arrived, looking about 2 or 3 years older than Lin Yuyu's kids. They were not shy and came over directly to look at Lin Yuyu, saying, "Auntie, we want to play with the little sister and little brother." "Is that okay?" Lin Yuyu was a bit surprised but didn't show it. She gently asked, "Why do you want to play with them?" One of the children said, "This morning, we saw them practicing. They are different from other little girls and boys. We want to play with them." Lin Yuyu smiled and said, "I'll ask them for you." Then she called the two little ones over and pointed to the children who had just spoken, saying, "The older brothers and sisters want to play with you. Do you want to play with them?" Debeo and Xiaobao looked at each other and whispered for a moment. Debeo said, "We can try playing together." After hearing Debeo, the children all looked happy. They happily went to play on the training equipment. On the other side, a few old men watched quietly and said to Grandpa Hua, "Old Hua, your daughter-in-law is really good." Grandpa Hua happily and proudly replied, "Of course. My granddaughter-in-law is very excellent." The little great-grandchildren are also well-educated by their mother. The old men looked at him and shook their heads silently. The little kids played on the training ground for an hour. When they parted, they still felt reluctant to leave. The others had to go to kindergarten during the day. They agreed to play together again tomorrow night, and then each went home. Back at home, Lin Yuyu asked the two little ones, "How did you like the children you played with today?" Debeo happily said, "They are very nice." Xiaobao also excitedly said, "I like playing with them." She thought about how they didn't want to go to the childcare class. Maybe she could send them to the kindergarten where the other children had been playing. Lin Yuyu looked at the two little ones and asked, "Do you want to go to kindergarten with them?" The two little ones immediately frowned and looked conflicted. Seeing their worried expressions, Lin Yuyu almost laughed but held back her smile and said, "You want to play with them and also learn from Andy." The children nodded. Seeing this, Lin Yuyu said, "We can learn from Annie at home when we don't go to kindergarten. Annie has been at home all the time. If you want to learn, you can do it any time at home." The two babies nodded in agreement with their mother. They waited until evening to put the babies to sleep. Lin Yuyu thought about how they now live in the heart of the capital's busy scene. She knew they had to be careful, but they weren't afraid of trouble. The people in the big yard only knew their grandfather and others. Although Hui Yuxuan grew up in the yard, he had never served in the military. People didn't understand how they handled things at home, so it was easy for someone to cause trouble. Thinking this, she left the bedroom to talk with her aunt. They decided that in the future, they would buy some vegetables every day, but this year they wouldn't plant any. Next year, they would consider planting again. They would buy meat once a week, any kind of meat was fine. They would buy grains once a month, especially more coarse grains. They would cook 3 meals a day, and Lin Yuyu would add some meat and vegetables to make the meals better. Once her worries were settled, Lin Yuyu went back to the bedroom, hugged the two little ones, and went to sleep. The next morning, her aunt got up early to walk around the neighborhood and look for a nearby market. Lin Yuyu and the children got up and practiced physical exercises. After an hour of practice, they washed up and went downstairs to the training ground to play with the equipment. Half an hour later, the mother and children went home, washed their hands, and had breakfast. The babies and their aunt studied together, while Lin Yuyu went to the military kindergarten to see the principal. She waited for the security guard to lead her to the principal's office and knocked on the door. A voice inside said, "Please come in." So the guard left, and Lin Yuyu pushed the door open and went inside. She looked at the principal and said, "Hello, Principal Zhang. I am Lin Yuyu," showing her name tag on the desk. The principal was a kind woman in her 40s, smiling warmly. She said, "Hello, Comrade Lin Yuyu. Is there something you need?" Lin Yuyu explained about her two babies attending a parenting class in Liaoning province. Then she asked, "I wonder if our 3-year-old children can attend kindergarten here." Principal Zhang smiled and said, "You can bring them tomorrow to try." Lin Yuyu thanked her happily and started to leave. She thought about her small yard when she first arrived. The lease had expired last year. They paid rent for 3 more years, but hadn't signed a new contract yet. She turned and went to the small yard nearby. The door was unlocked, so she knocked. Soon, a lady opened the door. She looked at Lin Yuyu for a moment and happily said, "You are the owner of the house, right?" Lin Yuyu nodded and said, "I'm here to sign a contract." "Do you have time now?" The woman happily replied, "Yes, I have time." I was a bit worried until the street director assured me. Afterward, she turned around to call her husband, Lin Yuyu, and they went to the street office to sign the contract. Seeing that Aunt Wang wasn't there, Lin Yuyu returned to the family courtyard. She saw the babies and little aunt playing soccer in the yard. Lin Yuyu joined in. When they got tired, she gave them some water. She also brought out a fruit platter for them to eat, including some for herself and little aunt. The babies finished eating quickly. Lin Yuyu looked at them and smiled, saying, "Today, Mom went to the kindergarten. They agreed to let you two try going there." Seeing the 2 babies nod, she continued, "If you don't like it, we can come back and you can keep learning with Mom and little aunt." "Is that okay?" The 2 babies happily said, "Okay." They were so well-behaved that Lin Yuyu felt it was almost unbelievable. Was this really her children? For lunch, they had stir-fried vegetables and rice, with rice steamed by little aunt. Lin Yuyu took out a few dishes. After eating, the babies were sleepy. Lin Yuyu took them for a nap. Little aunt continued tidying up the learning and play area for the babies. The room next to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor was set up as their study and playroom. A small table and chairs had already been assembled and placed. There was also a small bookshelf and blackboard. The floor was covered with a carpet, which didn't look out of place in this room. The babies took off their shoes and played on the carpet. A few toy storage cabinets were placed there, with rules that they should put the toys back after playing. After waking up at noon, the babies continued their lessons with little aunt. Lin Yuyu also kept up with her studies, practicing digital painting on her computer. She had almost mastered it with some help. Recently, she became obsessed with calligraphy, practicing daily and reading many books. At their request, the children's learning schedule was set. From Monday to Friday after dinner, they would study for half an hour. The subjects included numbers, classical poetry, foreign languages, science facts, and stories of talented people. 1 subject each day. On Saturday mornings, they would do physical exercises, then practice calligraphy and painting in the afternoon, and have free time in the evening. After dinner at 6 p.m., the little ones eagerly pulled their mother to the training ground to meet their friends. As soon as the 6 children saw each other, they cheered happily. Lin Yi watched them play while exercising herself. After an hour, everyone went home to sleep and find their mother. She also took the 2 little ones home. As for her younger sister, she once again met her like-minded friends and went to chat with them. After washing up at home, the mother and her children went to bed happily. The younger sister soon returned, closed the doors and windows, and went to sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, she packed small snacks into their little bags and brought along their water bottles. She took the 2 little ones to the school gate and saw their friends there. With the help of their friends, Debao and Xiaobao were quickly taken away by their teacher. Lin Yu secretly watched for a while, then felt it was fine, and decided to go home. When she got home and saw that her younger sister hadn't gone out, Lin Yu asked, "Did you have anything special at the morning market today?" Her sister replied, "I met a few strangers at the market who asked about me. We also need to learn about others, so I just answered them casually." Thinking of her sister's great social skills, Lin Yu said, "I believe in you. Just keep talking to them." Her sister nodded and, since it was still early, went to visit her friends she talked to yesterday, planning to come back around 10 a.m. to cook. At noon, Lin Yu went to pick up the 2 little ones for lunch and a nap. She saw that the other children, who were older, led the younger ones home. But Lin Yu still didn't feel at ease about them going home alone, so she took the little friends of the children along to the big courtyard. Near the entrance, a little boy went to the neighboring courtyard. Curious, Lin Yu asked, "Isn't he from our courtyard?" Another little boy said, "Annie, he's from the Air Force courtyard. His grandfather lives in our courtyard." Lin Yu nodded and chatted with them as they walked. She learned that the boy from the Air Force courtyard was named Wu Yifei, and the boy replying was Zhao Yang. The lively girl was named Sun Yu, and the adorable girl was Li Meng. They were both 5 years old. Lin Yuyu also introduced herself and her 2 children, Huaziki and Huaziqian. Soon, everyone went back to their own homes. Lin Yuyu took the 2 babies home and smelled the delicious aroma of food. The little ones' stomachs were growling. She told them to wash their hands themselves. The bathroom had a small stool. In the kitchen, Lin Yuyu added some meat and vegetables and saw that her younger sister had already prepared the meal. There were scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded potatoes, radish soup, and steamed rice. She brought out a big plate of sweet and sour pork ribs, and together they carried the lunch outside. The babies had already climbed into their high chairs, ready to eat. They each had a small bowl of rice and 5 small ribs. The shredded potatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes were served in small plates and placed in front of them. They started eating on their own. Seeing how happily they ate, Lin Yuyu and her sister also began to enjoy their lunch. After finishing, Lin Yuyu took the 2 babies for a nap, while her sister cleaned the table and kitchen. Lying on her bed, Lin Yuyu asked the 2 babies, "Did you have fun at school today?" They answered together, "Yes, we did." She tentatively said, "Mommy will go to handle your school registration this afternoon, so you'll start school soon." The little ones nodded and quickly fell asleep. At 2 p.m., Lin Yuyu took the 2 babies to the kindergarten and then went back home. She had some basic knowledge of calligraphy. After finishing the theory, only practice remained. She also wanted to learn dance. She knew a little ballroom dance from her past life, but now she planned to systematically learn various dance styles. Her sister went out to chat, and Lin Yuyu returned home, releasing a bit of mental energy to watch the gate. She entered her space, adjusted the time with a tube, and followed a puppet teacher to learn dance. When it was almost 4 p.m., Lin Yuyu left her space and took out the household registration certificate. This household registration was arranged by Hu Yuxuan through special channels when he was selecting people in the capital, bringing her family and her sister's household registration to the city. She went to the kindergarten, found the principal, and completed the registration for the children. Haha, military family benefits, free education without cost. It was wonderful. After finishing the procedures, the children finished school too. Lin Yuyu led the 6 children back to the big courtyard. In the evening, Wu Yifei came with them back to the army hospital. It was still early when they arrived home. They played ball with the babies for a while before dinner. After dinner, they rested for a while. Auntie started teaching the children, while Lin Yuyu continued practicing dance in the space. At 7:30 p.m., the 4 of them went to the training ground to play with the kids' friends. Lin Yuyu watched them while exercising, and Auntie went to visit her old friends. By 8:30 p.m., everyone returned home. Lin Yuyu helped the children wash up, and the mother and children went to bed together, falling into a sweet dream. The next morning, they woke up at 6 a.m. to exercise. At 7 a.m., they went downstairs to wash and then headed to the training ground to learn how to use the equipment. This is Little Treasure's hobby. Big Treasure is fine with or without it. They arrived home at 7:30 a.m. for breakfast, which Auntie had prepared. At 7:50 a.m., they left the house. The kindergarten is just across the courtyard, and they arrived right at 7:55 a.m. Lin Yuyu went back home to continue practicing dance. Annie tidied up the table and then went to visit her old friends. She returned at 10 a.m., took out the groceries she bought, and prepared lunch. At 10:55 a.m., Lin Yuyu went to pick up the children, who finished school at 11 a.m. Back home, she added some meat dishes in the kitchen, while the children went to the bathroom to wash their hands and get ready to eat. After eating, they took a walk to digest their food, then went for a nap. In the afternoon, they were sent out at 2 p.m. and picked up again at 4:55 p.m. Life continued in this routine. Tomorrow is Sunday, a day for the elders to rest. This was the first time after returning to the capital that Grandpa and the others came over for a meal, so they needed to prepare well. Auntie would line up early on Saturday and Sunday to buy enough meat, which was always available. Besides Annie and the children, everyone else in the family had a monthly meat voucher. Each person could get about 1 to 5 jin, about 0.5 to 2.5 kilograms. They only ate meat once a week, which was not too much. The children didn't have school on Saturday. In the morning, they exercised while Lin Yuyu watched. In the middle of the morning, Lin Yuyu went to the kitchen to bring some fruit platters for them. After eating, she continued practicing dance. At noon, Annie cooked 2 vegetarian dishes and Lin Yuyu brought out 3 meat dishes. They started eating. After a morning of physical activity, the children were very hungry. Lin Yuyu ate with them and served them some food. The kids ate 2 small bowls of rice each. Seeing they were not uncomfortable, Lin Yuyu took them for a walk around the block before letting them take a nap. By 1:30 p.m., the children woke up and ate some fruit. Each person took a large glass of juice and went to their study place. At 2 o'clock, Annie arrived on time to give them calligraphy and painting lessons. Lin Yuyu was excelling at dancing and had already mastered it completely. In the afternoon, she started learning various musical instruments and was so immersed in studying that she couldn't stop. Thinking about the upcoming visit from the elders tomorrow and that the resting area was not ready yet, Lin Yuyu went out to buy 3 double beds, mattresses, wardrobes, and desks to have them delivered. She cleaned the beds, wardrobes, and desks, then laid down a large mat made by a robot. After putting on sheets, new quilts, and pillows, and opening the windows for fresh air, everything was ready. She also prepared an afternoon tea for the babies and Andy, then started cooking lean meat porridge. While waiting for the porridge to cook, she took out 6 large buns, vinegar cabbage, and some pickled vegetables, calling the 3 kids outside to come eat. After training in the evening, just as they were about to leave, they saw Grandpa Hua. Lin Yuyu went over and said, "Grandpa, remember to come for breakfast at 7:30 tomorrow morning." She didn't go to tell him directly, but asked him to bring Grandma, Grandpa, and Mom and Dad when he came. Big Brother happily said, "Great-grandpa, you all are coming. I miss you so much." Little Brother said seriously, "I miss you so much it hurts my heart." The adults around them burst into laughter. After saying goodbye to Grandpa Hua and the others, they went home. Once they were far away, a few old men still commented, "That old Hua is really lucky." Another old man said, "We're just the younger generation coming to eat, drink, and have fun. We still have to serve them well. The younger ones don't really care if we visit their homes." When they got home, everyone told their spouses about Grandpa Hua's granddaughter inviting them to dinner. The older women felt upset after hearing this. Haha, tomorrow will be another busy day, and the big courtyard will definitely be lively. The next morning at 7:30, the family met at the training ground. Lin Yu thought there were many people at the training ground today, probably all resting. Grandpa Hua greeted others along the way, saying, "What? Why are you asking where I'm going? My granddaughter-in-law invited us to come and play for a day because she's worried we're overworking and wants to help us recover. Grandma Hua, Aunt Yang, Uncle Yang, and Grandpa Hua are all quite impressive, especially Dad Hua and Mom Hua." Lin Yuyu didn't feel shy. Instead, she found the elders very interesting. The 2 little ones each held on to their great-grandparents' hands. She was carrying Mom Hua, with Dad Hua walking behind. Seeing the happy family, others couldn't help but feel envious. Today, Aunt didn't come out with them. She was at home steaming buns. Yes, meat buns, and everyone nearby could smell the aroma. There was also a big pot of millet pumpkin porridge and various side dishes. When everyone was about to come in, Aunt quickly brought out the buns and porridge. Lin Yuyu went to get some pickled vegetables. The little kids led the adults to wash their hands and sit at the dining table, ready to eat. The elders each told Aunt, "Thank you for your hard work, Yuyu." Aunt smiled and said, "It's no trouble at all." Uncle, Aunt, Big Brother, and sister-in-law came over, and I was so happy. Usually it's just me and Yuyu at home, and it feels too quiet. Seeing them being so polite, Lin Yu quickly said, "We are all family, no need to be so formal. Look, these 2 little ones are so hungry." Big Brother received a message from Mom and immediately rubbed his stomach. Little Brother did the same. The babies are so adorable. Grandpa Hua quickly announced, "Time to eat." Eating meat buns and drinking sweet millet pumpkin porridge, the elders felt very comfortable. They usually eat at the canteen, which has little oil, and the porridge is very thin, but everyone still ate happily. In the courtyard, except for family members not working at the military district, most soldiers ate at the canteen. After the meal, Manhwa helped clean up the dishes. The little kids then showed their grandparents what they had learned. The elders looked at each other in surprise. Both little ones' knowledge was enough for primary school. Some of their knowledge even surpassed that of others, but they were too polite to ask about it. Lin Yuyu and Aunt went to the kitchen to start cooking the chestnut chicken soup for lunch, adding a 10-year-old ginseng. She had plenty of small ginseng in her space and had tried pills before, but they didn't work for them. The elders, being older, didn't dare use spiritual spring water, fearing it might be too much for them. So, they just nurtured them slowly this way. They were also making a big pork rib stew, which would be tender and very tasty, making it easy for Grandpa Hua and others to eat. Other dishes included braised pork and tomato with eggs, cabbage with cured meat, and stir-fried shredded potatoes with sausage, all very tasty. A large pot of rice was also steamed. Soon it was time to eat. Today, the neighbors around their house had a tough time, either no meat or meat that didn't smell as good as theirs. Everyone ate without talking much. After drinking a sip of chicken soup, they felt warm and comfortable. They saw the ginseng inside and were surprised, but no one said anything. Lin Yu thought people might ask about it, but everyone kept quiet, showing good manners. She silently admired how capable she was to marry into such a wonderful family. Once everyone was full and nothing was left, they cleaned up the table together. To make sure they felt comfortable, Lin Yu also boiled hawthorn water for them to drink. When most of the hawthorn water was finished, Lin Yu said, "Grandpa and Grandma, your room is on the first floor. Mom and Dad's room is upstairs. Let's all go rest for a while." The elders felt very warm inside. She thought of everything. They had originally planned to either go back for a nap or stay awake at noon. When they renovated this small house for the young couple, they didn't make 4 small rooms, fearing they might have other uses. The 2 little clever children each took their great-grandparents by the hand and led them to their respective rooms. Today, the little ones insisted on sleeping with the elders, and Lin Yu didn't stop them. She took Mr. and Mrs. Hua to their room upstairs. Then she returned to her own room to start learning a musical instrument in her space. Her aunt also went back to her room to rest and do some small crafts. The sewing machine was kept in the small room outside her aunt's house, making it easy to use. Once the elders and children woke up, washed up, and gathered in the living room, there were plates of sliced apples and pears on the coffee table, along with washed, large, sweet grapes. Her aunt also prepared milk tea, fried potato strips, and sweet potato fries, plus her homemade tomato sauce for dipping. Everyone ate, drank, and chatted to strengthen their bond. Soon it was dinner time. Dinner was made of fried noodles and shredded radish soup. Her aunt's sauce was especially fragrant. They cooked some shredded carrots, cabbage, cucumber, and soft-boiled soybeans to make a tasty dish that made everyone feel hungry. Father, who ate 5 big bowls, worried he might have trouble digesting. The others each ate 2 bowls, and the little kids also had 2 small bowls. After eating, everyone drank a glass of hawthorn water to help digestion. After clearing the table, everyone went for a walk in the big yard. When they arrived at the training ground, there were still many people. The 2 little kids went to find their friends, and Lin Yu stayed nearby to keep them company. The older adults went to show off again, and Auntie also went to find her sisters. An hour later, the family split up. The elders went back to their homes, and Lin Yu and the children returned to their small house. Today, Auntie also came back with them. Lin Yu looked at her strangely and asked, "Auntie, why did you come back so early today?" Auntie looked at Lin Yu with a meaningful smile and said, "You know, you've become quite a well-known person in the community now." Lin Yu's eyes widened as she pointed at herself, full of disbelief. How could that be? Seeing Auntie's confident look, she asked why. "I didn't do anything special," Auntie explained. "You invited your in-laws to visit today, and we made a lot of delicious food." The smell was everywhere. Lin Yu nodded and said, "Yes, I just wanted to show respect to the elders." Auntie nodded and said, "Exactly." But some of the older men and women went home, and seeing the grandchildren still living at home and not helping out made them unhappy. Lin Yu smiled and said, "It's not that serious. Hui Yuxuan doesn't come back often, so I just try to do my best to be filial." Andy sighed and said, "Who would have thought that some people in the community only know how to rely on others?" Lin Yu helplessly shrugged and said, "There's nothing I can do. I'm just doing normal filial piety, nothing special." Auntie added, "Who would have thought that a small, ordinary thing could cause such a fuss?" The two looked at each other helplessly and then went to wash up and sleep. Tonight, the others couldn't sleep, but the Hor family slept very soundly. The next morning, Grandpa Hua and the others looked very healthy and went to work. The leader even called Grandpa Hua over. Seeing Grandpa Hua's rosy face, the leader said, "It looks like your wife has taken good care of you. You're looking much better." Grandpa Hua proudly said, "We usually don't cook at home, we eat at the cafeteria. If our home had everything, my daughter-in-law would come over and cook for us." He looked at the senior leader with pride and continued, "We didn't agree at first, but in the end, they made us go out for dinner every day. We found it too troublesome. Finally, my daughter-in-law insisted that on our days off, we should go and spend the day playing with Daba and Xiaobao, and she would also help us rest." The senior leader looked at him calmly and said, "Since your daughter-in-law is so caring, I wonder if I, as an old man, can join you for a meal." Grandpa Hu quickly replied, "No, that would be too much trouble. You're scaring my daughter-in-law." The senior leader was speechless. "Why would it be trouble? Just say so, if you don't want him to go." He waved his hand to dismiss this worry. As he left, Grandpa Hua immediately looked expressionless. No one knew that he and the senior leader were very close friends, even better than Commander Zhao. But now, no one could say anything unless both of them retired. He hadn't retired yet because the water in the river was still dark and the senior leader needed him. After sending the little ones home today, Lin Yu returned to her house. She had just eaten some snacks when a little soldier at the door came to find her, saying the kindergarten asked her to go there. She and her aunt hurried to the kindergarten and saw 6 little kids standing outside the classroom. There were also other children who looked like they had been scolded, standing outside as well. It was probably a punishment for fighting. The teacher scanned the children, and the 6 kids were fine, so Lin Yu relaxed. She also felt that Daba and Xiaobao seemed quite small compared to them. Some parents had already arrived, including her aunt's old friends, her sisters. Once all the parents arrived, the teacher explained the situation fairly and clearly. Basically, the children who were beaten said that their mothers told them they didn't get to eat good food yesterday because of Lin Yu. They were upset and, unable to see Lin Yu, came to school today to bully her children. The 2 little kids had already trained in physical exercises and learned Tai Chi, so although they were small and seemed at a disadvantage, they tried to stand up for their siblings. The other 4 children couldn't just watch their brothers and sisters get hurt, so they all joined in, and it turned into a group fight. Adult bad behavior seriously affects children and also causes trouble for their kids and friends. Lin Yu was not very angry after hearing this, but she saw it as a good chance to tell everyone in the big yard that her family was not easy to bully. She decided to use this opportunity and looked at the mischievous children's parents with a pretend angry face, saying, "Parents are the best teachers for children. What you do and say at home, your children will copy outside. They are like mirrors of you." One parent angrily said, "My child has been hurt so badly." Lin Yu responded firmly, "My child is only 3 years old, and your child is at least 5. She continued, "You provoked first and then can't handle the consequences. Who's to blame? You should be ashamed." Ignoring her, she said seriously, "It's not about who is more seriously hurt. Everyone was just unlucky. My child, and these 4 children all suffered unfairly. If it doesn't stop, I will go to the military district to ask for justice." She then looked at the injured, mischievous children and said, "You didn't get any good food yesterday, but that's not my fault. It's because your parents upset the elders at home, so you didn't get to eat well. If you don't believe me, ask the other kids in your class if they ate something delicious yesterday." The children in the class, standing at the door, all said they had eaten well. In the end, the school asked the children and their parents to apologize. Lin Yu rolled her eyes and said, "I accept your apology, but I won't forgive you." After that, She told the parents of the mischievous children to put sunbeam powder on their faces, making them break out in pimples. She also gave the mischievous children some bad-smelling powder, making them smell bad for a week. She and the teacher also took 2 of the children to take a day off, and the other 4 children's parents also asked for leave for them. Back at the residential area, Lin Yuyu invited the children to come to her house for a day, and all 6 kids were very happy. But their parents didn't come, saying they had other things to do. At home, she let the children play in the entertainment room. Lin Yuyu and her aunt went to the kitchen to fry potato strips, sweet potato strips, and radish balls, and each of them was given a cup of milk powder. They also cut pears and apples, washed some grapes, and put everything on a big tray to serve the children. She kept a bit of her mental energy watching them, thinking about calling Huiyuan to complain. She remembered the names of those naughty kids and planned to have Huiyuan talk to their father. Just as she was about to leave, she saw her aunt preparing mackerel. Lin Yu thought about making some mackerel dumplings to send over. She also planned to cook a simple vegetable dish, fry some pork fat with scallions, make a seaweed and egg drop soup, and send the food to the elders in the family, while also reporting the trouble. Once her aunt finished preparing everything, Lin Yu carried a large basket, hung a cloth bag on the handlebar, and rode her bike to the military area. At the gate, she showed her ID to the guard and asked him to call Huiyuan. Huiyuan immediately came out when he received the call, missing his wife after a week apart. Lin Yu saw Huiyuan happily wave at him. Huiyuan quickly ran over and asked happily, "Wife, why are you here? Did you miss me?" Lin Yu looked at him with a sad face and said, "The kids and I miss you very much. I came today because I need to talk to you." Seeing her sad face, Huiyuan's heart beat faster with anger. Who made his wife upset? He hurriedly asked, "What happened? Did someone bully you?" Lin Yu nodded and then shook her head, saying, "No one bullied me, but someone bullied your little ones." She explained what happened, especially mentioning the names of the naughty kids. Huiyuan immediately understood her meaning and softly said, "I promise to handle it." Lin Yu handed him the basket and said, "Aunt bought some mackerel today, not much, just enough to make some dumplings. There are also some other dishes. You, Grandpa, Grandma, Grandma-in-law, and Dad can share them. There's plenty." Huiyuan understood that she was also reporting to the elders and smiled mischievously. They talked for a while longer. Lin Yu then went to deliver food to his mother and told her about the incident. She also saw a few naughty kids come to the hospital and pointed them out to his mother. Then she went to the government building to find Grandpa Yang. He was busy, so she gave the lunch to the security guard and went back to her family's courtyard. When she got home, it wasn't time for dinner yet. Lin Yu packed 4 small portions of her aunt's homemade snacks. She sent one to each of her friends' families as a sign of apology and thanks. She also told the little ones that they had dinner that evening and that she was bringing it back. After finishing his tasks, Lin Yu hummed a song as he went home, thinking to himself that after this experience, no one would dare to bully his children again. He went to the kitchen and saw that his little aunt had prepared dumplings and scallion pancakes. He took out a few fried chicken legs from his space and called the 6 children downstairs for dinner. The children could feed themselves, so Lin Yu set up a small table for them to sit around and eat on their own. He and his little aunt sat nearby, eating quietly. Watching them eat confidently, he didn't interfere much, only occasionally going over to add some vegetables or more chicken legs. It was probably the children's first time making their own choices about what to eat, so they felt excited and ate happily. Once they finished, he told them to sit downstairs and drink some hawthorn water to help digestion. He went to the entertainment room and was surprised to see all the toys had been tidied up. He laid out mattresses on the carpet, covered them with bedding, and each child had their own small bed. 6 children could lie comfortably. He called them to wash up and prepare for a nap. When they saw the small beds in the entertainment room, they all exclaimed in surprise. Soon, everyone chose their spot. 2 children sat in the middle with 2 little girls on the left of the oldest boy and 2 little boys on the right of the youngest boy. After closing the door, Lin Yu went downstairs to clear the dining table and also took a rest. His little aunt was nowhere to be seen. Huiyuan took his lunch to find the elders, exaggerating the story about the two children being bullied. He then returned to eat his own meal, arranged the afternoon training tasks for the children's teachers, and went to rest. When the afternoon wake-up call sounded, he immediately got up and went around the military camp to have friendly sparring with the fathers, uncles, and relatives of the children. He beat them so badly they had black eyes and bruises, then left feeling very happy. The beaten men looked hopeless, wondering why they had provoked this formidable figure. Grandpa Hua saw that his lunch was plentiful and remembered that the senior leader had mentioned wanting to try his daughter-in-law's cooking. He quickly disguised himself and went to find the senior leader, locking the door as soon as he entered. The senior leader was speechless and asked, "What are you doing? It's like you're a thief." Grandpa Hua rolled his eyes and said, "Isn't it because you want a daughter-in-law's cooking?" He lifted the disguised meal he was holding and placed it on the coffee table, saying, "Come over and eat." The senior leader came over and looked at the food, saying, "The meals prepared by your niece-in-law's family are very good." Grandpa Hua responded, "If the food wasn't good, my daughter-in-law wouldn't send it over." After speaking, he picked up a dumpling and started eating. After finishing one, he dipped it in the prepared sauce. Seeing him eat so eagerly, the senior leader quickly picked up a dumpling, eyes bright with excitement. It looked delicious. He asked, "What kind of filling is in this dumpling?" "It's so tasty." Grandpa Hua didn't lift his eyes and replied, "It's mackerel filling." Yo-Yo's aunt probably bought it when she went shopping. The senior leader also tried dipping his dumpling in the sauce. The spicy and sour flavors exploded in his mouth, and combined with the delicious dumpling, it was really tasty. The two old men immediately started competing to grab dumplings. After finishing, each took another piece of pork lard and scallion pancake. Biting into it, the salty and fragrant taste was irresistible. Then they had a bite of the three-delicacy dish, feeling completely satisfied. While waiting to drink the soup, the senior leader finally had time to ask his curious question. Yo-Yo doesn't have parents. Only her aunt. Grandpa Hua nodded and said, Yo-Yo's father passed away shortly after she was born. Her mother raised her alone, which was very hard. She also died when Yo-Yo was 18. Her aunt is also a person with a tough life. She was divorced in her hometown. In 1958, during the famine, she was kicked out of her family by her brother. It took her 5 years to find Yo-Yo's mother, but by then, Yo-Yo's mother had already passed away. Yo-Yo was about to have a baby, so her aunt went directly to take care of her. The senior leader listened and sighed along with him, reflecting on the difficult social environment. Grandpa Hua sighed and said, "Things are better now." The senior leader nodded. The two sat and chatted for a while, easing the atmosphere in the house. Grandpa Hua then left. In the afternoon, Grandpa Hua visited the elders of the Bear children's family at the military district, sharing experiences. The other old men blushed shyly. Grandma Hua and Grandma Yang talked with their grandmothers, while Grandpa Hua exchanged ideas with the grandfathers and granduncles. Grandma Hua's mother waited for Lin Yo-Yo to leave, then told the young nurse going to give medicine to the Bear children, "Don't hold back. Be firm." The little nurse, after hearing Lin Yu's words, felt sorry for the twins and decided to let the mischievous children experience some discipline. Now, there was no need to worry anymore. The screams of the mischievous children echoed throughout the hospital. Mother Hua returned to her office after lunch and called their grandmothers and grandmothers-in-law, teasing them about their good parenting skills. Grandpa Yang ate his lunch alone, feeling as if he had been forgotten. Over here, Lin Yu's babies woke up around 2 p.m., each drinking a cup of warm water. The little ones went to the bathroom, washed their hands, and then came to the living room. Lin Yu prepared a fruit platter for them to snack on first. Auntie was in the kitchen making mashed potatoes for the children and also prepared a simple version of snow mochi. Each child had a cup of milk powder. She brought the food to the small table in the living room. The children didn't eat right away. They waited until all their friends arrived, showing their good manners. Auntie then packed up their small blankets and mattresses. After eating, the children sat in the living room chatting for a while, then went outside to play soccer in the yard. In the evening, she thought the elders might come to visit the babies, so she placed the robot in the kitchen to help with cooking. Dinner included stir-fried bacon with cabbage and shredded potatoes, along with steamed bacon chicken and bacon duck. The main dishes were buns filled with carrot, wood ear mushrooms, and eggs, as well as eggplant and green pepper buns, served with soft, sticky millet porridge. She took out soaked corn and beans from the space, and Auntie cooked them directly. When everything was nearly ready, she called the babies to come and eat. The others were still warming up in the pot, waiting for Grandpa and the others to finish work. The children enjoyed their meal very much, but after a day away from home, they all wanted to go back. After dinner, Lin Yuyu, along with De Bao and Xiao Bao, personally took the children back home. When they arrived, it wasn't long before Hui Yuxuan and Grandpa Ho returned. Only Grandpa Yang was still missing. Where was Grandpa Yang? Seeing the house without his wife and the neighbors not around, he said he felt forgotten. The little ones called out one by one, curiously asking, "Great-grandpa, where are you?" Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "At noon, I went to deliver food to Grandpa. He was too busy, so I left it at the gate for the security guard. He probably doesn't know what's going on right now." Hui Yuxuan patted her hand and said, "It's okay, I'll go check." After saying that, he went outside. Lin Yuyu and her aunt went into the kitchen to bring out dinner. Just as they finished setting the table, Grandpa Yang came in. He first looked carefully at the two little kids. Seeing they were not hurt, he felt relieved. The kids went to play on their own, while the adults ate and talked about their day. Everyone finished happily. Grandpa Yang felt a bit sad, as if he was alone in a world of hurt. But since they were all in the army, he knew he couldn't help much, so he quickly comforted himself. Everyone enjoyed their dinner. The two types of vegetable-filled buns were very tasty. After eating, they sat in the living room to drink tea and chat. The two little kids cuddled in their parents' arms, listening to the grown-ups talk. Later, the kids went home and told their family about what happened at school that day. They thought they might get scolded for fighting at school, but surprisingly, they didn't. Curious, they asked why. The adult said, "It's mainly because you helped the right side. Also, you didn't fear the other person and bravely stood up to help your friends." The kids nodded, understanding a little about justice and friendship, and kept these ideas in their hearts. They then shared what they did, played, and ate at Lin Yuyu's house. They felt very happy and asked if they could invite other friends to visit. Their parents naturally agreed. The parents of the friends were surprised that Lin Yuyu respected the kids so much, letting them decide for themselves without interference. This made them think about their own way of raising children. Meanwhile, the kids' grandparents and parents had a lot of trouble at home. The older generation scolded the grandparents, and the grandparents scolded the parents, especially the mother's relatives, who scolded them very harshly. They all ordered the parents to take the children to apologize sincerely and ask for forgiveness. The fathers came home, scolded the kids, and then scolded their wives. They bought gifts with money and went together to apologize. But Lin Yu found them disgusting and refused to accept the gifts or forgive them. Only Hui Yuxuan stayed out of it, trying to avoid conflict. In the evening, everyone quickly learned what had happened today. They told their children not to bother the others. They couldn't afford to offend them and didn't want to get into trouble. No one in the entire military district could beat Hui Yuxuan. The elders felt it was embarrassing to lose face over him. Both children were tired, so today they didn't go back to their grandparents. Instead, they stayed here. The two kids enjoyed being in their parents' warm embrace and slept peacefully. Lin Yu felt relieved that everything was going smoothly. Hui Yuxuan thought for a moment and said, "This afternoon, some parents and mischievous kids were beaten up by an unknown person." Lin Yu looked at him and said, "It was probably Auntie. Even though she's a puppet, she cares a lot about the two little ones." Hui Yuxuan nodded understandingly and didn't say much. The two of them went to sleep. The next morning, Annie started making soy milk by grinding beans, then prepared tofu pudding. She also fried dough sticks, boiled tea eggs, and made some pickled vegetables. Everyone woke up smelling the delicious food. They had been craving this for a long time. After a satisfying breakfast and tidying up the table, the elders went to work. Hui Yuxuan and Lin Yu took the children to school. After they went inside, the young couple reluctantly parted ways. Lin Yu went back home to continue learning her musical instrument. Annie made the remaining soy milk into tofu and pressed it in a pot before going to chat with her friends. Just as she entered the space and hadn't started practicing her instrument, Ling Yuan began contacting Lin Yuyu, looking very anxious. The messenger told her and connected the call. Ling Yuan looked at Lin Yuyu and said, "Yuyu, I feel that the time for my ascension has come. The things from the cultivation world have all been given to you. I also made 100 storage rings that can only preserve items and 100 space rings with spiritual springs for you." Before Lin Yuyu could speak, he continued, "I left you a copy of the experience of creating the space rings. The materials for making them are in this jade pendant space." Seeing Lin Yuyu's reluctance, he added, "And I also made 2 top-quality spiritual veins for you. Take good care of yourself in the future." Lin Yuyu looked at him and hurriedly said, "I don't know if you'll ascend to the upper realm, or if you'll travel through time again, or be reborn somewhere else." Ling Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I think there's a higher chance that I'll travel through time." Lin Yuyu nodded and said, "See if you can combine the trading system with space integration. That way, no matter where you go, we can stay in contact." Ling Yuan hadn't thought of this before. He nodded and said, "See you if fate allows," then left. Lin Yuyu softly replied, "Wish you all the best." She asked the children to organize the items Ling Yuan gave them and used her mental energy to place the 2 top-quality spiritual veins into the cultivation area. Then she went back to practicing her instrument. Days passed peacefully. At school, no one dared to bully the 2 kids anymore. On Friday evening, when they picked up the children from school, Wu Yifei suddenly said, "Aunt Lin, I want to invite Daba and Xiaobao to play at my house on Saturday." Lin Yu smiled and said, "That's fine on my side, but you should ask Daba and Xiaobao what they think." Daba looked at his mother and said, "I want to go play. I've never been to someone else's house." Xiaobao also said, "I want to play with my friends." Lin Yuyu looked at Wu Yifei and said, "Since they want to go ahead. Have you agreed on a time?" Hearing that Lin Yuyu agreed, Wu Yifei happily said, "Yes, we agreed on 9 a.m. tomorrow. My parents will come to pick them up, and after dinner, we'll bring them back." Lin Yuyu thought about not seeing the children all day tomorrow and felt a little reluctant, as they hadn't been apart for so long before. But she also felt happy her little ones finally made good friends and she could have a free day. Wu Yifei and the children went back to the army compound. He still needed to visit a few other friends' homes to inform their parents. After they parted, Lin Yuyu and her sister returned home. Her sister had already prepared dinner. Lin Yuyu took out some dumplings from the kitchen. After everyone ate, Lin Yuyu told her sister about the children visiting tomorrow. She then started tidying up the table and kitchen. Her sister and the children went to study. Tonight, her sister didn't follow the original lesson plan. Instead, she gave the children a lesson on etiquette since they would be visiting someone else's home tomorrow. She covered basic greetings, table manners, polite words, listening skills, respecting elders, and other fundamental topics, all explained vividly and clearly to the children. They waited until the children finished their training and returned home in the evening. Lin Yuyu, her aunt, and the children are sitting in the living room, talking about visiting other people's homes tomorrow. Lin Yuyu kindly reminds them, when you go to someone else's house, greet them first. If they help you or praise you, say thank you. That's good manners. The 2 children nod to show they understand. Lin Yuyu continues, young girls who are pretty and lively can be called sister, and handsome boys can be called brother. Others, like elders at home, should be called by their titles. If you're not sure, just call sister or brother. The children reply, "Got it, Mom." Lin Yuyu then says, if you need anything like going to the bathroom or feeling thirsty, you can ask the elders for help. If no one is around, call Wu Yifei to take you. Seeing they understand, she adds, don't run around too much. Be careful when eating. After playing with your toys, tidy them up. If you feel unwell, ask the adults at Wu Yifei's house or him to take you home. Mom will be waiting for you. The children hug her after she finishes speaking, saying, "Thank you, Mom," and then hug Auntie and Grandma, saying, "Thank you, Auntie." After giving them these instructions, Lin Yu takes them to bed, and her aunt goes to rest. Early the next morning, her aunt gets up and busy in the kitchen. Today, she doesn't go to the morning market. She plans to make some simple cream cupcakes as gifts for the children to enjoy. Lin Yu gets up, washes up, and goes downstairs to the kitchen. She sees her aunt whipping cream, but doesn't disturb her. She starts preparing breakfast from the pantry, steamed buns and spicy soup for them, and milk oatmeal porridge for the children. Once the children come down, Lin Yu gives them a bath. She applies fragrant lotion, puts on overalls and a small shirt, and adds a little cardigan outside. They look soft, sweet, pretty, and adorable. After they finish eating, Lin Yu makes some sugar-coated yam beans and hawthorn as snacks. At 9 o'clock, Wu Yifei arrives on time, calling out, "Aunt Lin, Auntie Grandma, big treasure, little treasure, I'm here." Hearing Wu Yifei's call and seeing her aunt holding the children's hands, the children each carry a small box of cream cupcakes and walk out. Lin Yu looks at Wu Yifei's parents and says, "Thank you for your help today." Wu Yifei's mother was very cheerful and generous, smiling as she said, "It's nothing. When friends gather, we love to have a lively time." The adults exchanged a few words, then said goodbye to the two little kids. The children went with them to pick up other friends. Lin Yu and her aunt only returned home after they couldn't see them anymore. After finishing her music practice, Lin Yu started learning martial arts like Shaolin boxing and Wing Chun. The children and their friends arrived at Wu Yifei's house and started calling out for people. Seeing a young girl, one of the kids called her "pretty sister," which made everyone at home laugh. Wu Yifei's mother looked at the two children and smiled, saying, "This is little Fei's little aunt. You should call her auntie." The two kids blinked their big eyes, seeming to understand but not quite, and said, "Mom said to call the young girl big sister." This made Wu Yifei's little auntie very happy. She came over, hugged the two children, and said, "It's okay. We can call her pretty sister." Wu Yifei's mother watched her little sister and knew she was enchanted by the adorable children. This little auntie loved cute kids. She had heard that Wu Yifei had invited friends over to play today. She kept persuading everyone to let her help, and since no one could refuse her, they let her come. While their place was lively and bustling, Lin Yu's side was quiet, but still comfortable. At noon, she and her aunt ate snail rice noodles, durian pizza, and stinky tofu. For dessert, they had roasted durian. They didn't eat outside but in their space, because the smell was too strong and might make others suspicious that they ate something strange. In the afternoon, her aunt prepared marinated dishes for tomorrow when Grandpa Hua and others would come. There were 6 pork trotters, 6 large pork knuckles, and lots of vegetables in a big pot. She also cooked some pig intestines, 2 pig heads, tofu, radish, dried bean curd, kelp, and peanuts in another pot. In the evening, Hui Yuxuan returned. Seeing that Dabao and Xiaobao were not there, he asked, "Where are the kids?" Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "Wu Yifei invited them to visit. They left this morning and will come back after dinner." Hui Yuxuan nodded and said, "The military area isn't busy lately. I can rest tomorrow too." Lin Yu was very happy to hear that. Since they transferred here, he had been very busy every day. The 3 of them had dinner in the space, eating various fried noodles, fried rice, and grilled meat. They kept a little mental energy to watch the yard gate. After dinner, Hu Yuxuan ate durian, while Lin Yu and her aunt ate lychees. When they finished dinner and fruit, the babies hadn't come back yet. They waited until 7 p.m., and then the 2 babies happily returned home. The adults exchanged greetings for a while, and Wu Yifei went home with his parents. The 2 babies sat on the sofa, sharing their day at Wu Yifei's house. They were especially excited to see their dad, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Half an hour later, the 2 babies finished sharing their day with their dad and happily followed him to the training ground. Lin Yu and her aunt also went to play for a while, visiting Grandpa Hua's house. The elders didn't go out today, so the atmosphere was a bit dull. Seeing the 2 little ones in a good mood, they played with them for a while. When the babies got tired, her aunt took them home to sleep. Hu Yuxuan and Lin Yu also went to the study with the elders. Grandpa Hua said, "Old Yi has stepped down. Their younger son has been sent away." Lin Yu thought about how this parallel world didn't allow her to change much, and she felt helpless. She sighed inwardly. Grandpa Hua continued, "It's because they officially cut ties. Old Yi stepped down to protect the rest of the family." Everyone was very sad, but there was nothing they could do. The worst thing was when the younger generation in the family caused trouble, affecting the whole family. Grandpa was said seriously, "We need to be more careful. We're not afraid of trouble, but we shouldn't cause any either." Everyone nodded in understanding. Lin Yuyu then invited the elders to come for dinner tomorrow, and she went back with Hu Yuxuan. Back home, they didn't pick up the two babies. They went straight to wash up and go to their rooms. A wonderful night passed. The next day, Hu Yuxuan woke up full of energy. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw the little ones preparing to go upstairs. They hugged him, and together they washed up, exercised, and then went to the training ground. After they left, Lin Yuyu also got up. She didn't go to exercise today, but stayed home to cook. She made century egg and lean pork congee, sesame seed pancakes, 5-spice pancakes, and some tasty small pickles. My aunt also came to help and used the robot to do some tasks in the space. When the elders arrived at the gate, she took the food out from the space. Everyone was very happy with the meal. The baked flatbread was crispy outside and soft inside, and the century egg and lean pork porridge was salty and tasty. After eating, the children and elders played together. Lin Yuyu and Hui Yuxuan prepared side dishes for lunch. For lunch, they had pork rib and winter melon soup, and Lin Yuyu added a 10-year-old ginseng root to it. Other dishes included chicken stewed with mushrooms, for braised pig trotters from yesterday, and 3 pork hocks. They also brought out some vegetarian dishes and peanuts to heat up together. They cooked some more dishes: stir-fried cabbage with braised pork intestines, shredded potatoes with pork belly, minced meat with vermicelli, fish-flavored shredded pork, scallion braised sea cucumber, and mapo tofu. Finally, they steamed a big pot of rice, enough for the whole family. The two of them finished preparing everything, brought out a fruit platter and small cream cakes, and sat down to chat with everyone. By around 10:30, the young couple went back to the kitchen to prepare more food, and dinner was served promptly at 11:30. Seeing the rich and fragrant dishes, everyone was very hungry. The elders drank a bowl of pork rib soup, feeling warm and comforted, knowing that Lin Yuyu specially made it to boost their health. The braised meat was always delicious, and the braised peanuts were very flavorful, soft and tender. The male elders ate the most, enjoying peanuts and a little wine, and sighed happily about how good life is now. When everyone had eaten enough, a jar of hawthorn water was brought out to help with digestion. After a rest, Lin Yuyu brought out candied hawthorn and yam beans. They also had various flavored sunflower seeds, milk tea, and braised chicken wings, duck wings, and duck heads for afternoon tea, eating, drinking, and chatting happily. In the evening, they cooked snow fungus and lotus seed porridge, zucchini and shrimp shell stuffed eggs, and pork lard scallion pancakes. They picked the remaining pork hock from noon, shredded the meat into small strips, and made wraps, which had a special flavor. They also stir-fried garlic spinach, vegetarian 3 shreds, eggplant with green beans, cucumber with eggs, and braised pork. The zucchini and shrimp shell stuffed eggs were especially delicious with each bite. Dinner made everyone full again, and hawthorn water was served once more. After eating, everyone went to the training ground for a walk to aid digestion. Soon after, they each went back to wash up and sleep. Hui Yuxuan had breakfast the next day, and after sending the children to school with Lin Yuyu, he returned to the army. Lin Yuyu thought that he probably wouldn't be back for another week, so she went to the family courtyard to translate books. This time, she brought back 3 books. With some free time, she used her special abilities to finish translating them all at once. In the next 3 months, she wouldn't need to translate anything. During this period, her aunt took various certificates to deliver the translated books and collect the translation fees, as well as pick up new books that needed translating. Life went on steadily, and soon it was the end of November. Everyone started wearing light cotton jackets. One day, the children came home and said to their mother, "Big brothers and sisters will start elementary school next year." "Mom, what is elementary school? Can't I and my little brother go too?" Lin Yu didn't expect the children to start school so early. She looked down at the 2 confused little ones and hugged them. She said, "Elementary school is a more advanced school than kindergarten. The children only need to pass an exam to go there." The 2 children understood what their mother said. As long as they passed the exam, they could play with their older brothers and sisters. They frowned and thought hard about how to pass the exam. Lin Yu saw that the children really wanted to pass the exam, so she asked her aunt to watch over them. She carried her basket and went to the local library. She bought 3 sets of textbooks from elementary to high school, along with their practice exercises. The books were very heavy. Luckily, she had her special abilities, or she would have been exhausted. Back home, Lin Yu went upstairs and placed the books on the children's study shelf. Then she came downstairs and saw the little ones still deep in thought. She asked, "Do you really want to pass the elementary school exam?" The children nodded eagerly and said softly, "Yes." Lin Yu looked serious and said, "If you want to pass the exam, study hard with Andy and Grandma." The children looked puzzled and asked, "Studying with Andy and Grandma can help us pass?" Lin Yu and her aunt nodded seriously, giving them a confident answer. The little ones were happy and obediently went for a nap. After tucking them in, Lin Yu went downstairs to discuss with her aunt. Since the children wanted to go to elementary school, they needed to get familiar with the material early. Her aunt reviewed all the elementary school textbooks and found that the children had already learned many of the things in them. With the current skills of the little ones, they can pass the exam. The Saturday morning teaching plan will be changed to studying textbook knowledge, while everything else remains the same. In the afternoon, they will send the children to school. Lin Yu will continue to study other martial arts courses in the space using the external device. The aunt will go to chat with her old friends. Time passes quickly. Before long, the children will have winter vacation, and the new year is approaching. This year, the aunt has gradually bought all the New Year goods. Lin Yu has added some meat to the supplies. The whole family will have enough for the new year. On this day, Hu Yuxuan has a day off. The children are also on holiday at home. Lin Yu plans to go shopping at the department store. Everyone wears scarves, hats, and gloves. Hu Yuxuan's gloves are a must. They park the car near the department store and walk there together. Inside, it's quite crowded. Passing by the candy section, the 2 children look at the colorful candies with curiosity. Seeing how eager they are, Lin Yu buys each of them a small bag of candy. The children happily keep saying "Love you, Mom," and Hu Yuxuan feels a bit jealous, which makes Lin Yu laugh happily. They then go to the clothing section and buy 2 sets of red new clothes for the children to wear during the new year, making everyone look festive. They also buy each of the 4 men in the family a sweater and a woman a wool coat. The 3 of them choose their clothes on the spot, while the others rely on their choices. Their generous shopping attracts some attention, but they don't mind. Next, they go to the stationery section and buy paper, pens, and beautiful stationery boxes for the children. Lin Yu also buys some ink for herself. After wandering around, the 3 adults and 2 children get hungry, so they put the clothes in the nearby car and go to a state-owned roast duck restaurant for dinner. The children try roast duck for the first time and are amazed by its flavor, eating until they are full. They rub their stomachs and pack 2 more ducks to take to Grandpa Hua and others. They put the roast ducks back in the car and then visit the friendship store. They buy some chocolates for the children to try, but don't buy much else. On the way back from the friendship store, they see a small shop selling candied hawthorn and roasted chestnuts. Lin Yu buys some again and then they drive home. The children are very happy today. When they get home, Hu Yuxuan goes to deliver the roast ducks to the elders. The head of the family hadn't returned from work yet, so he was simply left at Grandpa Hua's house with a note, and he went back to his own home. Lin Yu was preparing New Year gifts for Hu Yuxuan. They had returned to the capital city, and some close relatives still needed to be visited. About 7 or 8 families were on her list. Lin Yu prepared big geese, fish, and 2 bottles of special meat sauce made by her aunt. They also made their own marinated snacks for each family, along with tea leaves and good wine. While waiting for Hu Yuxuan to come back and see the gifts she prepared, he was touched by the generous presents. Sometimes, silence speaks louder than words. After dinner, Hu Yuxuan visited Grandpa again to tell him about the gifts. Grandpa Hu once again praised that they had married a good wife. The gifts were neither too heavy nor too light. They showed respect and also the filial piety of the younger generation, which was very nice. A few days before the new year, after returning from Grandpa's house, Hu Hu Yuxuan took the gifts to visit familiar elders. He even secretly visited a high-ranking leader's home. He didn't tell his grandfather, just admired the leader quietly, since no one saw him. After Hu Yuxuan left, everyone was talking about how lucky he was to marry a good wife. It was clear that he didn't prepare these gifts himself. He was very busy, so his wife must have done it. The next morning, all the families coincidentally ate meat sauce noodles. Everyone was deeply attracted by the delicious smell. Grandpa Hua was called again by the high-ranking leader. When he went, he thought, "The leader has been calling me quite often lately." The leader, feeling a bit awkward, asked, "Any unusual activity?" Grandpa Hua replied casually, "No, just wanted to see you." He relaxed and said, "You've been calling me quite often lately, making me worry about any unusual activity." The leader smiled politely, hiding his embarrassment, and said awkwardly, "It's because Xiao Xian gave me New Year gifts yesterday." Grandpa Hua was puzzled. "He doesn't know our relationship, so why did he give you gifts?" The leader thought for a moment and proudly said, "Maybe he's been won over by my charm." Grandpa Hua looked at him skeptically, as if to say, "Are you serious?" and carefully examined him. The leader was amused and said, "That meat sauce is pretty good. I was so full I couldn't eat more this morning." Grandpa H rolled his eyes at him and said that calling him over was partly to show off and partly to get a little more. Grandpa H replied, "Got it," and then left. Tomorrow is a day off, so now he's thinking about how to talk to Aunt Yo-Yo about this. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone was sitting in the living room chatting when Grandpa H asked Hu Yuxuan, "Did you secretly give a New Year gift to the big boss?" Hu Yuxuan didn't want to hide it and honestly said, "Yes. First, I admire the big boss and see him as a respectful elder. Second, he is my direct boss, and since New Year's is coming, I thought I'd visit." Grandpa H nodded and said, "He likes the meat sauce you guys gave." Yo-Yo was surprised. She couldn't believe the big boss would want something tasty. Hu Yuxuan looked at his aunt and said, "That must have been hard for you, Aunt." Aunt Yo-Yo smiled and said, "It's nothing. Just some meat sauce. Very simple. We're having it for lunch today, so everyone can try the meat sauce the big boss likes." By noon, Aunt Yo-Yo went to the kitchen and Yo-Yo followed to help, secretly taking out a lot of sliced meat. Aunt Yo-Yo made 2 big pots of meat sauce. Meanwhile, Hu Yuxuan was rolling noodles at the dining table. When the meat sauce was ready, their side had already prepared the noodles and vegetables. They cooked the noodles, added the vegetables, and served the meat sauce. The smell was very tempting. Everyone mixed their noodles with the sauce and started eating eagerly. The 2 kids each ate 2 small bowls, then had a bowl of shrimp-flavored noodle soup, so comfortable. Grandpa H rubbed his stomach and said, "No wonder the big boss said it was delicious." Everyone was thinking the same. Once the meat sauce cooled, Yo-Yo put it into jars. She filled 5 jars, and the rest was for Grandpa H and others to take home as extra snacks. Hu Yuxuan took the sauce out at night to deliver to the big boss. When the big boss saw him coming again, he was very happy. They didn't chat much. After giving the things, Hu Yuxuan quickly left, worried about being seen. The next day, everyone went back to work. Aunt Yo-Yo and Yo-Yo started preparing New Year's goods. During these days, every household was filled with a festive aroma. On the 28th day of the lunar month, Yo-Yo and Aunt Yo-Yo steamed many buns, steamed bread and red bean buns, placing them in a jar in the yard to eat during the new year. On the 29th day, they fried various foods, meatballs, vegetarian balls, fried chicken legs and wings, fried fish, and fried pancakes. There are also some small snacks, all fried and ready. On New Year's Eve morning, everyone cleaned the house together. Grandpa Hua and the others stayed with them during these days of the holiday. The whole family was very lively. The 2 little kids and their friends exchanged snacks and played wildly these days. After the lively New Year celebration, it was soon time for the little kid's 4th birthday, on March 20th, 1969. On that day, Lin Yuyu and Hu Yuxuan personally invited and picked up their friends to come and play together. The children were very excited. There was a lot of delicious food and it was unlimited. They decided what to play all by themselves. Lin Yuyu didn't interfere, only providing what they needed. The kids felt fully understood and respected by Lin Yuyu, and their emotional needs were fully met. Finally, everyone ate a fruitcake, and the kids' birthday celebration was over. That evening, they sent their good friends home one by one. After returning home, everyone gave gifts to the two children, then went to bed. The next day, everyone went back to work. Lin Yu had finished learning martial arts and combat sports. Now, every day, she waits for the kids to go to school. Then she enters her space to learn ancient court etiquette and history from her puppet. She dislikes the Qing dynasty the most because women had very low status and life was very hard. At first, she thought the official history made the fourth master seem good, but after watching the TV dramas, she felt he was either mentally absent or had his brains kicked out by a donkey. She feels that every woman in the dramas is innocent, but also pitiful. She sighs that modern society is happier. She enjoys studying in her space. The two kids at school are also very outstanding. Their family has no weaknesses. Hui Yuxuan was also trained very strictly in the military. Recently, there was a border conflict. He didn't participate, but their physical training team went and achieved great results. Most of the people chosen for this physical training have already learned the moves. When they returned from the battlefield, they felt that in a short time, someone would break through to a higher level, making things easier for him then. He also reported to the senior leaders about his idea to form a modern special forces team. The senior leader was very supportive and the tools and equipment he needed were being secretly prepared. Overall, another smooth year passed. Auntie in the yard had everything organized and was ready to plant some seasonal vegetables. In June, the two little ones successfully took their primary school entrance exams and became the youngest students in their grade. During the summer holiday, they spent all their time with Auntie learning elementary school subjects, including English, German, French, Russian, and other knowledge. On weekends, they had their days off. Everyone would go out for a walk or have a picnic. The children spent each day happily and meaningfully. Soon, the autumn wind arrived, and it was time for Huiziki and Huiziqian to start elementary school. The two kids felt they had become more mature now that they were in primary school. They were called by their full names instead of nicknames. Today, Hui Yuxuan took a day off to accompany them to school. The children adapted well to school and were very happy. They were the youngest in their class, and everyone was very kind to them. Lin Yu felt relieved. Since starting elementary school, the children needed to eat in the cafeteria at noon. Parents would drop them off in the morning and pick them up in the evening, so Lin Yu was finally free. She had finished her studies of ancient court etiquette. Now, every day, she either learned palace intrigue and acting skills or went for walks in the distant mountains using her dragon steps. She collected small animals, transplanted some wild fruit trees and common, tasty wild vegetables into her space, and was always very happy. One day, while wandering in the mountains, she overheard a few words in a strange language. She hid and followed them to a large mountain cave. Using her mental power, she scanned inside and saw many people patrolling, some experimental equipment, probably a laboratory. She marked the location and went to the military district entrance to find Hui Yuxuan. While waiting, she paced anxiously. When she saw Hui Yuxuan, she immediately went over and told him about what she saw in the mountains. Hui Yuxuan took Lin Yu to meet his official superior, explained the situation, and Lin Yu was sent back to her family compound. He also asked Tongzi to follow Hui Yuxuan and provide various powders to the people in the cave if needed. Hui Yuxuan received orders to lead a small team to investigate, while others waited on standby. After Lin Yu returned to the family compound, she continued to study and improve her skills in her space. She saw that her point had unlocked the space to pick up the two children from school and bring them home. As soon as she entered, she heard her little aunt whispering, "Something happened on the mountain this afternoon." There were gunshots. Lin Yu thought that shouldn't be the case. She had asked Tongzi to watch over everything. She called out to Tongzi and asked, "What's going on?" Tongzi replied, "I gave sleeping medicine to the people in the cave, but I didn't expect there were patrols outside." When they met the patrols, a gunfight broke out. Luckily, no one was hurt on our side. After hearing this, Lin Yu felt relieved and happily went to the kitchen to prepare some meat and vegetables. She then brought out the dinner her little aunt had made, and the four of them enjoyed a good meal. After dinner, the little kids went with their aunt to class, while Lin Yu tidied up the table and kitchen. A week later, Hui Yuxuan returned. Curious, Lin Yu asked, "Are you free now?" Hui Yuxuan didn't answer but happily handed her a certificate. Lin Yu took it. Seeing that the certificate praised her for discovering the enemy's laboratory, Lin Yu blinked at Hui Yuxuan, waiting for him to speak. Hui Yuxuan was so charmed by his wife's adorable look that he patted her head and said, "This is a base of the enemy's laboratory. They are conducting experiments on nearby villagers. Someone is covering for them, and they hide deep in the mountains so they haven't been caught." Lin Yu listened and was angry. Who's so unkind to cover for them? Hui Yuxuan patted her back to comfort her and said with anger, "It's the troublemakers from the nearby village. They've been bought." Thinking about the fainted person in the cave, he asked, "Honey, did Tongzi help us with this?" Hearing this, Tongzi in the space was very proud. Lin Yu couldn't see it, but she would have rolled her eyes. She nodded and replied, "There were so many of them. To avoid unnecessary injuries, I asked Tongzi to watch and help." Hui Yuxuan sighed again, feeling grateful. Having such a wife, what more could I ask for? They spent some quality time together in the space. After dinner, Hui Yuxuan hurriedly left again. This period felt like it sped up, and soon it was 1970. The children had already started their winter break. They started their routine of going to class with Annie Grandma from Monday to Friday and playing on weekends. Lin Yu had finished studying palace intrigue and acting and was now learning economics to prepare for future reforms. Soon it was the new year. Everyone celebrated together, feeling happy and joyful. The whole family compound was filled with warmth and happiness. The little ones had already started school for some time, and their 5th birthdays had passed. Lin Yu watched the children grow up gradually. Although she felt proud that her children were growing, she didn't feel old herself. She still felt like the 18-year-old girl she once was. The big courtyard held a thorough cleaning event. Every household was supposed to have someone clean the front of their home. Only her and her younger aunt were at home, so she was the one who went. Originally, her young daughter-in-law was jealous of her and secretly talked behind her back. But when she saw Lin Yu sweeping vigorously with a big broom, she didn't dare to complain anymore, afraid the broom might hit her. Once the courtyard was cleaned, everyone started to go home and clean their own places. Her younger aunt had finished cleaning, and most other families had also been cleaned by the elders, except for a few very well-off households. Lin Yu believed in the principle of minding her own business and only helped behind the scenes when she couldn't stand it anymore. That's why she was seen as aloof and distant among the younger generation. Her younger aunt had a very good reputation, but she managed that herself. Not long after, May Day arrived. The little ones brought small pots of green plants to school. Lin Yu had prepared tiny flower pots for them, which they found just right. The pots were filled with colorful small chrysanthemums, looking very beautiful. The two children became popular at school because of their flowers and received many compliments, making them very happy. In the blink of an eye, the children had finished their first year of elementary school, and the date was July 4th, 1970. Seeing that Huaziki and Huaziqian were not shorter than Wu Yifei and the others, Lin Yu didn't worry about their training anymore. During the summer vacation of 1st grade, they decided their own training schedule. Every morning and evening, the siblings went to exercise by themselves. One day, after their usual hour of physical training, they went to the training ground for practice. First, they ran 1,000 meters, then did some stretching exercises to get familiar with the equipment and their friends. After that, they planned to play a little longer before heading home. When the brother and sister and their friends were about to leave, a group of children arrived. They walked up to the siblings and asked, "Are you Huziki and Hu Yuxuan?" Everyone had heard of them. They were the most impressive among their group. The siblings didn't want to pay attention to them, but the children wouldn't let them go. Huziki impatiently said, "What's the matter? Say what you want." One of the children said, "This is our leader, Li Zihao. From now on, he's also your leader. You should call him boss." Huziki almost laughed out loud. "Who's this big fool? Doesn't he know this is a military area?" He scoffed. "Where are you from? Go back to where you came from and stop embarrassing yourselves here." The leader of the children felt embarrassed after Huziki humiliated him in front of his followers. He angrily shouted, "If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one." Huziki shrugged and said, "What's the point of fighting you? There's no benefit, so I won't fight you." The leader of the children took the bait and said, "Fine, then tell me what it takes for you to fight me." Huziki saw he was hooked and smiled disdainfully, saying, "You have to apologize to my sister and disband your little group." The leader's followers were upset. They were used to bossing others around in their previous military district. Without their leader, what would they do? The leader didn't even look at his followers and simply said, "No problem." They went to an open space, ready to fight. Sun Yu and Li Meng had already gone to find Lin Yuyu. While waiting for Lin Yuyu and her friends to arrive, they saw the two already fighting. Since neither was hurt, Lin Yuyu didn't interfere and just watched from the side. Huziki and her sister both practiced body techniques, almost reaching the 6th level. Lin Yuyu also taught them Tai Chi and military boxing. She wasn't worried about them getting hurt, only about them accidentally hurting others. Now, they were fighting evenly with military boxing, showing they knew how to control their strength. However, the leader of the children was clearly getting tired. Huziki and the others still looked fine, proving that practicing body techniques and taking pills was effective. In the end, the leader of the children was exhausted, and Huziki won the match. He kept his promise and immediately apologized to Huziki. He also drove away the younger brothers and sisters, then agreed with Huijiqian on a time for their next challenge before leaving. At this moment, Lin Yuyu came from behind, grabbed Huijiqian's ear, and took him home. The other friends pretended not to see anything. Aunt Lin is usually kind and gentle, but when something serious happens, she is not usual. They should hurry home to find their mother. Back at home, Lin Yuyu looked at Huijiqian and asked, "Do you understand your mistake?" Huijiqian looked at his mother and said, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have fought so many rounds with him. I should have solved it quickly." Seeing that little Bao didn't understand, Lin Yuyu said directly, "You protected your sister, and you did very well. Mom wants to praise you, but you don't know much about the other person, and you challenged him alone. What if something went wrong? What would happen to your sister, mom, dad, and the elders at home?" Huijiqian saw his mother was sad, and he hugged her and said, "Mom, I was wrong. If I meet someone I can't beat in the future, I will come home and find you."
"I've thought about it."
"They can't beat me." Lin Yuyu gently patted his head, hugged the two little ones, and thought about teaching them both the Tai Chi and the Yulong Steps mental techniques. She asked her sister-in-law to take a day off to help them. Lin Yuyu looked at the two children and said, "Mom will teach you 2 mental techniques. I don't know if you can succeed." Debao asked curiously, "Will Dad be able to do it?" Lin Yuyu smiled and said, "Dad tried but didn't learn it. If you learn it, you'll be better than Dad." Hearing that they could be better than Dad, the children eagerly wanted to learn. Lin Yuyu warned them, "You can't tell anyone that you know these techniques." The two kids nodded seriously. Lin Yuyu then started teaching them how to memorize the techniques. They remembered everything after just one read. Next, she taught them how to practice the techniques. The two children began practicing. Lin Yuyu found that they could only practice the Tai Chi technique, but not the Yulong steps. She thought that Huiyuxuan couldn't practice any of the techniques, so it was good that the children could practice at least one. It seems they can accept some of her teachings, which are better than their dad's. This summer, her sister-in-law helped extend their knowledge a bit more. Now that they are in elementary school, they are ready. Their calligraphy, painting, English, German, Russian, and French classes all continued without pause, and they kept learning. Seeing how hard they worked, I thought about stopping some of their classes, but the two little ones didn't want to. The busy summer was about to end, and soon they would start their carefree second-grade life. That day, Lin Yuyu felt that everything outside was messy, but she was too sleepy to open her eyes. She decided to ask her aunt about it tomorrow. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Yuyu looked at her aunt and asked, "What happened last night?" Everything was so noisy. Her aunt leaned in and whispered, "Last night, a military leader was caught. They said he was a spy, hiding very well." Lin Yuyu was shocked and asked, "He was hidden so deeply. How did they find him?" The two little ones also looked on curiously. Her aunt continued, "Didn't the country recently announce many new scientific discoveries?" The mother and daughters nodded together as the newspapers talked about these. Her aunt looked at their identical expressions and thought they were very cute. She smiled and said, "Actually, our country has more research results that haven't been announced yet. The ones we see are the ones already finished." Lin Yu nodded happily, thinking to herself, "I knew it. When they gave the country the most advanced things, why was there no news for so long? It turns out the country was being low-key. That's really good. Our country style." Lin Yu asked her aunt, "Did he go steal other results?" Her aunt nodded and said, "Yes." During a meeting, the military leader overheard someone talking, and he reported it back. They strongly demanded that he finish stealing the latest research results quickly. Lin Yu made a face and said, acting rashly in desperation, "Giving himself away?" Her aunt happily replied, "Exactly. Time was too tight, so he couldn't develop a backup plan, so he went to steal himself." Lin Yu sighed and said, "Our country's strength is rising. Traitors deserve bad endings." Her aunt agreed. The troops never suspected him before. If not for this, who knows how much the country might have lost. It's probably thanks to our ancestors' protection. Lin Yu also agreed. Many things can't be explained by science. She is a person who believes in metaphysics. There's a saying that the end of science is the beginning of metaphysics. My little aunt went to continue teaching the children, while Lin Yu entered her space to study her own things. In the evening, Hui Yuxuan returned home. The family had a reunion dinner together. The two children politely went to bed with their aunt. A little separation makes the heart grow fonder. After the excitement, Hui Yuxuan looked at his beautiful wife and said, "I got a promotion. Now I am a lieutenant colonel." Yes, Hui Yuxuan's rank was already one level higher than others in the same position, and now it has increased. It's probably because of his age that he was promoted. Lin Yu looked at him and smiled, saying, "Congratulations. My husband is so amazing." Hui Yuxuan suddenly looked serious and said, "Wang Biao and his group betrayed the country and escaped to the ugly country." Lin Yu looked at him suspiciously and asked in surprise, "Didn't you catch them?" Hui Yuxuan had thought he could trick his wife, but he was annoyed and replied, "Of course we caught them. We wouldn't let them go free. I was just trying to fool you." Lin Yu rolled her eyes at him and, feeling very tired, fell asleep. Hui Yuxuan didn't say anything else and went to bed with his wife. Soon the two little ones started school. It was obvious that their minds had become more mature. After meals, they helped with house chores. They also let Lin Yu teach them how to wash their socks and clothes. Even after they finished washing, Lin Yu secretly washed their clothes again, but she didn't stop their eagerness to learn. Lin Yu and her aunt exchanged glances and smiled secretly as they washed clothes and dishes. Recently, her aunt also taught them the basic elementary school knowledge they needed to learn. Now, they mainly practiced doing exercises to reinforce their learning. This year, the neighborhood has changed noticeably more clean and tidy. The military district compound also feels livelier than before. Although some conflicts still happen, everything seems to be heading in a good direction. Her small yard's lease had expired, so she went to renew it for another 3 years with the tenant. She happened to meet Aunt Wang, chatted with her for a while, and had lunch together. Then Lin Yu returned to the military district. As soon as she entered the residential area, she heard a heated argument. "If you dare to divorce me, I will report you." A man's angry voice responded, "Go ahead, report me. You won't get anything good either. You have lost everything you once had." Then I heard the woman's furious voice, I will fight you." Next came the sound of some scuffling. After listening for a while longer, no more sounds came out, and Lin Yu returned to her own home. She happened to see Hui Yuxuan sitting at home. He cheerfully said, "Shouldn't you be training at this time?" Hui Yuxuan looked at his wife and smiled. "I came out to handle some things. I missed you so much that I came home to see you." "I didn't expect you wouldn't be here," Lin Yu replied. "I went to sign a contract in the small yard and had dinner with Aunt Wang." Seeing no one at home, she pulled Lin Yu back into the room, closed the curtains, and Lin Yu's face turned red. Waiting for Hui Yuxuan to finally let her go, it was already 3 p.m. Lin Yu was so tired her arms couldn't lift anymore. She glared fiercely at Hu Yuxuan. Thinking about what she overheard earlier, Lin Yuyu still told Hu Yuxuan not to be a spy. Hu Yuxuan had a big meal and happily returned to the military district. Lin Yuyu went into her space to take a bath, then took out a bunch of afternoon tea, enjoying snacks while bathing. So relaxing. After feeling comfortable, she left her space to pick up her brother and sister from school. While waiting for them to return, she noticed her aunt hadn't come home yet. Lin Yuyu went to the kitchen and brought out dinner from her space. Afraid the little ones would be hungry, the three of them ate first. When they finished, her aunt finally came back. Her aunt casually ate a bite and then went to teach the kids. Curious, Lin Yuyu waited in the living room. Finally, after the kids finished their lessons and went to training, she asked, "Aunt, where did you go today?" Her aunt looked mysterious and said, "Went to listen to gossip." I lost track of time. Sorry, Yuyu, I won't do it again next time. Compared to her aunt's apology, Lin Yuyu was more curious about what gossip was so interesting that her aunt forgot to come home and cook. Looking at her aunt, she asked eagerly, "What gossip?" Her aunt got excited when talking about gossip. She replied, "It's about the second house near the door on the east side." Lin Yuyu thought, "Isn't it the place she overheard earlier by the wall?" She signaled her aunt to continue. Seeing her willing to listen, her aunt kept talking. "The man in that house is a battalion commander. To outsiders, he's seen as a good husband and father." Lin Yu noticed that outsiders were gossiping and asked, "Is it really not like that in his wife's eyes?" Andy was angry and said, "Of course not. That's all his acting. He cheats on his wife and often hits her. No wonder she said she wanted to report him. She probably couldn't take it anymore." Lin Yu asked surprised, "How did you find out?" Andy also looked puzzled and said, "I don't know. He had a day off today, and suddenly the army received a notice to investigate him. In the afternoon, he called his wife and then went to see his mistress. When the young soldier found him, he was still on the mistress's bed." Lin Yu thought to herself, maybe she told Hu Yuxuan, and he immediately started investigating. You guessed right, it was indeed him who asked others to look into it. Auntie continued, "Guess what the mistress's name is?" Curious, Lin Yu asked, "What is it?" "Is it some fairy-like name?" Annie said, "It's a strange name, Tian Huizi. She's a temporary worker at a factory." Lin Yu repeated the name and suddenly remembered a novel she had read, where some spies' names were just changed surnames. She had thought at the time, people aren't fools. In those days, very few people would have names ending with Z. How could they not notice? Thinking of this, Lin Yu told Annie and then rode her bike to find Grandpa Hua. Time was tight, so she went nearby. When she arrived at Grandpa Hua's house, several elders were there. She didn't bother much, and there were no outsiders. She told Grandpa Hua about today's events and shared her guesses. Grandpa Hua, realizing how serious this was, told Lin Yu to go home first. He said he would visit the military district. While waiting, Lin Yu fell asleep, and there was no news. After half a month, just before noon, she finally received a message brought by Hu Yuxuan. The girl, Tian Huizi, was indeed a spy, working with the regiment commander to steal intelligence. They also conducted a nationwide investigation based on her name's features and found quite a few spies. Most of them were left behind when enemies retreated, waiting for them to grow up and continue serving the enemy country. Hu Yuxuan looked at Lin Yu with shining eyes and happily said, "My wife is truly my great blessing, and also the country's great blessing." Lin Yu shook her head and looked into his eyes, saying, "I'm standing on the shoulders of giants to see the world, while you all are shaping yourselves into giants to lift the future." Hu Yuxuan was filled with gratitude and happiness, grateful that his wife understood and accepted him. After this incident, time quickly moved to 1971. That day, Lin Yu finished sending the babies home and saw that her aunt wasn't there. She thought her aunt had gone to chat with her old friends. But suddenly, she turned around and saw her aunt walking in from outside. As soon as she saw Lin Yu, her aunt came over. Curious, Lin Yu asked, "Aunt, didn't you go to chat with your old friends?" Her aunt smiled and said, "We didn't talk much. We went to watch the fun instead." Lin Yu felt surprised because she didn't hear any noise when her aunt returned. She asked, What kind of fun? I didn't see anything happening in our big courtyard. Her aunt chuckled and said, It's normal you didn't hear anything on the west side. Someone in our courtyard has been sent away, Lin Yu asked curiously. Who? The people in our courtyard must have high ranks, right? Her aunt angrily replied. It's not just that. They have all lost their conscience, favoring relatives, harming others, and causing deaths. Lin Yu thought she was being framed again, but it turned out not to be the case. She asked, Did they get into trouble this time? Her aunt nodded and said, The person sent away was a deputy commander. His relatives all got jobs arranged by him. These relatives used their positions to seek unfair benefits. This time, one of them tried to force a female subordinate. When she went home and told her family, they went to the city government to complain. Lin Yu looked at her aunt and asked, She dared to resist, so why did she die? Her aunt, angry, said, That family used public opinion to pressure her, claiming she seduced him. They also bribed some people to spread rumors. She didn't want her parents to suffer lifelong gossip because of her, so she left a letter and went to the government office to commit suicide. Lin Yu thought for a moment and said to her aunt, This must have been arranged by Grandpa, right? Her aunt nodded and touched her forehead, saying, Yes, it was Uncle Yang who did it. They didn't make it public. They quietly investigated for a month. When everyone thought no one was defending her, Uncle Yang took the evidence directly to the top leaders because the case involved many people. Lin Yu proudly and happily exclaimed, Grandpa is amazing. The country needs officials like him, strategic and able to stand up for the people. Little Auntie raised both her hands and feet in approval, making Lin Yu laugh so hard her stomach hurt. A week later, Hui Yuxuan came home for dinner. Seeing everyone there, he cleared his throat and said, I have 2 good news announcements. All 4 eyes focused on him, waiting for him to speak. After teasing everyone's curiosity, he said, My dad, Hui Tianming, has been promoted. He is now a deputy commander. Everyone cheered happily, feeling proud for his father. He raised his hand to quiet everyone and continued, My mom, Yang Hui, has been promoted to the head of the hospital. Everyone cheered again for the 2 of them. Lin Yu happily said, You also got a military rank, right? Our family has 3 happy events. Let's find a day to celebrate together. After some discussion and agreeing on a date, they started eating. Soon, it was time to celebrate. Lin Yu specially made a big cake. Grandpa Hua, Grandma Hua, Grandpa Yang, and Grandma Yang came early to help. The living room was decorated festively. A long red carpet was laid at the door. Waiting for Dad Hua and Mom Hua to come in, Lin Yu and Hui Yuxuan each sprinkled some shiny confetti, and the siblings each carried a bouquet of flowers. For elders stood on the other side of the carpet, waiting for the couple. They felt the atmosphere was a bit strange. Dad Hua and Mom Hua looked a little dazed, as if they were back on their wedding day. The siblings handed the flowers to Dad and Mom, happily saying, Congratulations, Grandpa and Grandma. Wishing you happiness forever. Mom Hua took the flowers, hugged her grandchildren, and smiled. It feels like we're back on our wedding day. Everyone listened and thought, Yes, it does. They looked at each other and all burst into laughter. Everyone had a great time that day, eating happily, and the celebration was a big success. Soon, the summer vacation for the 2 children arrived. Of course, their grades were always tied for first place. This summer, they stayed at home and started learning middle school subjects with their little auntie. One day, the older brother looked at his mom and auntie and said, Auntie taught us English, German, French, and Russian. I and little brother can already speak them. Can we learn some other languages too? Lin Yu and her younger aunt exchanged glances. Lin Yu asked, Don't you feel tired? The 2 children shook their heads and said, Not tired. We remember many things after just one lesson. Lin Yu once again thanked Ling Yuan. His medicine worked very well. Her younger aunt looked at Lin Yu and said, Since the children want to learn, I will teach them. After Lin Yu nodded, her aunt told the children, We also need to learn the first 4 languages. She added, I'll also teach you Arabic and Spanish. The children happily thanked their aunt and grandmother. Little Treasure looked at Lin Yu hesitantly and said, Mom, the secret codes you taught us for practicing our minds, we combined them with Tai Chi. We've made some progress. We also mastered military boxing, and we want to learn some other fighting skills. Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, starting tomorrow, Mom, or your aunt will teach you fighting and judo. This summer vacation was very busy for the two children. They spent less time playing with other kids. Every day at the training ground, Zhao Zihao challenged Hu Ziqian. He kept losing but kept trying again and again. Meanwhile, the big yard was lively because many high school graduates had to go to the countryside. Everyone now knew what going to the countryside meant. Most didn't want to go, but they had no choice. Many families were watching closely, so they had to go. The children who went cried every day. Lin Yu also talked to her younger aunt in front of their elders about the importance of knowledge. For example, some people went to the countryside but still read books every day or got jobs after exams. Many stories about changing their fate. Most people listened and told their children to take their textbooks and go to the countryside. What she could do was limited. She could only remind them. Now, the two children felt they were grown up and wanted to sleep alone. Lin Yu had to arrange it. She built a wall in the study, dividing it into two rooms, a pink room for girls on the left and a blue room for boys on the right. The study also changed from one door to two doors. Their rooms only had beds and wardrobes. Their desks were in a special room for entertainment and study. Huaziki and Huajiqian adapted well. Now, if someone called little treasure or big treasure, they would quickly argue or ignore you. This semester they started third grade. The little kids made many new friends at school. Of course, the kids who fought sometimes also joined them, but their closest friends were still the original four. Now they all gathered together at the training ground before going to school. With so many people, it's very safe, and Lin Yu no longer needs to take them to school. She has learned similar skills as the others and has recently been reading the techniques and travel stories of the cultivation world that Ling Yuan gave her in her space. When the kids finished school, she and her aunt continue to teach them foreign languages, fighting, and judo. In the evening, they don't forget to train at the training ground. Her aunt also goes there to chat with her old friends. After everyone leaves, Lin Yu goes back to her room to read her books and have a snack. It's Sunday again, the day for the elders to rest. While having lunch and chatting, Grandpa Hua asks Dabao and Xiao Bao what they want to do when they grow up. Dabao thinks for a moment and says, I want to be a diplomat. Grandma Hua asks curiously, why do you want to be a diplomat? Dabao looks at Grandma Hua and says, I like English and debating with others. Grandpa Yang nods in admiration and says, Ziki, that's great. You have ambitions. Hearing the praise, Ziki feels very proud. Grandma Yang also says, in the future, I can take you to see the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They argue with foreigners very confidently. The elders are all thinking about how they can help Da Bao achieve her dream. Xiao Bao, after listening to his sister, clears his throat and brings everyone's attention back. He looks at everyone and says, I want to join the army like Dad and protect our country. Grandpa Hua looks at his determined great-grandson and feels very proud, but he asks again, this job is very dangerous. Are you sure? Xiao Bao stands straight and says firmly, I am sure. The elders exchange glances and sigh, realizing they have successors. Time quickly passes, and soon it's 1972. The little kids are now 7 years old. After learning about the children's dreams, her aunt teaches them about the history of their ethnic group, which has a 1,000-year-old tradition of planting flowers. She mainly teaches them important historical dates and dynastic changes, the political systems and governance ideas of each dynasty, and the cultural, philosophical, and economic developments of each era. The exchange and integration among different ethnic groups, technological achievements, literature and arts, cultural traditions and customs. Important historical events that have significantly influenced development are also incorporated into daily learning. Lin Yu attended a class with her. She saw her aunt holding a drawing book walk in. She smiled and asked, Huaziki and Huaziqian, today we will explore a very wonderful world. Do you know what world it is? The siblings shook their heads curiously, indicating they didn't know. Their aunt's pleasant voice said, this world is the long and rich history of our ethnic group. The siblings looked at their great-aunt with wide eyes. She took out an ancient scroll of the Great Wall and showed it to them. She asked, Look, does this look like a giant dragon winding over the mountain peaks? The children exclaimed, yes, because their great-aunt had told them about dragons before and showed them pictures of dragons. Their aunt continued, but this isn't a real dragon. It is the Great Wall, a great ancient building of our country. She placed the picture in front of the children for them to observe carefully. They marveled, saying, people in ancient times were so amazing. Then she vividly explained various legends from ancient times, and Lin Yu listened with great interest. She followed her aunt's storytelling, imagining the ancestors opening up the wilderness. As her aunt described the changes of dynasties and told lively stories about emperors and officials, she gained a better understanding of history. The children gradually learned about history, and their aunt encouraged them to ask questions and explore on their own. She patiently explained the knowledge and prompted them to think deeply. She also used historical texts to teach them life lessons and manners. Throughout the lesson, interesting folk customs and culture were included. When the class ended, the children and Lin Yu still felt eager to learn more and wanted her aunt to continue. Lin Yu decided that she would listen whenever her aunt talked about history and culture. Although she had learned some before, she still wanted to hear it again. After her aunt finished explaining the ancient buildings in the capital city, Lin Yu took the siblings to see them. Some buildings were old and worn, but they still allowed people to feel the grandeur and magnificence of ancient architecture. Although this is a parallel world, apart from some differences in the names of leaders and historical figures, the names of buildings remain the same. During the summer vacation, the siblings spent their time learning new knowledge, practicing skills, and visiting ancient buildings to experience history. Their personalities were gradually developing and changing over time. Soon, summer vacation ended, and the children went back to school. Lin Yu continued reading her cultivation travel journal. One day, the two children came back and said, "Mom, our teacher asked us to come back and discuss something. She wants us to participate in a math competition." Lin Yu happily replied, "That's great. I didn't expect my daughter and son to be so talented." Feeling praised, the children blushed and shyly said, "The teacher said we need to pay some money." Lin Yu hugged them and said, "No problem. How much is it? Do I need to go to the school?" Hwaziki nodded and said, "Mom needs to go to the school to pay and register us." Lin Yu agreed quickly, saying she would go to the school with them tomorrow. After finishing the conversation, the children happily ate dinner and then went to class with their aunt. While waiting for the children to return from training, Lin Yu prepared a cup of milk powder for each of them. They begged their great-aunt for more lessons, and then happily went to sleep. Lin Yu thought to herself with some helplessness that she, a very easygoing person, had somehow raised two little champions. The next day, Lin Yu went to school with the siblings. After they went to their classroom, she went to the teacher's office to find their math and homeroom teacher. She opened the door and saw Teacher Wang at her desk, so she quickly approached him. Smiling, she said, "Hello, Teacher Wang. I am the mother of Hwaziki and Hwaziqian." Teacher Wang looked at Lin Yu and thought to himself, "Is this about the competition? Could she be here to refuse paying the registration fee?" Lin Yu happily said, "Yes, I am here to pay their registration fees." Teacher Wang relaxed and thought, "The registration fee is 2 yuan per person. The siblings together need 4 yuan. Lin Yu took out 4 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Teacher Wang, who then gave her a receipt. The two of them talked again about the sibling studies and their performance at school. The result was that her child is excellent in every way. Lin Yu happily went home, and her aunt also had time to visit her old friends and chat. Soon, the little kids went with their teacher to participate in a competition, which only took 1 day. After a month, the siblings returned with certificates, surprisingly winning first place in the National Elementary School Math Contest. They were truly outstanding. They prepared a big meal to celebrate the siblings' success, and they were very happy with this unexpected joy. That day, when Lin Yu went out for a walk and came back, she saw a truck arriving. She thought someone was moving in. Sure enough, when her aunt returned, she said, "A new logistics officer has arrived at our military area. The previous one retired." Lin Yu nodded casually, not thinking much about it. Later, After waking up from her afternoon nap and washing up, she heard someone knocking on her gate. When she went outside, she saw Su Yao. She quickly welcomed her in, and two little kids followed behind. Seeing the two adorable children, she said, "Your kids are really wonderful." Su Yao smiled and said, "These two little ones are quite lively." Then she pulled the children to call her Annie. The kids obediently called out, "Auntie," and their sweet voices sounded very pleasant. Lin Yuyu sighed happily, patted their heads, and invited them to sit on the sofa. She went to the kitchen to get some food for them, bringing out milk tea, prepared milk powder, sunflower seeds, pine nuts, hazelnuts, and some small cookies. She placed everything on the coffee table for the three women to share. Watching the children eat, Lin Yuyu then asked Su Yao, "Are you here visiting family?" Su Yao shook her head happily and said, "We've been transferred back." Thinking about the truck she saw today, Lin Yu asked, "Is the new logistics officer Lindsay?" Su Yao smiled and said, "Yes, my husband Lindsay was transferred to logistics, and I was assigned to the military hospital." Lin Yu was happy and said, "That's great. You're finally back. We can get together more often now." Su Yao thought about it and nodded. They had finally returned. Reflecting on the hardships they endured over the years, she felt it was all worth it to be back. Seeing only Lin Yuyu at home, Su Yao asked curiously, "Where are your children?" Lin Yuyu thought about her talented children and happily said, "They went to school." Su Yao thought about her own two children and asked, "Are they in first grade?" Lin Yuyu waved her hand and said, "They are in fourth grade now." Su Yao was surprised. The children from Xianji's family are really impressive. Seeing Su Yao's amazed expression, Lin Yuyu told her stories about the two little ones. Su Yao looked at her eldest son, who just started first grade, and her younger daughter, still in preschool, and sighed. She felt she couldn't compare. Lin Yuyu immediately knew what she was thinking and quickly changed the subject, asking about their lives over the years. While they were chatting happily, her younger sister returned. Lin Yuyu introduced them to each other. Su Yao sat for a while longer, but then had to leave because they needed to go back to old Master Lin's house for dinner. Lin Yu thought there would be many more chances for them to meet in the future, so she didn't insist on keeping them. After seeing them off, Lin Yuyu continued reading leisure travel stories. Her younger sister went to prepare dinner. In the blink of an eye, a year was about to pass. Lin Yuyu felt that the atmosphere was no longer so tense. She learned from the newspaper that the relationship between our country and the United States had thawed, and diplomatic relations with Red country had normalized. Everything was moving in a good direction. It was 1973. This year, during the Spring Festival, Granny Yang took the little ones to visit her close friend at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It was probably to explore future opportunities for Debao. Debao and Granny Yang's old friend got along very well. After a year of studying, including the history of the flowering nation, they had learned quite a lot. Her younger sister added dance classes for them so they could relax and have fun. The little ones, who had trained their bodies to the extreme, now only needed to practice their physical exercises once a day, and learning dance was even easier. Time flew by quickly. The two little ones' 8th birthday arrived. This time, they invited Su Yao and Lin Zai's family to celebrate with them. Everyone hadn't seen each other in a long time, so they talked a lot and felt very happy. That day, the brother and sister came home from school and said that during Qingming Festival, the school organized students from 4th and 5th grades to visit the Martyrs' Cemetery. Lin Yuyu knew that the children understood history, but they hadn't experienced it firsthand, so she wondered if they could truly empathize. They even took them to Grandpa Hua so that veteran revolutionaries could give them a lesson. Grandpa Hua is an old soldier who has participated in many missions. He has many scars, which are his medals. They looked at the scars on great-grandpa and great-grandma and listened to their stories. After returning, the brother and sister thought deeply for a long time. Lin Yu didn't disturb them and let them think and digest on their own. After a long while, the brother and sister found Lin Yu and said to her, "Mom, can you hug us?" Of course, Lin Yu could. She hugged the brother and sister and patted their backs, just like when they were little. Then they heard the sister ask, "Are frozen potatoes tasty? Are roots and bark tasty?" Hearing their words, Lin Yuyu remembered that they had just bought a refrigerator a few days ago. She replied, "Mom has frozen cooked potatoes. Yesterday, she picked bark and roots from the mountain. Do you want to eat?" Both children said yes. Their aunt heard and brought everything over. This was something Lin Yuyu had prepared when she took them to Grandpa Hua, just in case they needed it. The two held the frozen potatoes, and their hands hurt from the cold. Lin Yuyu wrapped the potatoes in a towel. They couldn't bite through, and their small teeth almost fell out. They also tried the bark, which was very bitter, and made them grimace. The roots had a strong earthy smell, but were a bit better than the bark. The brother and sister frowned and continued to snuggle in Lin Yuyu's arms, saying, "Mom, we are so happy. Great-grandpa and the others had such a hard time. Could there be no war?" Lin Yuyu thought for a moment and said, "You've learned history. You should know that if you are backward, you will be beaten. If you don't resist, other countries will take what's ours." So, Great-grandpa and the others fought back and drove away the invaders. Many elders sacrificed their lives in the war to protect the people and the country. But we must not forget their efforts. We should remember the past and work hard for our own future. The two little kids nodded as if they understood, but also looked a little lost, worried about overeducating them. Lin Yu continued to encourage them. "I believe my daughter will be the best diplomat, fighting for more rights for our country and never giving up our territory, sovereignty, or interests." Huaziki's eyes lit up. She didn't expect her mom to trust her so much. She looked at her mom and said, "I will definitely do it." Lin Yu gently touched her daughter's hair and then looked at her son, continuing, "I believe my son will become a more powerful general than your father. With you, our country will be invincible." Huaziqian was so excited he saluted and said, "I promise to complete the mission." Lin Yu looked at her two well-behaved and talented children and felt extremely happy. Seeing the motivated brother and sister, her aunt also explained various customs, cultures, political systems, and taboos from different countries to help them have a smoother future. That night, the children couldn't sleep for a long time, their hearts full of excitement. Soon it was Qingming Festival. The siblings went to visit the graves with their school, and the sister was chosen as a student representative to give a speech. After the leader finished speaking, the sister went on stage confidently and started her speech. She shared her observations and asked, "I want to ask the older brothers and sisters here, have you ever eaten frozen, hard potatoes?" The children looked confused, as they had never seen such potatoes. Huaziki continued, "Our revolutionary ancestors did. Frozen potatoes are so hard that they hurt your hands when you try to hold them. I also tried and my teeth almost broke. I couldn't bite them at all." She then asked, "Have you ever eaten tree bark or grass roots?" The children asked back, "Can we eat those?" "Aren't they inedible?" Huaziki replied, "Our revolutionary ancestors did. I tried them too. Tree bark is very bitter and makes your mouth pucker. Grass roots taste very earthy, but they're a little better than bark." She continued, "Do you know if your great-grandfather, great-grandmother, great-great-grandmother, great-great-grandfather, grandfather, grandmother, or parents have any scars?" The children said, "We don't know." Huaziki explained, "These revolutionary ancestors have many scars of different sizes. I've seen the scars on my great-grandfather and others, but they told me they are their medals of honor." This conversational speech deeply touched the young students, many of whom silently shed
tears.
Many veteran revolutionaries also shed tears, as if they were transported back to those times. Huaziki finished, "We are so lucky to live in a peaceful world built by our revolutionary ancestors. But we must also be independent and strong, carrying the will and wishes of our ancestors to create our own future and contribute to our country's development." After the speech, Huaziki stepped down, and the audience burst into thunderous applause that lasted a long time. Huaziqian, holding a borrowed bugle, stood in the corner and blew it. At this moment, the sky cleared, and a ray of sunshine shone down, symbolizing hope for the future and a response from the ancestors. Everyone stood up at the same time to salute. Grandpa Hua and the others were present at the scene. The other elders looked at him with envy, proud to have such a good junior. One of the elders sitting in the same car said, "Your family has a good successor. Grandpa Hua modestly replied, "That's because my daughter-in-law has raised him well." He added, "We don't have much time at home to teach the children, mostly just creating a good environment for them." The other elders thought about the noisy atmosphere at home and the various daughters-in-law, realizing that marrying a wise person is truly important. They often envy Grandpa Hua's family. What's the use of many grandchildren if none of them are capable? That evening, when they returned home, the children asked their parents to find frozen potatoes, bark, and roots for them to eat. They also wanted their great-grandfather to show them the scars from battles. Such unusual events made the parents ask what had happened, and they told them about Huziki's speech today. They said that the frozen potatoes, bark, and roots at home had been borrowed. The next day, Lin Yu saw her sister's photo and speech in the newspaper. She was truly outstanding. There was also a photo of Hua Ziqian blowing the bugle, looking very handsome and charming. Lin Yu bought many copies to keep. Now, the children also read the newspaper daily to learn about national and international news. They usually discuss these with their mother and aunt. On Sundays, they talk with the elders and their father. That day, Hui Yuxuan returned and told Lin Yu that they would have a competition where elite teams from the entire military district would compete against their special squad. Lin Yu felt like this was a setup to gang up on Hui Yuxuan and his team. The two of them enjoyed their private time together. Afterward, Hui Yuxuan returned to the military base to prepare for an upcoming competition. Lin Yu thought he probably wouldn't come back for at least a month. She went downstairs and looked through today's newspaper, learning that hybrid rice had been successfully developed. With this new seed, crop yield should increase a lot, helping everyone have enough food. That's really great. Recently, the school organized a picnic in the countryside for the siblings. They needed to bring their own food. Lin Yu packed some sliced fruit, small cookies, potato chips made by her aunt, and small rice balls filled with ingredients. She also put milk powder in a water bottle. This time, she carried a new backpack her aunt made, which could hold everything and was comfortable to wear. She also packed some tissues and trash bags just in case, reminding them to put trash in the bags. The school required the group to walk on foot to a clearing outside the town for the picnic. They sang songs as they walked, attracting many passers-by. There were also hidden soldiers guarding the area. Since they were all children from the military, no one wanted any accidents to happen. They arrived safely and sat down in their groups. They started sharing food with each other. One child took a chip and exclaimed, "Huaziqian, this is so delicious." Huaziqian replied calmly, "This is potato chips made by my aunt's grandmother. They're very tasty." He shared his chips with the older kids in the class, as they usually took good care of him. After sharing his, he looked at his sister's chips. Huaziki gave him a half share with a tired look. They brought all kinds of food: fried rice, fried buns, fried pancakes, braised pork, and more. The siblings had small rice balls that they could eat in one bite. They gave one to each of their 4 friends, and then started eating themselves. Huaziki said while eating, "This rice ball is so good. It has egg skin, diced ham, chopped cucumber, and shredded carrots." Huaziqian also ate and said happily, "And with the ketchup on top, it's even more delicious." They finished their rice balls quickly and then drank the milk powder from their cups. It felt very comfortable. After lunch, everyone played games together, and the two of them also cracked sunflower seeds. They threw sunflower seed shells into a bag, planning to throw them away at the trash spot later. When it was time to leave in the afternoon, the teachers praised the brother and sister for not littering. As they were about to go home, a group suddenly rushed out to try to take the children. The little kids screamed in fear. Although the teachers were panicked, they still fought to protect the children. Nearby soldiers also arrived quickly. Some chased after the kidnapped children, others fought the attackers, and some went to call for help. The brother and sister pretended to stay calm. They organized everyone to form a circle, with the girl holding the boys inside, and the boys holding the group outside. If bad people came, they would bite them. Lin Yu was at home when she heard loud noises outside. It sounded like something had happened at the picnic area. Without hesitation, she rode her bike there. When she arrived, she saw several children biting a person's leg. Lin Yu shivered a little. She quickly went to help. When she saw her mother, Huaziki and Huaziqian, they looked like they wanted to cry. Lin Yu didn't have time to chat. She pretended to take out a bunch of ropes from her pocket, knocked out the bad guys who were biting, and tied them up. One by one, she knocked out and the villains, greatly easing the pressure on the teachers and soldiers. She was very fast, and the bad guys couldn't keep up. She stayed near the children's circle to prevent more kids from being taken. Reinforcements arrived quickly, and the villains were soon caught. The two children hugged Lin Yu silently. She knew they were very scared. She patted their backs to give them strength. Other children, whether students or teachers, were also comforted by hugs. Once the children's emotions calmed down, Teacher Wang came over to thank Lin Yu and praised the two kids. They stayed calm in danger, formed a circle, and this gave everyone the energy to fight the bad guys. Lin Yu and everyone else went back to school. The school gave the children 2 days off, and the parents came to pick them up once they heard the news. Some children who hadn't been picked up cried uncontrollably, but help was already on the way. Lin Yu asked Tongzi and learned that the kidnapped children were safe. She led the soldiers to find them, and they would probably be back soon. We returned home just in time for dinner. The elders all came, and when they saw the 3 women safe and sound, they all breathed a sigh of relief. After dinner, everyone sat in the living room talking about today's events. Grandpa He and the others didn't expect the siblings to be so brave. They stayed calm in danger, and even organized everyone to fight together. They are truly talented. They also didn't expect Lin Yu to know martial arts, and her skills are quite good. Today, everyone was both scared and surprised. The elders are quite old, so they were very emotional today. Seeing that the 3 women were fine, they all went back home slowly. That night, Lin Yu stayed with the 2 children to sleep. She was worried they might be frightened, so she secretly gave them some spiritual spring water. The 3 women slept peacefully, but many families in the courtyard had their lights on late into the night. Many children, frightened during the day, developed fevers and had to be taken to the hospital. Especially the children who were taken away, their fevers were very high. Tongzi couldn't bear to see the children suffer, so she gave each of them a drop of heavily diluted spiritual spring water. Seeing their brows relax and their faces not so red, she finally felt at ease. The next morning, the siblings woke up as if nothing had happened. After practicing their physical training once, they went downstairs. Huaziki looked at her aunt and thought about the delicious food from yesterday, saying, "Auntie, thank you for the picnic food yesterday. It was really tasty." Huaziqian also shared, "Thanks, Auntie. The small rice balls and chips were especially good. And thank you, Mom, for the cookies and milk powder." Huaziki then looked at Lin Yu and said, "Thanks for the cookies you prepared. The milk powder made us feel warm and comfortable inside." Lin Yu and her little aunt gently rubbed their heads and said, "You're welcome." It seemed they were truly fine now and still remembered to thank them. After breakfast, the siblings and their little aunt went to class. The children with fevers had also recovered, though they looked a bit weak. Resting a little would help them get better. Seeing the children's fevers gone, the parents felt relieved. They saw the children drinking some porridge and looking energetic. The parents asked if the children wanted anything to eat. When asked, they all said they wanted chips. The parents in the hospital exchanged glances and quickly asked what chips were, as they didn't know. The children talked about making potato snacks they learned yesterday, and the elderly at home thought potatoes are cheap, so they decided to try it. In the afternoon, many people came to Lin Yu's house. When asked, they all wanted to learn how to make potato chips. Lin Yu quickly went upstairs to call her aunt down. That's how her aunt started teaching how to make potato chips. The house was lively and busy all morning. As lunchtime approached, everyone left, and suddenly the world felt quiet again. 2 days later, they all went back to school. The picnic experience helped them understand the importance of teamwork. It seemed like they went to school just a few days ago, and now the summer vacation was starting. The brother and sister were about to finish elementary school. Time really flies. Hu Yuxuan and his team finished their competition. Without a doubt, their team won completely. The elite team that initially wanted to fight them was defeated badly. After returning, They complained that they had been unfairly treated like prisoners. Seeing their training results, the equipment and training plans that Hui Yuxuan previously asked for from the higher-ups are now being used in various military regions. Each military region selected some good soldiers and formed special teams for further training. Hui Yuxuan's schedule was a bit easier recently, but his team members were not so lucky. The team members were sent to other military regions to learn physical training from selected soldiers. How well they learned depended on their luck, and, of course, confidentiality agreements had to be signed. While others were busy, the relationship between Hui Yuxuan and Lin Yuyu grew stronger. Now he could go home every day for dinner, and their feelings naturally deepened. Of course, he also remembered the picnic incident from before. He felt very sad and apologized to the children. He wasn't there when they needed him. The children never blamed him. They had seen the injuries on their father, one even on his chest. They knew their dad was a superhero. At home, Hui Yuxuan also listened to his aunt's lessons with the children and discussed various international issues with them. He would also train with them. Now, both kids are about 1.4 meters tall and are very skilled with training equipment. The brother and sister often play fight. With Hui Yuxuan guiding them, they are growing very fast. After hearing their analysis of international relations and future trends, Hui Yuxuan felt very proud. He didn't expect his children to grow up so well when he was not around. He even went out of his way to thank his aunt for raising them so nicely. That evening, he naturally wanted to treat his wife well. On Sunday, after lunch during the gathering, they sat in the living room chatting. Grandpa Hua suddenly said, "A few of us old folks are going to retire." Liu Yuyo felt surprised and looked at the 4 family heads in the house. Grandma Hua chuckled and said to her surprised granddaughter-in-law, "We're all about 70 years old now. It's time for us to retire." But the higher-ups haven't agreed yet. Hearing Grandma's words, Liu Yuyo happily said, "After that, the house will be lively. When you retire, you should all move in." Aunt also agreed, "Uncle and Aunt, you should move in too. We can keep each other company and have fun." Huaziki and Huaziqian also said they would move in together. Grandma Yang smiled and said, "We know you're so filial to us old folks, no need to worry." Grandpa Yang nodded and said, "We plan to live in a retirement home, which is what everyone wants to see," then pointed outside. Since the environment is like this, everyone can only visit them once a week or bring them over for a gathering. They are all about 70 years old. Liu Yuyo worries about their health and regularly makes ginseng soup for them to strengthen their bodies. Hua's dad and mom are also not young anymore, but because Liu Yuyo takes good care of them, they seem younger than their peers. They still live in Grandpa Hua's house, as the houses of Grandma Yang and Grandpa Yang have been taken back by the state. This year's spring festival, they early on brought the 4 retired family heads from the retirement home. Everyone enjoyed eating, drinking, and having fun, making the new year lively. They even put up spring festival couplets, showing that things are getting better and better. Soon, on the 15th day of the first lunar month in 1974, the 4 family heads returned to the retirement home. The little ones are also starting school. They continue to learn about customs, taboos, and etiquette from different countries with Aunt. Liu Yuyo uses her space abilities to learn about various countries' knowledge with her friends, so her children won't look down on her later. The school organized a cultural performance for the siblings, and leaders from the military district also came back. The siblings and their friends decided to perform a skit with a red theme. The brother and sister have been working their skit these past few days, with their aunt guiding them. After a week of revisions, they finally finalized the script. It's a modern story about people from the present talking across time with ancestors, which was very popular in the past. Now that they have the script, they need to choose the performers. They specially invited their dads to play the roles of revolutionary ancestors and props masters. They also invited all the children in the class, but the details of their roles are a secret. Lin Yuyu was invited to do the makeup for everyone. Once the cast was decided, they started rehearsing at Lin Yuyu's house. The brother and sister also invited their great-aunt to come watch and give guidance. They told others she was just worried about their safety. Every time, the great-aunt would kindly help them see what they could improve. The dads came in the evening after dinner to rehearse, and finally, they finished practicing. Their aunt stepped back happily and went to chat with her sisters. The retired officials from the Cultural Performance Center and some military leaders were there, mainly to watch their performance. All the parents of the students, including Lin Yuyu, came to watch. Soon it was their turn. The show started with some young students dressed in white shirts, black pants, and bright red scarves, visiting a history museum. They excitedly discussed the achievements of their ancestors. Suddenly, the scene showed several soldiers injured and wrapped in bandages. The dads, painted by Lin Yuyu, looked very realistic, almost unrecognizable. Wu Yifei's dad looked at the lively children and, trying to hide his pain, forced a smile and asked, "Kids, where are we?" Wu Yifei was surprised at first, then shocked, with tears in his eyes, and said, "This is our country's history museum." Sun Yu's dad saw they were well-dressed and smiled, asking, "Kids, what year is it now?" Sun Yu, a young girl, replied softly, "Uncle, it's 1974. Zhao Yang's dad heard this and took a step back, asking, "It's 30 years later now. Is there still a war?" Zhao Yang wiped his tears and said seriously, "Uncle, there are some conflicts at the borders, but our country is peaceful now." Li Meng's father looked at the chubby faces of the children and said happily, "Now you can wear warm clothes, even in winter." Li Meng, the little girl, stared with big eyes and nodded cutely, saying, "The country is getting better. We stay warm in winter." Huaziki and Huaziqian's father asked worriedly, "Do people have enough to eat now?" Huaziki confidently replied, "Now the country has developed hybrid rice, which greatly increases the harvest. Soon, everyone will have enough food." The soldiers all smiled happily, laughing freely. Huaziqian wanted to show them the current country, so he stepped forward and said, "Uncles, let me take you to see the streets and how people live now." Suddenly, the scene changed to a lively, tidy street with happy crowds, everyone smiling happily. After seeing this, they returned to the library. Suddenly, Wu Yifei's father shouted, "Enemies are coming. Kids, hide quickly." Other fathers stepped forward to protect the children behind them. At this moment, Huaziki and Huaziqian's father said, "To prevent our younger generation from suffering on the battlefield, let's go." The uncles all shouted together, "Charge!
Charge! Charge!"
Charge!" The bugle sounded, and the audience stood up solemnly to salute. After the parents left the stage, Huaziqian stepped forward and said loudly, "Uncles, for our peaceful life, you went to fight bravely and defeated the enemies. We're sitting in a bright classroom reading books, and we must honor their sacrifice and dedication." Other children in the class came forward. Huaziki followed closely and said loudly, "Yes, in this peaceful era, we will carry on the legacy of our ancestors in our own way and study hard for the rise of our nation." All the children in the class shouted together, "Study hard for the rise of our nation. Study hard for the rise of our nation. Study hard for the rise of our nation." 6 main characters stepped forward passionately, shouting, "No matter when, we will fight for our country and defend our nation." All the children in the class cheered loudly, "Defend our nation! Defend our nation! Defend our nation!" After a long silence, thunderous applause erupted. The people below stood up, tears in their eyes, feeling proud of the ancestors or proud of the younger generation, or both. After everyone's emotions settled, they kept asking whose young relatives those were, saying they were so talented. Grandpa Hua and the others heard this and couldn't stop smiling. They thought their children were amazing. After the program performance, it was time for awards. Their skit clearly won first place. The brother and sister also received an Outstanding Screenwriter Award. Their skit was published in the People's Daily and received lots of praise and attention. Lin Yuyu secretly asked Tongzi to record their performance. It was so impressive. The little kids took their certificates and went to see their great-grandparents. The retired elders couldn't help but smile widely. They wondered why these old people kept smiling happily. It turned out they were proud of their young relatives. It was so touching. Lin Yuyu invited Grandpa Hua and the others to come home for dinner to celebrate the kids' success. Back home, Lin Yuyu and her aunt went to the kitchen to cook. They prepared braised pork, sweet and sour meatballs, crispy pork, braised ribs, tomato shrimp, radish balls, and ginseng soup. They also made a variety of preserved meats, some chicken, duck, and rib steamed, mixed vegetable and preserved meat stew, vinegar stir-fried cabbage, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and cold dishes with wood ear mushrooms and mushrooms. They remembered Grandma Yang mentioning scallion pancakes last time, so they made those too. Finally, they cooked a big pot of millet pumpkin porridge. It smelled so good. Everyone around was so tempted by the aroma that they couldn't wait. When Dad Hua, Mom Hua, and Hui Yuxuan returned, they started eating. After dinner, everyone sat in the living room chatting. Lin Yuyu and Hui Yuxuan cleared the table. Grandpa Hua quietly came over. He looked at Lin Yuyu, unsure how to speak. Lin Yuyu asked Grandpa, "Is there something you want to talk about?" Grandpa Hua seemed to have made up his mind. He closed his eyes, then opened them and said, "Yuyu, I know this might be difficult, but I want to ask something. Do you still have any ginseng? I want to buy some for an old friend to help improve his health. He's not feeling very well." Lin Yu thought it was just a small matter.
She smiled and said, "Yes, Grandpa.
I collected quite a bit of young ginseng in Liaoning province. Do you want me to cook it into soup?" Grandpa Hua felt it was too troublesome for his granddaughter. After hesitating, he said, "No need. I'll find someone to cook it for him." Knowing that Grandpa was worried about bothering her, Lin Yu smiled and said, "It's okay, Grandpa. How about this? There's some leftover ginseng soup in the pot. You can give that to him first. From now on, I will prepare a bowl of soup and keep it warm in a thermos. You can deliver it to him." Grandpa Hua didn't expect his daughter-in-law to be so kind. He was about to bow to Lin Yuyu, but luckily, Hui Yuxuan pulled him back. Lin Yuyu was startled and hurriedly said, "Grandpa, that's not right. Your old friend is our elder. It's just a bowl of soup. You can't do that." After comforting Grandpa Hua, the three of them went back to the living room to chat with everyone. Soon, Lin Yu got up to heat some ginseng soup in the kitchen and poured it into a thermos. She also warmed up a bowl of millet porridge from the pot. After heating the food, Grandpa Hua and the others were about to leave for the retirement home. Hui Yuxuan drove to take the elders back. When Lin Yu saw Grandpa Hua and the others off, she quietly handed 2 thermos bottles to Hui Yuxuan. They quickly returned to the retirement home, but Hui Yuxuan didn't leave immediately. Grandpa Hua called him into the study, and they whispered to each other. Grandpa Hua looked at his talented grandson and said thoughtfully, "You probably guessed who I want to send the ginseng soup to." Hui Yuxuan calmly nodded and replied, "The top leader." Grandpa Hua looked at his excellent grandson and nodded with satisfaction, sharing their relationship with him. He said softly, "We agreed that after retirement, we could tell the younger generation about our relationship." Although Hui Yuxuan had some guesses, he was still surprised. He didn't expect Grandpa Hua to have such a connection with the top leader. They discussed their views on recent developments, and Hui Yuxuan left afterward. After he left, Grandpa Hua took advantage of the darkness to go to the top leader's house. He knocked in code, knock, 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 along with the sound of a cuckoo bird. The top leader heard this and asked the guard to get medicine from the clinic. After the guard left, he opened the door himself and saw Grandpa Hua carrying 2 thermos bottles. He hurried inside. Grandpa Hua placed the thermos on the table and told the top leader to get a bowl, pouring him a bowl of soup. He urged, "Drink quickly. This is ginseng ball soup made by my daughter-in-law. Good for your health." The top leader didn't refuse. He blew on the soup and started drinking. After finishing, he felt warmer and breathed more easily. He looked seriously at Grandpa Hua and said, "Old Hua, thank you." Looking at his face, which was starting to look better, Grandpa Hua let out a sigh of relief and said, "Ever since my granddaughter-in-law returned to Beijing, she has been occasionally cooking soup for us. She says we have been neglecting ourselves and needs to slowly nourish our bodies. Look at me now, even after retirement, I am still so healthy." After thinking for a moment, he added, "My granddaughter-in-law makes soup for us every Sunday. I will send you a portion too." The senior leader nodded, finished the soup in the thermos, and ate all the meatballs and radishes inside. He hadn't eaten so much in a long time. After finishing the soup, he opened another thermos, which contained a golden millet pumpkin porridge cooked with rice oil aroma. Smelling the delicious scent, the senior leader drank some again. After finishing, he realized he had eaten quite a lot today, but he felt very comfortable. Grandpa Hua saw that he had finished everything, closed the thermos lid, and left. He planned to wait until the senior leader retired to talk more, but now was not the right time. The senior leader's health was a matter of national importance. Things went wrong at the beginning of the chaos, when good traditional Chinese doctors were sent away or passed away, and Western medicine couldn't help. Grandpa Hua couldn't bear to see his old friend's health decline like this, so he decided to try something. The senior leader watched his old friend walk away, thinking how much he owed him for his life. He had no children or grandchildren and had dedicated his life to the country. If it weren't for his old friend's secret cooperation and the help of talented younger generations, he probably wouldn't have lasted many more years. At Lin Yu's home, the little kids were happily enjoying their time at school. Soon, they took the entrance exam for middle school, and without a doubt, they ranked first and became middle school students. Lin Yu also held a small graduation party at home, just for their family, to give them a little sense of ceremony. They welcomed a summer vacation without homework, and Auntie started teaching them high school knowledge. Lin Yu also found her long-hidden collection of math, physics, and chemistry books and asked Auntie to explain them to the children. Besides textbook knowledge, Auntie also taught the siblings first aid skills, such as CPR and Heimlich maneuver, step by step. She not only taught them the knowledge, but also explained the principles of first aid and when to use these skills. Of course, there were practical exercises too. Lin Yu prepared for them to practice on. The brother and sister studied very hard. This summer, they went to the hospital with their mother, Mrs. Hua, every day. They also begged the hospital staff to teach them first aid skills. They also visited some medical centers with their grandmother. From some public documents, they learned about the Heimlich maneuver. They immediately told Mrs. Hua about it. Mrs. Hua looked at the document, but she didn't understand much English. The children helped translate it for her. After learning about it, Mrs. Hua decided to promote the method at the hospital, hoping to save many lives. In the afternoon, she took the children to the hospital. Soon, they heard noise outside. Curious, they went to see what was happening. They saw an elderly woman holding a 3-year-old child. The woman was running and crying, and the child's face was turning purple from choking. A doctor asked, "What's wrong with the child?" The grandmother quickly said, "He swallowed a piece of candy and is stuck." The doctor took the child, patted his back, and tried to save him with all his strength. But the child didn't improve. The grandmother looked sad and said, "Is he beyond help?" "Everyone says there's no hope. I just want to try." Her eyes looked dim with worry. The children remembered the Heimlich maneuver. They immediately called their grandmother. They ran to her, saying, "A child is stuck with candy. The doctors can't help. We can try the Heimlich maneuver we saw today." Mrs. Hua heard this and rushed over. She pushed through the crowd and gently moved them aside. She picked up the child. With guidance from the children, she pressed on the child's abdomen. Mrs. Hua was getting tired. Suddenly, a loud, clear sound was heard. The candy was expelled. The child started crying loudly. Everyone cheered. The child was saved. The grandmother hugged her child tightly and started crying happily. It was a moment of joy after a close call. A reporter captured this scene on camera. Mrs. Hua was interviewed. The Heimlich maneuver was widely promoted. Many organizations organized training sessions. Everyone studied carefully, knowing these skills could save lives in emergencies. Regarding foreign hospital literature, the government has prioritized translating it, and Lin Yu was urgently called away to translate books. The little ones saved a life, which made everyone happier, and they studied harder with their aunt. After finishing first-month emergency knowledge during summer vacation, they started learning high school subjects in the second month. Lin Yu was borrowed for a month to translate medical knowledge, earning a good amount of money, and our country's medical progress took a big step forward. As soon as she returned to the family housing, she was told there would be a cultural performance in a month. Besides the art troupe members, the military spouses also had to perform. Lin Yu didn't mind. She thought she could just sing a patriotic song. But the other military spouses were holding back, trying to outdo the other performers. They weren't professional singers or dancers, and every year they performed on stage, they were laughed at. Lin Yu felt it was unfair to compare her weaknesses with others' strengths and lose without accepting it. She thought this was a serious problem. She believed they could act out their life as military spouses. Back home, after thinking for a while, she decided to write a script. She planned to select parts of a typical day in the life of military spouses to perform. She wanted them to understand that although their day was ordinary, it was still meaningful. At the same time, she wanted a narrator to help soldiers realize the greatness of their partners and their selfless dedication to home. She asked Ziki and Ziqian to gather some children and talk about what their mothers do every day. Lin Yuyu told them to keep it a secret. She would pay them. Everyone started sharing what their mothers did each day. My mom cooks 3 meals every day, cleans the yard, does laundry, shops for groceries, and takes care of me. My mom goes to work after cooking, picks me up after school, cooks again at night, tidies the house, washes dishes, and helps me with homework. My mom stays at the military district all day, picks me up after school, then goes home to cook, do laundry, clean, and help me with homework. My mom sits at home while grandma cooks. The children chattered on about their daily routines. Lin Yuyu recorded everything, gave each child a candy, and they all went off to play. After the children left, Lin Yuyu selected 3 types of military spouses, full-time, worker, and soldier spouses, to compile into a story. Based on the children's descriptions, I started creating the story. These scenes reflect the everyday life of ordinary military families. I also talked to the military spouses about my ideas. Some agreed, while others thought Lin Yuyu was joking. They still performed a group song together. Lin Yuyu respects everyone's opinions. She discussed with the supportive spouses, and tomorrow they will rehearse together. At first, everyone felt a bit shy. Lin Yuyu looked at these simple military spouses and said, "This is our normal life. No need to act. Just show your real life." These spouses are performing with their children. Ho Ziki and Ho Ziqian also need to perform their previous skit. As their rehearsals improved, the time for the community event approached. The spouses sang together as usual, but the results were hard to describe, just like before. The performance by the arts troupe was very impressive because they are professionals. Soon it was their turn to perform the skit called An Ordinary Yet Special Day. It started with mothers who didn't work getting up early to buy meat at the market. Narrator: she wants to help her family stay healthy. Then, the scene shifted to children sleeping and their mothers waking them up. After waking the children, the mothers hurried to prepare breakfast for the family. Once everyone finished eating, the mothers started washing dishes and tidying up the table and kitchen. Narrator: they're busy from morning till night. Next, they sent the children to school. Mothers who work rush off to their jobs, even running to get there. Narrator: she is worried about being late. Mothers who don't work go back home. They start cleaning and tending their vegetable garden. They pick ripe vegetables, some for eating, some to dry and store. Narrator: they work hard to store food for the family. The working mothers are shown busy at their jobs. By noon, the non-working mothers eat a quick meal, just a simple steamed bun with water and preserved vegetables. Narrator: they don't want to waste food. Mother workers and military mothers go to the cafeteria for a meal. Seeing meat and vegetables, they smile happily. They buy the meat and vegetables, but don't eat them right away. Narrator: they want to save them for their children and husbands to stay healthy. They ate a simple snack, drank some water, and then took their lunch boxes to continue working. In the afternoon, the unemployed mother occasionally checked the vegetables drying in the sun. Then she started washing the family's clothes, knitting sweaters for everyone, and making clothes for the children. Narrator: they are busy all day long. Next, the scene shifts to the mothers going to pick up the children from school. On the way, the children share stories about their day at school with their mothers. When they get home, they follow their mother around, helping her prepare dinner. Everyone waits happily for the fathers to return. Each family has meat and vegetables. The mothers without jobs cook their own meals, while the working mothers are reluctant to eat the food they bring home. They don't eat much themselves, always letting their husbands and children eat first. Narrator: they care deeply for their husbands and children, but rarely think about themselves. After dinner, they start washing dishes, clearing the table, and cleaning the kitchen, helping the children with homework, and finally going outside to exercise with the kids. When they return home, The children are asleep, and the unemployed mother tidies up the yard and brings everything inside. The working mothers begin washing clothes and cleaning the house. They are the last to go to bed, and the curtains fall. A narrator's voice begins. This is the daily life of most military spouses. They dedicate all their time to their children, husbands, and home, but rarely to themselves. They care deeply for their family, but never think about caring for themselves. After a moment of silence, there is applause. In the end, this program wins second place. The program by Huaziki and Huaziqian is truly the first, and they are also recorded on video. Lin Yuyu received a screenwriting award. Some people were unhappy, and she was invited to the stage to explain why she created the skit. Calmly, Lin Yuyu went on stage and said, "The reason I wrote the skit is because I heard the chorus performed by the military spouses, and it was so loud it was almost deafening." Laughter erupted from the audience. Lin Yuyu continued, "They are not good at singing or dancing, but they try hard because they want to do their best to complete the tasks assigned by the military district and make their loved ones proud." The audience stopped laughing. She went on, "I thought I should write a short script to show the greatness of these military spouses in my eyes." Looking at some soldiers in the audience glancing toward his wife, Lin Yuyu continued, "I feel unworthy of this award." This small script shows a day in the life of a mother, as seen by her children, and she told me about it. I just wrote down part of it for them. The goal is to help our brave soldiers outside see the efforts of their loved ones when they return home. Thanks to these military wives who keep the home front steady, you can train peacefully in the army. Many people at home, just like the old man, lowered their heads. Lin Yuyu suddenly wanted to show off her excellent husband. She looked at the crowd and said, "By the way, since we got married, whenever he's at home, I never do housework. He takes care of everything." After feeding the dog, she left the stage, not noticing the jealous looks nearby. Of course, she wouldn't care even if she did notice. Hu Yuxuan was surrounded by others' gazes. Hearing Lin Yuyu praise him made him very proud. After the event, everyone returned to normal life. It was clear that the family compound felt more harmonious, with more smiling faces of military wives and children. That day, Huaziki and Huaziqian came to ask Lin Yuyu for money. They wanted to buy some books at the library because reading newspapers was no longer enough. Lin Yuyu gave them some money and told them to buy books themselves. She also took out some books suitable for this parallel world from her space and placed them in the outer room of the master bedroom. She set up a reading corner filled with various books. Now, after their evening training, they come to read for an hour before going to bed. As their reading increased, Andy designed a debate competition for them, with one sibling arguing for and the other against. It was scheduled for Sunday, when the family was together. Each week, they would pick a topic, and everyone would draw lots to decide who would argue for or against. There were 4 people on each side, with 2 acting as judges and spectators. This Sunday, they would draw lots to decide the sides and the topic, giving everyone a week to gather information. The debate would start the following Sunday. This is a great family game, but if not handled well, it could lead to serious disagreements, haha. Huaziki and Huaziqian have grown quickly through weekly debate competitions. Their logical thinking skills are increasing rapidly, not to mention their ability to gather and analyze information. The siblings are now very quick-witted and can argue convincingly even when they are in the wrong. Lin Yu saw good news in the newspaper. People discovered the terracotta warriors, so they plan to visit and see them someday. Soon, the year 1975 arrived. It was a lively year, and the top leader secretly came to celebrate New Year's Eve with them. The leader is now full of energy and can serve the country for another 20 years without issue. He is also training a successor. Recently, the successor has been handling most of the work, with the leader overseeing the big plans from the side. They are just waiting for the right moment to let the successor take over. During the winter holiday, they continued studying high school courses and other classes arranged by their aunt. The country also organized efforts to improve railway transportation, increasing speed and efficiency, which also helped reduce the activities of human traffickers. Soon, it was March 20th, their 10th birthday. Lin Yu always thought they were just little kids, but now they are already 10. Both of them are quite tall, about 1.6 meters, and are big kids now. For their birthday, they invited the same 4 friends. They're very close. They have visited each other's homes many times over the years, each with their own special blanket. Lin Yuyu prepared a buffet for them, where they could eat freely. The main dishes included rice, steamed buns, and scallion pancakes. The meal was rich, with a large plate of braised pig's trotters, a big dish of sweet and spicy braised duck wings, chicken wings, and vegetables. There was also sweet and sour pork, shredded pork and sauce, salt and pepper ribs, roasted lamb chops, spicy and sour potato strips, stir-fried vegetables, and a hearty stew. For dessert, there were cream cakes, profiteroles, and cow tongue biscuits. They drank milk tea, which they could enjoy now that they are older. The next day, classmates who knew about their birthday celebration were so jealous that tears of envy almost came to their eyes. Not long after their birthday, Huaziki and Huaziqian participated in a new activity, the recitation contest. Lin Yuyu encouraged them to write their own pieces, and they were a bit shy and hid while doing it. Waiting for Lin Yuyu to arrive at the competition site and listening to the children recite, she finally understood why they avoided her when they wrote their poems. Listening to the powerful voices of Huaziki and Huaziqian, to mother, time flies quickly. Years pass by since I was born into this world, until now in my youth. Your love, like spring sunshine, lights up my brilliant life. Your care, like a gentle breeze, warms my colorful heart. Your advice, like a bright tower, guides me forward. Your companionship has never left. Your embrace is always waiting for me. Lin Yuyu was moved to tears, unable to stop crying. She is proud to have such wonderful children, and she never expected they would praise her. Thinking about giving her siblings a big meal today, she planned to treat them to a feast. She also thought it was time to share her special space with them. Back home, Lin Yuyu took her children to her bedroom, and together they entered her special space. The 2 little ones were amazed. Lin Yuyu hugged them and said, "This is a space just for Mom. Do you remember the smelly food you used to eat when you were little?" Huaziki and Huiyuxuan nodded. "Yes, we remember. We haven't eaten it since." They licked their lips eagerly. Lin Yuyu chuckled and ruffled their hair. "My space has many things. You can't tell others about it." Huaziki nodded seriously and asked about the books in the corner. "Mom, are those books in the space?" Lin Yuyu nodded. "Yes, Grandma and Grandpa don't know. Only our family and Auntie know." Huaziqian mumbled. "No wonder Auntie is so knowledgeable." Lin Yuyu pretended not to hear and reminded them again. "Don't tell others, okay?" The siblings nodded seriously. "We understand, Mom." Lin Yuyu felt relieved and took out a durian for them to enjoy. The brother and sister weren't polite. Lin Yuyu handed them the fruit, and they ate it eagerly. Watching their happy little faces, Lin Yuyu felt everything was worth it. One day, the brother and sister came home from school and said, "Mom, our school is going to have a backpack hiking activity to help students build their willpower." Lin Yuyu thought it was a good idea. Since they are children from a military compound, they should get some exercise. Seeing them return, she asked, "That sounds good. When does it start?" Huaziki replied, "It starts tomorrow morning." Lin Yuyu remembered the outdoor adventure and asked, "Will the army send people to help?" Huaziki said, "Yes, they will. I heard they are sending quite a few people this time, just to be safe in case something unexpected happens like last time." Lin Yuyu nodded happily and took out some instant noodles and chicken skewers. The 4 of them enjoyed a big meal together. Huiyuxuan relaxed for a little while, but then the military district announced a skills competition, and he had to be a judge. In the end, he was challenged by the new first-place winner, but of course, Huiyuxuan easily won. Haha, now he's famous again. When other parents heard about it, they warned their children not to bother the twin siblings, as they couldn't handle Huiyuxuan's skills. One day, Lin Yuyu and her sister-in-law were having afternoon tea at home. Suddenly, she felt the ground shake a little. She thought it was just her imagination. That evening, Huiyuxuan came back and said it was an explosion caused by a physics experiment mishandling during an internship. Luckily, no one was hurt. This made her think of the big earthquake expected in Tang County next year. She quickly asked her sister-in-law, "Can we tell the leaders about the earthquake in advance?" Her sister-in-law thought it might be possible. "Maybe. let's try. Lin Yu considered and said, okay, let's do it the usual way. You put the note in the leader's office. After she finished speaking, her sister-in-law went to do just that, placing the note on the leader's desk. After waiting a while, she saw the message was still there and she happily told Lin Yu, Yu, this plan works. I've done it. Lin Yu praised her and then went to sleep peacefully. Soon, the summer vacation for the two kids arrived. The things their aunt taught them were enough for now. They didn't need extra lessons at this stage. This summer, they went to a military summer camp with their dad. Besides them, other children from the compound also trained together. When they returned, surprisingly, they hadn't gotten darker, probably because they looked like her. After the new semester started, they moved up to the second year of middle school. The brother and sister still ranked first equally, far ahead of the second place. Not long after school began, a big event happened in the large courtyard. This incident was also related to their aunt. Recently, a new military commander was transferred to their military district, which caused a lot of fuss in their family. Their loud and bossy mother, their delicate wife, and their son, who was afraid of trouble and avoided responsibility. Initially, everyone didn't know that he was actually their aunt's ex-husband. One day, their aunt and her close friends went to the market to buy vegetables and saw her former mother-in-law. At first, they didn't recognize her because they confused her with someone else. But the old lady recognized their aunt and tried to act superior, which led to their aunt's friends scolding her. Their commotion was so loud that it caught the attention of the military district leaders. Yuyo, who was at home enjoying some good food, was suddenly called away. When she learned about the situation involving her aunt's ex-husband's family, she couldn't help but think how small the world is. Looking at the sharp-tongued old lady in front of her, she felt lucky her aunt had divorced, or else she might have been worn down even more. The military commander also arrived, along with Hui Yuxuan, who was there to support their aunt. The senior officer saw that everyone involved had gathered and said, since everyone is here, let's clarify what's going on. This is a military district. Causing trouble here won't help. He also glanced at the old lady, who was about to cause a scene. She was stopped by a guard and told she would be handed over to the police, which scared her. After a pause, he called someone over, gave a few instructions, and continued, I've already sent people to your village to find out the truth. If anyone is lying, they will be punished and may have to go to jail. Seeing everyone nod, the senior officer signaled to start. The military commander then said, let me go first. My wife Wang Zhaodi and I were married through arranged matchmaking by our families. We didn't have feelings for each other. Their aunt didn't want to respond, but Yuyo retorted to the military commander, did you and my aunt share a wedding night? Since it was an arranged marriage and you're a soldier, I assume you're a decent person and a gentleman? The military officer blushed and stammered, yes, we did share a wedding night. But later, he fell in love with a beautiful woman and thought his wife looked old and unattractive, so he wanted a divorce. The ex-mother-in-law looked speechless as her son was criticized. Since we're married, of course, we shared a wedding night. Lin Yu pretended to be surprised and said, so they are in the bridal chamber? Isn't this an arranged marriage? How can they be in the bridal chamber if she's not happy? What about responsibility? What about my little aunt's innocence? She emphasized how important a woman's innocence is, and everyone present knew this. The military commander glared at his mother and said, yes, I was wrong about this, but I gave compensation when I divorced. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh softly and asked, may I ask, Commander, what was your compensation? Please tell us. The commander didn't answer. He had no money to give as compensation. Instead, he let Wang Zhaodi stay at their house and take care of his parents. His ex-mother-in-law chimed in. She's a divorced woman. Letting her stay in our house is her compensation. Everyone else looked angry. Lin Yu looked down on her and said, first, you should know that your family caused my little aunt to become a divorced woman. Second, after the divorce, you still let my little aunt stay in your house. How is divorcing the same as leaving the home? You want to enjoy your life outside with your wife and children, but you also want a sickly woman at home to take care of your family? Your way of thinking and your character are truly eye-opening. I've learned a lot. His ex-mother-in-law said casually, "It's only right that she stays with us and takes care of us." Lin Yu looked at her calmly and said, "It was right before the divorce. After the divorce, she has nothing to do with you. Why should she still take care of you? Just because you're shameless and loud?" The commander had been silent all this time. The old leader looked at him disappointed and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Seeing the disappointed look from the old leader, the commander knew he couldn't get away with it. He didn't expect his niece to marry so well. He looked at Lin Yuyu and said, "I can give compensation." Lin Yuyu held her little aunt's hand and looked at him, saying, "While the old leader is here, Commander, tell us what your compensation is." His ex-mother-in-law didn't want to back down and tried to make a scene, but her son stopped her. The commander said, "I can give her 1,000 yuan. Lin Yuyu spoke calmly. "You went to war shortly after getting married, and you didn't send a single penny home, not even a letter. Am I right?" The commander took a deep breath and said, "That's right." Lin Yuyu continued, "My aunt has been taking care of everything at home alone. Since you got married, your parents haven't worked the land or done any house chores. All of that was done by my aunt. Isn't that the truth?" The military commander hesitated and then stepped back, helplessly saying, "Yes, that's true." Lin Yuyu sneered and said, "Do you think this is worth just 1,000 yuan?" The commander thought for a moment and said, "I'll give 5,000 yuan. Is that enough now?" Lin Yuyu replied, "That amount only covers my aunt's hard work over the past 10 years. What is your real compensation?" "It was agreed that you would give my aunt a house." "Also, when exactly did you start being with your current wife? Should we clarify that properly?" After hearing Lin Yuyu's final threat, the military commander was furious and also very scared. He had already been with his current wife for a long time. If this got out, they might be labeled as unfaithful. His son was still young, so he quickly stopped Lin Yuyu from continuing and promised to compensate Wang Zhaodi with a house. Lin Yuyu thought about how they all lived in Beijing and added, "It should be a house in Beijing. My aunt is now a Beijing resident." Fearing she might change her mind, the commander hurriedly said, "Okay, I'll go home now to prepare the money and the house." Lin Yuyu nodded, indicating it was fine, and reminded him, "Remember to put my Aunt Wang Zhaodi's name on the house. We'll be waiting for you at the old leader's place." The commander quickly nodded and, like fleeing, pulled his mother along and left. Lin Yuyu looked at the old leader with an apology. "Sorry to bother you, old leader." The old leader waved it off, saying, "It's okay. I think you're a good person. You're brave to stand up for your aunt's rights. You're a good junior." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Yuyu said, "My aunt only has me. I won't protect anyone else." She remembered seeing similar situations before, wondering how she could help them. Looking at the old leader seriously, she said, "My aunt's case isn't unique or special. It's just a common example. Across the country, many women like my aunt supported their husbands during wartime, helping to secure the rear area. Waiting for victory, I not only didn't receive a medal but also got divorced." After saying this, she stood up and saluted the commander sincerely, saying, "Old leader, as one of many military wives, I kindly ask you to investigate thoroughly and stand up for these wives." This task was not easy, but it was clearly caused by the army's oversight. The old leader seriously replied, "Comrade Lin Yuyu, I will investigate thoroughly." Lin Yuyu felt reassured and said, "I trust you, old leader." Then she started talking about other things. Hui Yuxuan looked at his shining wife and felt very proud. Soon Lin Yuyu and the old leader borrowed some paper and pen. They wrote down the date of her aunt's marriage to the military officer, as well as her aunt's contributions to the family after marriage. They also listed what the officer and his parents had done for the family and the reasons for their divorce. They included a rule that no one in their family could disturb Wang Zhaodi's life for any reason. Finally, they wrote that the officer voluntarily paid 5,000 yuan and a house in Beijing as compensation to Wang Zhaodi. After thinking about their family's character, they added one more rule. No one in their family could talk about the compensation money or the house outside. If it was found that any family member told outsiders, they would be fined 100 yuan for each disclosure, with no upper limit. Both parties signed the agreement and witnesses signed as well. There were 3 copies, one for each side and one kept by the army. The old leader looked at the agreement, nodded, and said it was well written. Soon after, the officer, his wife, and his mother returned, but the officer had a few bruises on his face. Everyone pretended not to see. Lin Yuyu handed the signed agreement to the officer and his mother, asking them to sign and stamp it in front of the witnesses. After they signed, the old leader, Lin Yuyu, Hu Yuxuan, and the officer's wife signed and stamped as witnesses. Once everything was done, the matter was considered settled. Not long after, the officer's son returned. Hearing his mother mention the incident, he didn't dare cause trouble with Lin Yuyu and the others, but instead looked for Huaziki and Huaziqian. Lin Yu looked at the two training partners with great sympathy. The brother and sister now had fighting skills comparable to their father, though she couldn't compare herself. They also knew about their aunt's situation and wanted to vent their anger on her. But he came right to them. Huaziqian didn't waste time talking and went straight to fighting. The son of the army commander was no match for him and could only take the hits passively. His whole body hurt badly, but strangely, he had no injuries at all. When he told others, no one believed him. He was so scared that from then on, whenever he saw the siblings, he would avoid them. Not long after, Hu Yuxuan went abroad for 2 months on a secret mission. When he returned, he was unexpectedly promoted to army commander. He is probably the youngest army commander now. On the day he became a commander, he had a friendly sparring session with his aunt's ex-husband. He holds grudges. Soon, it was 1976. In January of that year, a beloved person left forever, leaving behind the people and the country they loved. Everyone's sadness lingered for a long time. The New Year's celebration was tinged with sadness. This year, the top leader came to celebrate with them secretly. It seems that in the future, they will have to invite the leader personally for New Year's. Their home is too small, otherwise, everyone could stay there. They really hope the college entrance exam will be restored soon. If they could buy a 3-entry, 4-courtyard house, everyone could live comfortably. After this year's lease on the small courtyard expires, she plans not to rent it out anymore. She will fix it up and live there herself. Now, the successor of the top leader has fully taken over the work. This successor is quite familiar with Hu Yuxuan, but no one knows how they met. This year passed quickly, and the siblings celebrated their 11th birthday today. For lunch, they had meat sauce noodles. Children around 11, 12, and 13 are at the age where they can eat a lot. Each of them ate 3 bowls of noodles, and the little girl ate 2. Of course, Huaziki was not among the little girls. Suddenly, someone came to their house to introduce a marriage match for the aunt. That family has 3 children, and even the youngest is married. The whole family lives together, which clearly shows their intentions. Lin Yuyu was not easy on her. My aunt is rich and free, and with Hu Yuxuan to take care of her, she wouldn't be desperate enough to marry into such a family. If you think they're good, then break up and marry someone else. The matchmaker was annoyed and tried to leave. Lin Yuyu continued, I don't know who told you what, but I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If anything happens to you, the military district or police will tell you. Get out. She was so angry she ran to the communication room and called Hu Yuxuan, demanding a full investigation as a family member. After Lin Yuyu finished her call, she walked home while thinking that the matchmaker was not from the military district, nor did she introduce a military person. She wondered how she got in. She then returned to the interrogation room and asked the soldier on duty. She learned that a military spouse had brought her in, claiming to know her. Lin Yuyu also called Hu Yuxuan and told him what she had just found out. The next day, everyone knew that her aunt was the former wife of the military commander and that she had received compensation and a house. Many people came to watch the drama at their home, which was very annoying. Just then, the military district asked Lin Yuyu and her aunt to come over. The two of them locked the door and went straight to the old leader's office. The military commander and his wife were already inside, and Hu Yuxuan was waiting for them at the door. Because the situation was serious, besides paying 2,000 yuan in compensation, Lin Yuyu also demanded that they go to the training ground and publicly apologize. That evening, everyone gathered at the training ground. It was very crowded, and someone even built a small stage. The military commander's wife was reluctant and awkwardly went on stage to apologize. People below discussed loudly. After apologizing, she covered her face and ran away. Hui Xuan went on stage and looked at the different expressions of the crowd. He said, "My aunt will not remarry, so everyone doesn't need to introduce her to anyone. I will take care of my aunt and see her through her old age. You don't need to worry about her retirement." Some people looked very unhappy. Hui Yuxuan remembered their faces and planned to talk to them after returning to the military district. His aunt was very touched. She felt lucky to meet her master and such a good family. After speaking, they all went home together. Lin Yuyu bought everyone a cup of milk tea, something sweet to make everyone's mood better. The military commander's family was not so lucky. Loud noises kept coming from their house. Many people said they deserved it. They also knew people like that around them. Recently, some investigations were underway, hoping for good results. Soon, good news came. There was progress on the matter they discussed with the old leader last time. Many military spouses received what they deserved. They also uncovered many terrible things. Some military spouses were harmed or forced to remarry because they refused to divorce. Others were tricked into their husbands' deaths or had to take care of the husband's parents, among other shocking and cruel acts. This time, the military district acted quickly. Those who should be imprisoned were sent to jail, those who needed to be relocated were moved, and anyone involved in serious crimes was immediately executed. Time kept passing quickly, never stopping for anyone. Soon, the young kids finished their high school entrance exams. Right after leaving school, they were sent to a summer camp organized by the military district with their friends. Lin Yu didn't need to watch the children closely. She was busy reading stories about cultivation. She discovered many powerful techniques in those stories. She kept these techniques separately, thinking she might use them someday. Thinking about the earthquake in July this year, she urged her friends to send some important information to the top leader's office. The next day, the leader saw the document and immediately called an emergency meeting. The last time they saw this document, they thought it might be true or false, planning to make arrangements in the middle of the year. But when they saw it again, they realized it was real. After a day of discussion, they quickly made plans. On July 21st, they arranged for all people in Tang County to live in open areas. Other provinces prepared supplies and all military units prepared for rescue and rebuilding work after the disaster. Without the previous information, this meeting wouldn't have gone so smoothly. In the end, the leader said, "It's best if this earthquake doesn't happen. If it does, just say I was stubborn." After saying this, the leader left and everyone else was very moved. If the earthquake hadn't happened, it would have been a serious mistake and the leader's reputation would be damaged. He had sacrificed so much for the people. As everyone left, work plans were issued one after another. On July 21st, in Tang County, the military and local government set up tents in an open area guarded by soldiers. Most people didn't want to leave their homes for the open space. Finally, the leader said that anyone who refused to go would lose their jobs. Because their personal interests were involved, some people agreed to move to the tents. The soldiers held their hands to prevent them from leaving. Every day, soldiers patrolled the buildings, urging people to leave. Even the machinery and secret documents in factories were moved away. Some enemies took advantage of the chaos to cause trouble and stir up people's emotions, but they were eventually caught by the soldiers. As time went on, most people had moved to the open areas. People are very quick-tempered. Tonight is the 27th, and after dinner, everyone sits together to chat and complain. I really don't understand what the government is doing. Doing nothing is just delaying production. It's so uncomfortable here, not as good as my big bed at home. These days, everything smells strange, and I feel like throwing up every day. These complaints happen every day. Soon, everyone falls asleep while complaining. On the early morning of the 28th, around 3 a.m., people are suddenly awakened. Some are knocked to the ground, others hit the walls. Someone runs outside and sees a building collapsing in the distance, feeling both scared and relieved. The earthquake continues. A soldier notices in the distance and warns everyone to watch their step. Other provinces are also shaken. People quickly start to take action, checking and organizing rescue teams. By 6 a.m., rescue vehicles from various provinces begin their missions. Each major military region sends out a division to help with rescue and rebuilding efforts. People hope that in 3 months, everything will be back to normal. The reported number of casualties is less than 5,000, mostly people who didn't leave for 7 days. Rescue teams rush to help those who haven't evacuated. Some are lucky and are saved, while others are swallowed by cracks or fall down. The low number of casualties is considered a miracle internationally. Lin Yuyu and Tongzi have been bathed in warm golden light these days. Summer vacation is almost over, and the siblings are about to start high school. The new semester begins with a month of military training. Every day after school, they come back hungry and eat more and more, probably growing stronger again. After dinner, Lin Yuyu and her sister try to see who is stronger. They find their strength is almost equal, no wonder they eat so much. Lin Yuyu looks at the twins, who are almost as tall as her, and proudly says, "When you were little, I gave you some special pills. You are stronger than others and invincible, so be careful not to get hurt, especially not to let others draw your blood." The siblings nodded seriously, showing they understood. For those who had attended summer camp, military training was very easy. On the final day, their class won first place in the performance. After military training, it was just their usual school days. On October 1st, their school held a sports day. The sister signed up for a long-distance run to test her endurance. The brother signed up for high jump. He wasn't sure what he wanted to do, so he chose randomly. In the end, the sister won first place thanks to her good physical condition. Hui Yuxuan faced a rival and came in second. But he wasn't sad. He kept a calm attitude. Life in the big yard has become lively recently. There have been many personnel changes. Many capable officers have been transferred to Guang Province, Shanghai, and other places with fast development. Hui Yuxuan's work location hasn't changed. He probably won't move for the rest of his life. Before the new year, a story about a real and fake heiress happened in the yard. Lin Yu thought this kind of story only existed in novels, but she didn't expect to see a real version here. The real heiress is named Li Muzi. She looks very thin, but you can still see from her face that she looks very much like her grandmother. Everyone in her family was shocked to see the real heiress, except her mother, who was very calm. Looking at the small girl who is just bones, the family felt very distressed. But her mother didn't say a caring word and only said, "If you want to stay in this family, you need to do your own thing. I won't return Wu Mingming to you. You can't fight over anything with her." The little girl heard her words and shrank back. But Grandma Wu felt heartbroken. Lin Yuyu suddenly understood everything. This little girl was probably abandoned by her mother because she looked like her grandmother. She looked at the fake heiress and her biological mother, who also looked very similar. Lin Yuyu was shocked and covered her mouth. Could it be that the fake heiress was also this mother's biological child? Thinking about how Major Wu usually was a good person and treated his wife and children well. His wife goes back to her parents' house every day and often takes things from her husband's home to her parents' place, which gives her a bad reputation. Lin Yuyu quietly whispers in surprise, "Why does this mother not seem surprised that her biological daughter has returned?" People nearby, hearing this, start whispering among themselves, all watching the mother's expression. Of course, these words also reach the Wu family. They look over and realize it's true. Seeing that the Wu family heard her, Lin Yu continues, "That fake daughter looks very much like this mother, but she doesn't look like the Wu family at all. Could she not be this mother's daughter?" When she came to watch the scene, she used her mental power to block everyone's perception of her, so no one knew it was her who said this. These intriguing words also reached the Wu family members' ears, and they took them to heart. But now they just want to ask how this very thin girl has been living all these years and to prepare some good food to help her regain strength. Seeing that everyone has gone inside the house and there's no more gossip to watch, they all disperse. A week later, the latest gossip update arrives. The young aunt walks in looking refreshed and says to Lin Yuyu, "The story of the true and false daughter has a new development." Lin Yuyu looks at her aunt's happy expression and guesses, "The result is very good." The young aunt nods and says, "Of course." Their family's matters are only limited by your imagination. There's nothing they can't do. Lin Yuyu becomes even more curious and quickly asks, "What else is there?" The young aunt whispers mysteriously, "That fake daughter is actually the biological daughter of Commander Wu, but she was born to her foster son from her family." Lin Yuyu's eyes widen and she exclaims, "No wonder, she often goes back to her parents' house." Then her aunt drops another shocking piece of news. Commander Wu's wife is not the biological mother of the true daughter. Lin Yuyu feels her head about to explode. So the true daughter is also fake?
No, that can't be.
She looks so much like her grandmother. How could they not be related? Seeing Lin Yuyu's confused and overwhelmed look, her aunt quickly explains, the true daughter is indeed Commander Wu's biological child. This story goes back more than 10 years. Seeing how curious Lin Yuyu is, her aunt stops hiding and continues. At that time, Commander Wu was not married to the current Mrs. Wu. He had a fiancée. My aunt said with no expression, "It's not Major Wu's affair. It's his current wife who set him up at that time." She made his fiancée see them lying on the same bed. Lin Yuyu sighed. People are hard to guard against. My aunt continued. His fiancée was going to tell him he was going to be a father. They had already registered their marriage, and a wedding was scheduled in a week. Lin Yuyu became excited. They registered? Quickly, did he divorce his fiancée? My aunt shook her head. No, they didn't divorce. Major Wu immediately went after his fiancée. Mrs. Wu also came out to threaten him, saying if he didn't marry her, she would accuse him of misconduct. His fiancée didn't want him to be troubled, so they lost contact forever. Lin Yuyu thought their story was too unbelievable for a novel and asked curiously, "So, how did he marry his current wife?" My aunt looked strange and replied, "He and his current wife only held a small banquet with their parents, without registering the marriage. Probably, the leaders thought she was his fiancée from back then." Lin Yuyu asked curiously, "His current wife is so smart. Why didn't she get the marriage registered?" My aunt scoffed. She was suspicious at the time and never thought about registering. Lin Yuyu nodded and asked, "How did they handle the situation?" My aunt happily said, "The current wife, with help from the local authorities and the military, wrote a divorce certificate, proving they are divorced. She also returned everything she spent at Major Wu's house over the years." Lin Yuyu felt the solution was okay, but asked, "Is she causing trouble now?" My aunt said, "She can't. After marrying Major Wu, they never shared a room. They always slept separately." Lin Yuyu was stunned. "Is that even possible? What about his former fiancée?" My aunt casually said, "They talked things out. The child was found again, and the fiancé forgave him. They held a small celebration a week later." Lin Yuyu had one last question. "How is the real daughter replaced?" My aunt angrily said, "Once, Major Wu's fiancé saw her during a checkup. She teamed up with the doctor to stage a scene, claiming the baby had died. Actually, she was worried her own child might resemble her brother, so she wanted to find a replacement. Finally, after giving birth, she found that the child looked like her, so she abandoned her fiancé's child by the roadside." Lin Yuyu sighed and thought to herself that it was truly a sin. The doctor responsible was definitely fired. After this incident, the big courtyard became lively for a while. Soon, the children went on winter vacation. During the holiday, Annie taught them about skincare, choosing cosmetics, and how to express themselves through body language. Lin Yuyu felt these were just lessons in disguise and acting. She occasionally shared her own experiences with them. The brother and sister learned quickly. They also reviewed and practiced their high school knowledge, including math, physics, chemistry, and English, with extra help from Auntie. Soon, it was the Chinese New Year of 1977. This year, Lin Yuyu took the initiative to invite Leader He to celebrate the New Year together. Everyone was very familiar with each other, and the holiday was very happy. The little kids were now 12 years old, big children now. This year, they celebrated their birthdays together.
Lin Yuyu only needed to pay for the gifts.
They enjoyed hot pot, watched movies, and strolled through the streets and alleys. Finally, they went home together to out candles, eat cake, and eat longevity noodles. Only then did the friends go back home. The residential compound had also built a library and a cultural activity room. Lin Yuyu wasn't very interested, But other military wives in the compound often went to the cultural activity room, and the two children frequently visited the library to read. Soon school started again. The school organized a debate competition, where students could choose their own topics and sides. Huaziki and Huaziqian chose the topic, which is more important for learning, effort or talent. They each served as the fourth debater for their respective sides. On the day of the debate, each class invited parents to watch. Lin Yuyu naturally went too. Listening to her children debate, she thought they all had valid points. She focused on the final summary speech. Seeing her eldest daughter confidently and calmly responding to the opposition's questions with clear reasoning and determined eyes, Lin Yuyu seemed to see the future. She imagined her daughter as a diplomat, confidently facing foreign journalists' questions and challenges, full of pride. Watching her younger son give the final closing statement, Lin Yuyu felt very proud. He didn't like debating, but he was willing to accompany his sister to do what she loved. He was a responsible and good young man. Time passes quickly, and soon it is time for summer vacation. This summer, they did not go to a camp. Instead, they stayed at home with their aunt and studied diligently. During the day, they practiced disguise and acting. At night, they learned to play musical instruments. Currently, the situation in the capital city is very good. During the summer break, something very interesting happened. In a large courtyard, an elderly woman in her 70s wanted to divorce her husband. She wanted to live for herself in her last years. Lin Yu used her mental powers to block out her own feelings and quietly watched. Many people came to her house today, all trying to persuade the elderly woman. They couldn't understand her decision. She's endured for so many years, and now she's almost at the end of her life. Why get a divorce now? Everyone goes through tough times. Just bear with it. If she divorces, people will laugh at her. Listening to these words, the elderly woman muttered to herself, "I've had enough. I live a life where I'm not respected every day. I wash clothes, cook, clean, take care of my parents-in-law, my husband, my children, and their children. I never get a kind word, but I'm always blamed. I don't owe you anything. It's all of you who owe me." Her husband scoffed, "You've never been forced to do anything all these years. Everything was your choice. If you want to complain now, why didn't you do it earlier? Don't even think about divorcing. I can't afford to lose my reputation." Her son also tried to persuade her. "Mom, you're so old. Why get a divorce? What will others think of me?" Her daughter complained, "My husband said if you divorce, he can't stand you. He told me not to come back later." The elderly woman, who had hoped her children would understand her, suddenly lost her sparkle in her eyes. Lin Yu couldn't bear to see her like that. She spoke softly, "We are first ourselves, then wives, then mothers." It seemed her eyes lit up a little. She continued, "You don't have to get a divorce. You can live your own life. Why do you have to divorce? If I don't want to see him, I can just pretend he doesn't exist." Her eyes shone even brighter. But the others in her family exploded with anger. "Who is this? Talking nonsense here. If my parents divorce, I'll hold you responsible." Watching their argument, the elderly woman felt it was pointless. She stopped arguing and decided not to pursue the divorce anymore. People started to leave as there was no more excitement. Lin Yu walked while using her mental power to communicate. "Keep the money in your own hands. The one with money is the master, and the one without is the grandchild. Life is short, so live happily." The old lady smiled, knowing she was understood. When everyone had left, the old lady returned to her room. She waited until no one was around, then packed half of the family savings, some money she had saved over the years, her dowry, and a few of her clothes. She also tidied up her few remaining clothes. She cleaned the room on the west side of the first floor, laid out the bedding, and carefully placed the money, dowry, and clothes inside. She bought a lock and arranged for someone to install it on her current door. Feeling hungry, she cooked a simple meal for herself, focusing on light flavors. In the past, she always cooked to suit their tastes, forgetting her own. Now, she wanted to find herself again and live for herself. After eating, she took a walk and then went back to her room to sleep. Later that evening, when her husband came home and saw the house dark and cold, he started scolding loudly. When he found that the old lady's belongings were gone, he shouted even louder. The old lady was awakened by the noise. She opened the door and said irritably, "Shout all you want. I won't divorce you, and that's all. From now on, handle your own affairs. Don't bother me. I find you annoying." She closed the door and went to bed. Her husband, feeling challenged, went to her door and kept knocking. The old lady ignored him. Finally, the man went to bed hungry, without dinner. The next day, the old lady woke up naturally, washed up, and cooked her own meal. After eating and tidying up, she went out for a walk. Her husband, meanwhile, was angry at the cold house but was too hungry to care and went to the cafeteria to eat. Afterward, he went to find his son and told him what the old lady had done. The father and son returned to the courtyard, planning to confront the old lady. When she saw them coming, she said before they could speak, "If you won't divorce me, I will live my own life. Everything else is none of my business." The son still wanted to speak, but the elderly lady directly said, "If you want your parents to keep arguing about divorce every day, just say so." After saying that, she didn't even look at them and went out again. The son looked at the old man, helplessly spreading his hands and saying, "Dad, I really can't do anything. I have to go to work now, so I'll leave first." The old man was very angry, and they each went their own way. Neither could live without the other. The elderly lady went out to enjoy some roast duck, which she hadn't had in a long time. She ate happily and packed the leftovers to eat again at home in the evening. Through a small tube, Lin Yu watched the scene and saw the elderly lady's later actions. Knowing she was happy now, she felt relieved. She looked at the newspaper in her hand, which announced that the 11th National People's Congress would be held in the capital city next week. She happily thought that the country was truly moving in a good direction. The small tube suddenly spoke. "You, the people who were wrongly accused and sent away have all been cleared of charges." Surprised, Lin Yu nodded calmly and said, "It seems the country has really recovered. Keep an eye on their lives after returning to the city. Once they get back on track, you don't need to worry about them anymore." After she finished speaking, the small tube went to complete its task. Soon, the children started school again, entering the second year of high school. The little ones were always full of energy. After October 1st, the senior leader announced his retirement, and a new leader took over, beginning a new era. The senior leader moved to a retirement home, living next to Grandpa Hua and others. The 5 elderly men and women were living quite happily. On October 21st, the radio announced the news of restoring the college entrance exam. Now, we announce that starting today, the country is restoring the college entrance exam. The exam will be held on December 10th. It was broadcast 3 times in total, every hour, 3 times each. Lin Yu felt that the day had finally come. Thinking of those who had been labeled as black categories, Lin Yu told the small tube, "Pay attention during registration. Check if there are any unfair practices. Make sure everyone registers properly. If not, write a letter to report it to the proper authorities." The small tube went to carry out her instructions. Lin Yu herself went to visit her brother and sister's school, talked to the principal about their early graduation, and also arranged for the children to register for the college entrance exam. The principal knew Lin Yu's plans and said, "The school will hold the graduation exams this afternoon and distribute graduation certificates to each graduate. There will be a parent meeting tomorrow to count the number of students taking the college entrance exam and to register everyone together. Students can choose to review at home or at school." After hearing this, Lin Yu felt calm inside. She thanked the principal and went home. After the teachers finished their meeting, they came to the classroom and asked everyone to be quiet. They happily said, "Good news! The country has restored the college entrance exam. This time, they are choosing talents without strict rules. No matter your background or age, you can take the exam." Everyone cheered excitedly. Once they finished celebrating, the teacher continued, "This afternoon, we will have the graduation exam and hand out certificates. Tomorrow, there will be a parent meeting to count the number of students registering for the exam. The school will handle the registration, so remember to tell your parents." Today, the big yard was no longer peaceful. Every family was talking about the college entrance exam. Many people in the guardhouse were making phone calls, mostly families with children going to the countryside. When Lin Yu got home, she thought about what she would do in the future. She was only 29 years old, still young and full of energy. In the evening, waiting for her younger brother and sister to finish school, Lin Yu saw their graduation certificates right away. She thought to herself how quickly the school was acting. When she asked her siblings, she learned they only took exams in Chinese and math. Huaziki looked at Lin Yu and said, "Mom, the college entrance exam is back. There's a parent meeting tomorrow to count the number of students registering." Lin Yu looked at them and said, "Okay, I will register you tomorrow." Huaziqian asked curiously, "Mom, will you take the exam?" "Our teachers said this time, talents are chosen without strict rules." Lin Yu looked at her children and smiled. "Mom won't take the exam. I have my own plans." The siblings nodded, respecting their mother's decision. Lin Yu wanted them to review at home and asked, "Where do you want to study? At school, at home, or somewhere else?" The siblings whispered and discussed, then said, "Mom, we want to study at home with Andy." Both Lin Yu and her aunt said it was no problem. The next day, the children went to school. Most of them were taking the college entrance exam. The homeroom teacher finished listing the names of those participating and then left. Other teachers held a class meeting, and the homeroom teachers gathered at the school gate. They were all transported by military vehicles to the education department for registration. After registering and checking everything several times to ensure accuracy, they returned to school. At this time, the subject teachers also finished listing which children were studying at home and which were studying at school. Only a few students studied at school. Most studied at home. The siblings' friends also studied at home, and each family probably hired a tutor. Their family didn't hire anyone. The younger aunt was responsible for their studies. 6 of them had agreed to study together every Friday afternoon, solving any problems they encountered as a group. Additionally, Lin Yu became their temporary teacher on Fridays. The younger aunt couldn't appear in public, and the other parents didn't have time. Both the siblings had already reviewed everything once. Lin Yu also asked about the majors they wanted to apply for and found many books suitable for this era. During the day, they studied with the younger aunt for half a day, and the rest of the time, they read books related to their chosen majors. In the evening, they enjoyed hobbies like playing the piano and other instruments in their space. They also learned various sports such as swimming and shooting. The building robots had prepared different sports fields for them. Their bookshelf covered many topics, including but not limited to nuclear and atomic science. They knew a lot about these subjects. Grandpa Hua and the others didn't want to disturb the grandchildren's studies, so they didn't visit during the few Sundays before the college entrance exam. Lin Yu cooked soup and brought it to them at the retirement home, including retired senior leader Uncle Lee. Of course, the siblings' nutritious meals were also prepared. Whatever they wanted to eat, Lin Yu would bring out. They spent nearly 2 months like this. There was only 1 week left before the exam. At this time, Lin Yu printed out the old exam papers from before the college entrance exam was canceled for them to practice. In the last 2 days, she made several copies of the first year's exam papers from the parallel world where the college entrance exam was restored, and the siblings practiced with them. They answered all questions correctly except for the open-ended ones. Lin Yu felt much more relaxed. The children were taking the exam, but she was even more nervous than they were. They also wrote down the classic questions they encountered during practice and shared them with their friends. Lin Yu acted as a teacher, explaining the questions to them. Finally, December 10th arrived, the day of the exam. They had to take a foreign language test that lasted 3 days. Lin Yu specially prepared temperature-regulating clothes for the siblings to prevent them from getting cold. She also asked her assistant to check if any students were without warm clothing. If so, she arranged for each of them to receive a set. She didn't want uncertain factors to ruin their chance to change their lives or cause the country to lose talented people. After the exam, she and Grandpa Hua and 5 others went to a hot pot restaurant to eat. Everyone relaxed and enjoyed plenty of meat. For the next week, the siblings stayed at the rest home with Grandpa Hua and the others. At first, the grandchildren were very lively, but over time, they became tired. Eventually, they were sent back home. Soon, it was January 1978, and the exam results were announced. Their family had good connections and inside information. The siblings scored the same and were the top scorers in the country. To avoid disturbance, Lin Yu took them and their little aunt to her small courtyard to stay. They secretly brought a big feast packed from the space and celebrated together at the rest home. When people came to their home in the military district, they found the door locked and no one was around. This happened for several days, and people gave up trying to find the top scorers for advice. Now, the results were out, and they could choose their colleges. The siblings had clear goals and went with Lin Yu to fill out their application forms. Sister Hu Ziki applied to Beijing University for International Relations and Political Science. Brother Hu Ziqian applied to the Military Academy for Military Command and Strategic Tactics. They chose the best schools for their majors, which made Lin Yu feel relieved. She reminded the assistant to carefully watch over their choices and not let others change them. Then she took the siblings back to their small courtyard. They strongly wanted to go to the study room in the space to read. Lin Yu had no choice but to leave them in the care of a puppet and went on her own. She heard that at the end of the year, there would be reforms and opening up. At that time, as long as she entered the business world, she could make money. She dressed up and went to find the black boss. After knocking on the door according to Hu Yuxuan's signal, the black boss opened it. Seeing unfamiliar visitors, he immediately became alert. Lin Yu spoke, saying, "I am Hu Yuxuan's wife." Hearing her familiar voice, they quickly let her in. The boss looked at Lin Yu with curiosity and asked, "Sister-in-law, is there something you came to see me about today?" Lin Yu didn't waste words and simply said, "I received some news that the economy will open up again by the end of the year at the latest." The boss naturally also heard some news and tentatively asked, "Are you thinking of doing business, sister-in-law?" Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "Yes, I do have that idea. I wonder if you have the same thought." The boss was surprised and thought for a while before asking, "Are you suggesting we work together, sister-in-law?" Lin Yu nodded and said, "I won't be involved in managing the business. I will just hold shares and get a share of the profits. I can also offer some ideas and advice, but you can decide whether to accept them." The boss pondered for a long time and didn't say anything. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Yu added, "We don't have to work on all projects together." The boss widened his eyes and asked, "What do you mean, sister-in-law?" Lin Yu continued, "I have many ideas I want to realize, but my energy is limited. If I share an idea and you want to pursue it, we can sign an agreement. I will provide the funding and ideas, but I won't be involved in the management." The boss thought it was a good plan and replied, "All right, sister-in-law. I hope we can work happily together." Seeing that they had reached an agreement, Lin Yu said, "I like courtyard houses as well as houses and open land along the street. If you hear of anyone wanting to sell privately, just give me a call." The boss indeed received some news. Many people returning to the city after the land was cleared wanted to sell their houses. He was puzzled and asked, "Sister-in-law, why do you want houses?" Lin Yu smiled and said, "The college entrance exams are back and people are coming to the city to study. After graduation, will they return to live in the countryside?" The boss didn't expect his sister-in-law to be so forward-thinking and said, "Sister-in-law, I will keep an eye out for you." Lin Yu gave him her number and finally reminded him, "If you have extra money, you might as well buy some houses." Lin Yu returned to her home in the military compound. The children were in the playroom, and she was not worried at all. Her aunt was staying in the small courtyard. Her purpose for returning was twofold: to wait for the admission notices for her children and to wait for a call from the boss. During this waiting period, Hu Yuxuan finally had time to go home. Lin Yu was very happy. She hadn't seen him in a long time and missed him very much. After a warm and loving moment, Lin Yu looked at Hu Yuxuan and said, "I told the kids about the space." Hu Yuxuan nodded and said, "You can decide for yourself, but you must not let them tell anyone outside." Lin Yu smiled and said, "They are my space right now." Hu Yuxuan was impressed with his wife. Only now did he speak. He hadn't seen the children in a long time and missed them very much, so he said, "Let's go into the space and see the kids." They dressed up and entered the space. The two children were in the study reading books. When the door opened, they looked up and saw their parents. They were so happy and immediately hugged their parents. The family of four had a reunion dinner in the space. Hu Yuxuan looked at his sister-in-law, who was not in the space, and asked curiously, "Where is my sister-in-law?" Lin Yu giggled and said, "Aren't the brother and sister top students in the country? Many people from big neighborhoods come to learn from them. I got tired of it, so I took them back to my small yard to stay for a while. My sister-in-law is watching the house there." The family played for a while longer. The brother and sister went back to read, accompanied by a puppet teacher, so she felt very at ease. Lin Yu and Hui Yuxuan stayed in the living room, drinking tea. She thought for a moment and looked at Hui Yuxuan, saying, "I might not stay in the big yard much in the future." Hui Yuxuan was nervous. Was she planning to leave him? Feeling wronged, he said, "What should I do then?" Lin Yu rolled her eyes and said, "After all these years, how many times have you come home?" "It's usually just me alone at home." Hui Yuxuan knew he had gone too far and quickly hugged her, trying to comfort her. "Wherever you go, that's our home. I'll come find you whenever I have time." Lin Yu thought to herself, "You little rascal, I can still handle you." After hesitating a bit, she said, "The country is about to reform and open up. I went to see the black boss, thinking we could cooperate and benefit each other." Hui Yuxuan saw that his wife was fine and knew he had been tricked again, but he was happy about it. He looked at her and said, "You decide everything at home." Lin Yu nodded and replied, "I also asked him to keep an eye out for anyone selling a sihiyuan." She thought about buying a 3-entry sihiyuan and renovating it so that their whole family could live together. Hui Yuxuan thought that his grandparents might have a courtyard house. He planned to ask about it later and consider asking his wife to come over. Lin Yu watched him continue talking. "The house will become more valuable over time. I also want to buy some courtyards. Whether to sell or rent them out later, it will always make a profit." Hui Yuxuan felt that his wife should decide about the family matters. He obediently said, "You decide. If we run out of money, I will ask my mom and them for help." Lin Yu thought Hui Yuxuan was very outgoing for a guy, but she liked him very much. Haha. That day, old He called. Little Warrior went to call Lin Yu to answer the phone. When Lin Yu reached the reception room, the phone rang. She quickly picked up. "Hello, I am Lin Yu." Old He didn't dare to say directly that he had a house. He politely said, "Sister-in-law, my wife wants to go shopping with you." Lin Yu thought, since there is a house now, she was happy and said, "Sure, I'll get ready and come to find my sister-in-law." After hanging up, Lin Yu went home, took a large bag, locked the yard gate, and rode her bike to find Old He. From afar, she saw Old He pushing a cart at the alley entrance. They exchanged a few words. Old He also rode his bike, and they went to look at the house together. When Lin Yu and the others arrived near the house, she realized it was a courtyard house near Nanlua Guxiang. It was really nice. At the place selling the house, she only saw an old man who looked thin and dark. They locked their bikes. Old He introduced him. "Sister-in-law, this is Grandpa Bai." He then introduced him to the others. "This is the person looking at the house today." Everyone nodded. Grandpa Bai opened the courtyard gate. It was a 3-section courtyard, well preserved. Lin Yu looked around and thought it was quite good. She asked, "This courtyard is well kept. Sir, are you willing to sell it?" Grandpa Bai looked at everything with a mix of longing and sadness. He said, "I grew up here. This place holds many happy and difficult memories." He continued, "I'm thinking of selling it and going to Black Province to find my daughter. I probably won't come back." Lin Yu really wanted to buy it, but she reminded him, "Everything is clear now. You can bring your daughter and her family here. The development in Beijing is very good." The old man smiled. "You're quite an interesting girl. I won't hide it from you. At that time, I was exiled with the old woman. If no one had helped me, I wouldn't be alive today. Although I got back some of my family property, I don't like to dwell on the past. People should look forward. My son-in-law works in the Northeast. We used to live with them, and in the future, wherever they go, we will follow." Lin Yu thought this must be someone they helped before, and her son-in-law probably has a good position. She nodded and said, "This house is nice. If you really want to sell it, I will buy it. If you have other properties, I suggest you keep some for your daughter and grandchildren in the future." The old man felt a good connection with this girl and smiled, saying, "I still have a few houses left." Lin Yu felt relieved. She wanted to buy a house honestly. She looked at the old man and said, "Old man, please give me a price." The old man chuckled and said, This place is big, and it's in decent condition. I wasn't planning to sell it for less than 20,000, but since we get along well, you can give me 18,000. Lin Yu felt like she was getting a great deal and happily said, no problem. A few people locked the door and pushed their bikes to the housing bureau, chatting as they went. Lin Yu looked at the old man and said, Old man, if you know anyone who wants to sell a house, you can ask them to contact me. She then pointed to the man next to her. The old man nodded, thinking he had a few friends who might want to sell their houses. He decided to go back and ask if they had sold yet. Soon they arrived at the housing bureau. Lin Yu explained that she was his distant relative, and the house was transferred to her. The process was quick. Before long, her name was on the property documents. Afterward, Lin Yu took out 18,000 and a small cloth bag from her shoulder bag and handed them to the old man. When the old man walked away, Lin Yu took out 180 yuan and gave it to the man next to her. The man looked confused. Sister-in-law, why are you giving me money? Lin Yu rolled her eyes and said helplessly, This is your reward. The man firmly refused. What do I have to do with Brother Xian? You're just teasing me. Lin Yu thought maybe he didn't want it. She decided to ask Hu Yuxuan later and have him talk to him. She took back the money and said, Then, can I treat you to a meal? The boss nodded and said, Of course, no problem. The two of them invited his wife and child to join them for hot pot. The boss's wife looked very gentle, and the child was well-behaved, quiet, and adorable. After finishing the hot pot, they parted ways. Lin Yu thought about the notice that the siblings' letters would arrive soon, so she went to the small courtyard. When she arrived, she released the siblings and picked up her aunt. The four of them went back to the military district compound. Not long after they returned, a delivery person came with the notices. The news of the siblings receiving their notices spread quickly throughout the entire military compound. Lin Yu finished greeting the well-wishers and saw the siblings' faces turning red from being touched. She hurriedly took them to the rest home to avoid them getting hurt. Her aunt locked the gate and went to find her old friends to show off. At the rest home, the three of them finally relaxed. They came to share the good news with Grandpa Hua. Both siblings had been accepted into their dream schools. After playing for a while, Lin Yu left the siblings to stay with the elders, mainly to help them avoid any trouble. When she returned to the military district, she thought it was time to tell Hu Yuxuan the truth about her real identity. She went to the communication room and called him, asking him to come back that evening. Back home, Lin Yu wondered if she could install a phone in the small courtyard so she wouldn't always have to call the military district. Soon evening came. Hu Yuxuan and her aunt returned home. Lin Yu brought out a lot of delicious food, and the three of them ate happily. After eating, she sighed. Life in the future is so much better. After resting for a while, she pulled Hu Yuxuan into the bedroom. Her aunt tidied up and also went to her room. Lin Yu pulled him into the space and looked at him, saying, There's one more thing I haven't told you. Hu Yuxuan, curious, asked, What is it? Lin Yu, feeling helpless, said, It's about my identity in this world. Actually, I am not my mother's biological daughter. Hu Yuxuan thought about the treasures in the space and guessed, Are you from a wealthy family? Lin Yu nodded and said, I was the second young lady of the Lin family. My mother was a concubine of the Lin estate. Hu Yuxuan had heard of the Lin family and patted her hand, saying, It's okay. You still have us now. Lin Yu rolled her eyes and said, I'm not sad. Isn't it about to open up? When that happens, they should return to the country. Hu Yuxuan suddenly said, Are you afraid they will recognize you? Lin Yu nodded and continued, My aunt was very favored back then. She was the main wife's favorite, but she was also a thorn in her side. When she gave birth, she bled heavily and died. Since I was born, Mr. Lin never saw me. I have always lived in my aunt's courtyard and was soon forgotten by others. My current mother, who is also my nursemaid, raised me. Lin Yu hesitated and said, I don't know who I look like. I'm afraid they will recognize me or cause trouble for you. Hu Yuxuan hugged her and said, It's okay. They have no proof. We just won't admit it. After hearing this, Lin Yu smiled. Then she remembered about buying a house today and said, I bought a 3-entry, 4-courtyard house for 18,000. It was introduced by Black Boss. I wanted to give him a finder's fee, but he didn't accept it. Hui Yuxuan smiled and said, "Good, he shouldn't take it. Our relationship doesn't need that. If you feel bad, just buy him some food." Lin Yu nodded, thinking to herself that she wasn't just buying one house, but many. Thinking about the house, she asked, "Can I install a phone in the house?" Hui Yuxuan thought that modern technology was very advanced now, and installing a phone wouldn't be a problem. He replied, "Whenever you need a phone, just tell me, and I'll send someone to install it." Lin Yu happily nodded. "I also need to renovate the house. Do you have someone for that?" Hui Yuxuan quickly thought of many people and finally remembered someone suitable. He said, "I have someone in mind. He used to study architecture. Just let me know when you need him." Lin Yu was very happy that everything was settled. Hui Yuxuan directly carried her to the bedroom to collect his reward. The next morning, after Lin Yu sent Hui Yuxuan to the military district, she received a call from Black Boss. Back home, she put on her backpack, rode her bicycle, and met up with Black Boss and the others. This time, it was introduced by Old White, who had introduced them before. It was still near Nanluo Guxiang, and when she arrived, she found that it was right next to Old White's house. Lin Yu was very happy. It was perfect. Each of her siblings could have one house. When she went inside, she saw that the courtyard was well maintained. Since the price was right, she decided to buy it. The old man didn't ask for much, just 18,000 yuan. Lin Yu also reminded him not to sell all the houses so that his descendants would have some property. After transferring ownership at the housing bureau, everyone parted ways. Lin Yu went to a state-run restaurant to pack 6 meat dishes, 3 for He Lauda and 3 for the old man in white. She hurried back to the military district compound reception to call Hui Yuxuan, asking him to contact the people fixing the house so they could start repairs. Then she thought about checking near Beijing University to see if anyone was selling a house, since living nearby would be close to the military district and her children. She took her aunt home, and the two of them went together to near Beijing University. Seeing an old man enjoying the sun, Lin Yu approached and asked, "Old man, do you have any houses for rent nearby? My children are about to start university, and I want to rent a place to stay close to them." The old man looked at Lin Yu, thinking she dressed well and probably had enough money. Remembering her anxious friend wanting to sell a house, he hesitated but finally said, "There are no houses for rent, but there are some for sale." Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and she happily said, "That's even better." Then she and her aunt followed him to the innermost house in an alley. The old man knocked on the door. "Oldly, it's me. Open up." Soon, someone opened the door.
Old Wang, what do you want?
Wang said, "You said you wanted to sell your house. I brought some people to look at it." Oldly quickly let them in. They looked around. It was a 2-entry courtyard with a decent size. The whole family could live comfortably there, and the yard was tidy. Seeing Lin Yu was satisfied, Oldly said, "Young lady, if you like it, just give me 10,000 yuan." Lin Yu thought the price was fair and asked, "When can we transfer ownership?" Oldly happily replied, "Right now. I've packed everything up." Wang didn't expect Oldly to leave so quickly and felt a bit sad for him. He lived next door, and only their 2 families had a 2-entry courtyard. Others had only one. If it weren't for keeping company with Oldly, he wouldn't live here. Now that Oldly was leaving, he decided to go too. Watching Lin Yu, he said, "Young lady, why don't you buy the house next door as well?" Lin Yu was a bit surprised. "Aren't you staying here?" Old man Wang said, "I'm just here to keep company with Old Man Li. Since he's no longer here, I will leave too." Lin Yu didn't ask more and went to check the next door. She found it was also tidy. They then went together to the housing office to transfer the household registration. Lin Yu invited the 2 old men to dinner. They probably wanted someone to keep them company, so they quickly agreed. They went to a state-run restaurant and reserved a private room. While eating and chatting, Lin Yu learned about what had happened to the 2 old men. They used to be professors at Beijing University. They were demoted after being reported by their children. Their wives had died from anger before the demotion. After being reinstated, they were given houses. Old Man Li wanted to go home for a few days, and Old Man Wang accompanied him. But Old Man Li's children kept bothering him, asking him to give up the house. Old Man Wang was fine. His children didn't come to bother him. Lin Yu thought they had a hard life and comforted them, saying, "Now the country is getting better. When you retire, you can travel together and see the beautiful mountains and rivers of our country." The two old men looked at each other and thought her idea was good. Maybe they could go see the sights someday. After eating, they parted ways. Lin Yu and her aunt returned to the big courtyard. When they got home, they found Hui Yuxuan was there. Lin Yu hurried over happily. "Are you busy lately?" Hui Yuxuan shook his head. "Not busy. I can rest tomorrow." Lin Yu was even happier. "Then let's go see the house I bought tomorrow." Hui Yuxuan nodded. Lin Yu took out some snacks, and the three of them started eating. The next day, Hui Yuxuan drove, and Lin Yu guided him. Soon, they arrived near Beijing University. They visited the two small courtyards she had just bought. Seeing his happiness, she said, "I will live here from now on. It's close enough for you to drive back quickly and not far from my daughter and son." She also thought about bringing her grandfather and others to live here. Hui Yuxuan was very touched. His wife had thought of everything. Lin Yu continued, "We will install phones here, and each bedroom will have its own bathroom." Hui Yuxuan thought it was a good idea. Each house here is large, with 3 rooms in the main building and 2 rooms in the side building. They then went to Nanluo Guxiang. Lin Yu looked at 2 adjacent courtyard houses with 3 sections each. Hui Yuxuan noticed that Lin Yu liked them and thought about how to get her more houses. The courtyard houses here mainly needed repairs, with the toilets replaced by modern ones. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled as she said to Hui Yuxuan, "I'm thinking of one house for us to live in sometimes, and another to turn into a private restaurant." Hui Yuxuan looked a bit unsure and said, "We can't set up a private restaurant right now." Lin Yu nodded and replied, "We can't do it now, but maybe after the reform and opening up. For now, it's just a plan." After they finished talking, Hui Yuxuan checked his watch and then went with Lin Yu to see He Laoda. When they entered, they saw someone they didn't recognize. The person quickly stood up and called out, "Brother Xian's sister-in-law." Lin Yu smiled and said, "Hello," thinking this must be the person Hui Yuxuan hired to fix the house. Hui Yuxuan introduced them. "Honey, this is the person fixing our house. Just call him Liuzi." They chatted for a while before getting down to business. Liuzi asked, "Sister-in-law, what kind of house do you want?" Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "I have 4 houses that need renovation." He Laoda's eyes widened. Just a few days ago, there were only 2 and now there are 4. Sister-in-law is really impressive. Liuzi was also surprised. "Sister-in-law, can you really handle that many houses?" Lin Yu didn't mind and said, "Of course I can. This is an investment. Think about it. More people are moving to the city, housing is becoming scarce." She continued, "What do you think the government will do? What will happen to the housing?" After saying that, Lin Yu didn't care what they thought and took Hui Yuxuan and the others to the courtyard in Nanluo Guxiang again. They explained their needs: simple repairs, replacing the toilet with a modern flush toilet, and installing heating. Next, they visited 2 courtyards near Beijing University. They asked to build a wall between the main house and the side house, turning the space into a private bathroom. This bathroom needed a flush toilet, a shower, and a bathtub. All rooms should have heating installed. The rooms were divided into 3 parts: a small study and living room, and a large bedroom. They took out some blueprints and asked them to make a modern wardrobe in a blueprint style, mainly for hanging clothes, not folding them. Later, Lin Yu's family and her aunt would live in the same courtyard, which was perfect. The main family would live in the western courtyard. The front and back rooms on the east side of the courtyard would be arranged as 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom for the housekeeper. The side room in the western backyard would be made into a double room for the guards to rest. The side room in the eastern courtyard would also be a double room for guests when they visit. The kitchens of both houses are symmetrical, with a door in the middle. Each side has 2 large earthen stoves, 2 small stoves, and 2 ovens. The dining room is next to the kitchen, with large round tables in each courtyard, and a turntable can be added on top later. The storage room is on the other side of the dining room, with shelves inside, and there is also a cellar. The public toilet in the courtyard is near the gate and has been changed to a water flush toilet style. The public bathroom has been turned into a shower. They went to the street office to register the house renovations, had a meal together, and then parted ways. Construction will start tomorrow. Lin Yuyu didn't go to supervise, but Tongzi would help keep an eye on things. They also visited the retirement home, picked up the siblings, and went home. They had a meal together. Then the siblings went to read books in the space, and Lin Yuyu and Hui Yuxuan went to sleep. Almost a month and a half passed, and the house was fully renovated. During this time, both courtyards installed telephones, and the backyard also got an extension. Lin Yuyu bought a refrigerator and a TV, one for each courtyard. The TV is in the living room of the front yard, and the refrigerator is in the dining room. Each bedroom has a ceiling fan. Lin Yuyu and her aunt had already come early to clean the house. They chose a day to move everything in. Lin Yuyu and Hui Yuxuan live in the east part of the front yard, and their son lives in the west. Their daughter lives in the east of the backyard, and her aunt lives in the west. In the front yard of the west courtyard, Granny Yang lives on the east side, and Hua's mother on the west. In the backyard, Grandpa Hua lives on the west, and Grandpa Li on the east. There were no other people around, so Lin Yuyu released a few housekeeping robots to help tidy up. Once everything was organized, her aunt and Lin Yuyu went shopping for groceries. The two younger ones stayed home to boil water and make tea. Hui Yuxuan went to pick up Grandpa Hua and the others. After Lin Yuyu and her aunt returned, they went to the kitchen, grabbing whatever they needed. This time, they had to burn firewood and use the stove. They took out a lot of firewood and coal balls, filling both sides of the yard. They released the household robot to do some prep work. Lin Yuyu also went to the storage rooms on both sides to take out snacks and some grains, placing them on the shelves. She also put some on the coffee table in the living room. The west yard mainly held soft cakes and pastries. In the storage cabinet in the living room, Lin Yuyu added some snacks. When everything was nearly ready, she called the robot back into its space. Around 10 o'clock, Grandpa Hua and the others arrived. Everyone went out to greet them. The siblings took a group of elderly people to tour the yard, while she and her aunt continued cooking. She pointed out who lived where, but it was clear they felt a little disappointed. The siblings exchanged glances, then led them to the west yard and explained where everyone stayed. They seemed happy to see their new homes. They showed them around the living space, which included a small living room, a study, bedrooms, large wardrobes, big mirrors, and a private bathroom. Everything was well equipped. Even the wardrobes had clothes for all 4 seasons, so there was no need to move things around. Seeing the surprised expressions of the elders, the siblings secretly smiled. Other rooms had similar layouts, showing they were prepared with care. They also visited the east yard, which was arranged the same way. When they had finished the tour, Lin Yuyu and her family had finished cooking. Everyone ate together, then sat aside to drink tea and chat. Lin Yuyu looked at the elderly and said, "The yard is very spacious now. Grandpa, you should move in and live here." Everyone was persuading them, and Lin Yuyu continued, "Now we have a nanny and no one will criticize us." Seeing the elders showing some interest, she encouraged them further. "There's everything nearby. You can go out and take a walk." Seeing they were convinced, she added, "I've moved out to handle my own things, so I might not always have time to visit you, but if you don't come to live here, we'll feel uneasy." After she spoke until her throat was dry, Grandpa Hua and the others finally agreed. Currently, it doesn't matter where they live. If the situation improves, they won't need to hide or stay away anymore. Grandpa Hua immediately called the current leader to update him on the situation, and the leader quickly approved. The leader didn't expect that old Master Li would be cared for by Hui Yuxuan. Hui Yuxuan drove with Grandpa Hua and the others to handle the paperwork and also applied for 2 nannies. By midday, they had moved everything over. Once everything was organized, it was evening. That night, they ate some dumpling soup, washed up, and went to bed. The other elderly men at the retirement home were in a bad mood tonight. They all lived in the retirement home, but unexpectedly, Grandpa Hua and the others were taken away by younger family members to live elsewhere, and they seemed to be doing better. In the middle of the night, they made a phone call and scolded the younger family members. The younger ones were confused and hurried over the next day to see what was going on. Recently, Lin Yuyu has been very busy. Her sister-in-law brought back translations on the same day, and she immediately used her space to translate them. She really didn't have time otherwise. She plans to quit her translation work once she has other income and asks her daughter if she needs help. The old men are living quite well in the small courtyard. They go out for walks every day, and the two elderly women also go shopping and sightseeing with her sister-in-law. They also found a nanny. During the 1964 population census, some people were released and dispersed to various places, all with official identities. They are all around 30 years old, one man and one woman. The man lives in a side room at the back and the woman lives in a front room. This way, they can watch over the elders every day to prevent any accidents. The food they cook is especially delicious, with secret recipes. Lin Yuyu is starting to crave it. After a few days of enjoying the food, it was time for the siblings to start school. First, they took the older sister to register at her school. They lived nearby, so they arrived a bit late, but there were still many people registering. When they took her to the dormitory, some students were already there. Each dorm has 6 people, and the tables and cabinets are quite nice. Lin Yu chose a top bunk far from the door and window for her. Hui Yuxuan and his brother had already fetched water and cleaned the beds, cabinets, and tables. After they finished cleaning, Lin Yuyu went up to make her bed. She also made Yuxuan nail several things and wrapped steel wire around them. Lin Yuyu had already measured the size. In the room, the people had chosen a piece of blackout cloth and hung hooks on it. Lin Yuyu pretended to take it out of the box and handed it to Yuxuan, waiting for him to hang it up. After greeting others, they went to their brother's school to register. It was easy with their brother. They didn't need to do anything, as he handled everything himself. Once everything was ready, they went home together for dinner. There were also 8 elders waiting at home. After a hearty lunch, the brother took 2 sets of casual clothes, which the army had provided. Lin Yuyu specifically told her brother, Xiao Bao, no matter what happens, you must stay strong and wait for Mom to come save you. Mom might not be able to save others, but she can definitely save you. There are many ginseng roots, and you can take some medicine too. Remember to protect yourself outside at all times. Yuxuan listened to his mother's caring words, feeling warm inside. He hugged his mother and said, Mom, I remember everything you said. No matter what happens, I will stay strong and wait for you to rescue me. Jiqing also felt sad. She and her brother had never been apart, but she supported him in chasing his dreams. After they parted, Yuxuan drove his brother to school, worriedly saying, Be sure to pay attention to your safety. Jiqing knew her father was also worried, so she listened carefully and nodded. After sending off Jiqing's father and mother went to the military district. Lin Yuyu and her aunt went to see Jiqing off, carrying a new leather suitcase bought at the friendship store, filled with her clothes. There was also a large cloth bag with toiletries, a basin, toothbrush, towel, lunchbox, teacup, thermos, and other daily necessities. Lin Yuyu also brought some skincare products made from plants, with a fresh scent. She also gave her a lipstick and perfume. As the girl grew up, she needed to take care of herself and look good. Her aunt also brought some small snacks she made to share with her roommates later. When they arrived at Jing University dormitory, everyone was already there. The girls saw they had arrived and quickly stood up to greet them, calling Lin Yuyu sister and her aunt. The little girl Lin Yuyu made everyone laugh and feel happy. They looked at her and the other young girls, who were only about 18 or 19 years old. They seemed very young. Huaziki quickly introduced herself. My name is Huaziki, I am 13 years old. She pointed to Lin Yuyu and said, This is my mom. Then she pointed to her aunt and said, This is my aunt and grandma. The girls in the dormitory were amazed. Huaziki's mom looks so young. Her aunt and grandma are also very young. Annie, how do you stay so well maintained? Lin Yuyu was very happy to be mistaken for the older sister. Hearing everyone praise her, she couldn't help but smile. She happily said, I like to do research at home when I have free time. I use my own skincare products. Her aunt was also happy about looking young. She held some homemade pastries and said happily, I made these pastries myself. Please try them. Everyone felt a bit shy to take some, but Huaziki handed each of them a piece, and they started eating. After Huaziki finished tidying up, Lin Yu saw that everyone in the dorm was gathered around a curtain. She didn't say anything and left with her aunt. On the way home, Lin Yu felt like she had forgotten something. As she walked, she suddenly remembered when they reached the door. She quickly contacted Tongzi and asked, "Tongzi, can you check if anyone has been impersonating students at the university?" Tongzi went to investigate. After dinner with the elders, Lin Yu went back to her room to sleep, while the elders went out to play. Just as she was about to fall asleep, Tongzi returned and said, "Yu, many people have been impersonating students at the university." Lin Yu nodded and said, "Write down the details and send them to the higher authorities. I hope those who have been impersonated can come to university soon." Tongzi understood and replied, "I will watch over them and make sure the impersonators are found." After hearing this, Lin Yu felt at ease and fell asleep. The next day, the senior leader looked at the paper on the desk and felt that something big was happening. After reading the content, he was very angry. The country is getting better, but some people are holding it back. An emergency meeting was called, and many orders were issued. Tongzi kept an eye on the impersonators to prevent anyone from causing trouble or being silenced. About half a month later, they finished dealing with everything. Many officials were taken into custody. Many students have been dismissed, and many college students are returning to campus. Now, Lin Yu often goes into her space to look at her travel journals when she has free time. The older generation has gone out for a walk. Seeing the improving life and changes in the streets and alleys, they feel very happy. Hua Ziqian adapted very quickly. The training was easy for him. Besides classes and training, he often went to the library. There were many books on military topics, national defense history, science, and technology. Many of these books couldn't be found outside, but his mother had many in her space. Of course, their friends Zhao Chenyang and he all went to military school. Wu Yifei was at the Naval Academy, Siyu studied medicine, and Li Meng studied physics and chemistry. Everyone had a good future ahead. Hua Ziqi's roommates were easy to get along with. It's strange that their dorm didn't have kids from rural areas. Haha, their elders had arranged that. In their dorm, Hua Ziqi and Lin Xiao were from Beijing, Su Lin and Zhao Yu from Shanghai, and Li Jing and Zhou Min from Guangzhou. Based on their speech and clothes, their families must be quite well off. Yesterday, after waiting for Lin Yu to leave, they quickly became familiar with each other and even used some of Lin Yu's makeup products that she gave to Hua Ziqi. This morning, after waking up, she felt her skin was smooth and very good. She thought about asking her aunt for some when Hua Ziqi returned home. Since school hadn't started yet, they planned to go out shopping together. Hua Ziqi and Lin Xiao became guides, planning to take some photos. Hua Ziqi's family had a camera nearby. They agreed with their roommates to meet at the school gate, then went home to get the camera and mentioned that they wanted to exchange some skincare products. Lin Yu had just finished reading a travel journal and came out to get some fresh air. Seeing her daughter return, she asked curiously, "Why are you back at this time?" Hua Ziqi happily said, "We want to explore Beijing today and borrow a camera from Mom to take some photos." Lin Yu quickly handed over the camera, some money, and tickets, then let her go. When Hua Ziqi was about to leave, she remembered what her roommates had said and returned to say, "Mom, my roommates want to exchange some skincare products with you." Lin Yu happily thought that her skincare products were close to becoming famous.
Haha.
She took some items from her space and handed them to Ziqi, saying, "Let's start with these. If you like them, we can change later." They are a bit expensive, though. Since the plants were grown in her space, even without spiritual energy, they were still better. Ziqi, holding her camera and skincare products, met up with her roommates. She shared the products with them, and they went back to their dorm to put things away. Then, they took the bus together to the square. At the square, Ziqi explained things while taking photos. She also taught them how to pose for pictures. Everyone had a lot of fun. When they entered the Forbidden City, they truly appreciated Ziqi's rich knowledge. They didn't feel jealous. Instead, they looked forward to studying harder when they returned to school. Lin Xiao asked curiously, "Ziqi, you know so much. I feel like I wasted my time before. Today, while you explained, we toured and felt like we traveled back to that era." The other roommates nodded in agreement. Ziqi smiled and said, "When I studied history and culture, My mom would always go see the places with us after we finished learning about them. Her roommates felt they couldn't compare. Their moms hadn't done that. Haha, it's a story about a mom's dedication. The six of them had a great time in the Forbidden City and took many photos. At noon, Ziki and Lin Xiao took them to eat Peking duck, and in the evening, they had hot pot. They also strolled around Beijing at night before returning to their dorms. The next morning, they woke up early. Today was the opening ceremony, and Ziki, as the top student in the country, was to speak on behalf of the new students. Lin Yuyu, with nothing to do, dressed up secretly to watch her daughter's speech. Seeing her daughter so confident and lively made Lin Yuyu feel very proud. After the ceremony, she left the school to explore nearby. On the way, she saw a worried-looking man. Lin Yuyu didn't pay much attention, but as she passed by, she overheard him say quietly, "Who would buy so many houses at once? But if I don't sell them soon, I won't have money to pay off my debts." Lin Yuyu hesitated and looked back at him. She asked, "Are you planning to sell your house?" The middle-aged man ignored her, thinking that a young girl couldn't decide to buy so many houses. Lin Yuyu did not give up and continued, saying, "Right now, no one is here to buy. Showing me the house won't hurt anything." The middle-aged man thought for a moment and agreed, pointing to the small two-story building behind them on the street, saying, "That small building behind you, these 3 connected rooms are all mine." After saying that, he went to open the door. Lin Yu followed inside. The inside was very empty, with nothing there, and the space was not large. She also went upstairs to look around. She thought it would be great to open a coffee shop or a milk tea snack shop there. She looked at the other 2 small buildings, which also looked good. Seeing this, the middle-aged man asked, "How much?" He replied, 3 rooms, total 10,000. Lin Yu didn't bargain and asked, "Can we transfer ownership now?" The middle-aged man was very happy and quickly said, "Yes, yes." They went to the property bureau to transfer ownership, and everything went smoothly. Lin Yuyu paid all the money to the middle-aged man and then went back to change the locks. Back home, she thought it was best to start renovating the private kitchen first. The other shops were the same. Once done, they could just open for business. Instead of asking Liuzi to do it, she had the robot handle the work, only buying some materials from Liuzi. On the left side of the courtyard, there was no house. It was a small alley. On the right side was another courtyard she bought, with alleys in front and behind. The front yard's other rooms were turned into small private rooms, each with different styles like flowers, tea, wine, books, musical instruments, zen, and nostalgia, totaling 10 small rooms, each a bit smaller. The main courtyard and the second courtyard each had 10 larger private rooms, with styles reflecting different dynasties and local features. The kitchen of the private restaurant was in the west side hall of the front yard, with 10 stoves on the north and south ends. The wall facing the entrance was set up with small stoves, 15 in a row. A 1-meter-wide work table was built about 80 centimeters from the stoves, with storage cabinets underneath. On the other wall, many storage cabinets were installed, holding different dishes, teapots, and cups according to the style of each private room. On the left side of the kitchen, 2 oven-like kilns were built, similar to those used for making ceramics. On the right side was a storage room filled with shelves, cabinets, and a large cellar. Lin Yu came daily to supervise the work. Occasionally, she went out with Black Boss to buy a courtyard. She had all kinds of tables and chairs in the private rooms, which she had Liuzi arrange. She also ordered many woks and clay pots, 50 of each. She took the opportunity to buy many seasonings, and Lin Yu secretly added some herself. She also brought rice, flour, dried seafood, and dried mushrooms. After 2 months, everything was finally ready. She placed decorations and other items inside, telling the workers not to lose anything. All the paintings inside are genuine. Lin Yu also bought several large courtyards on the outskirts of Beijing. Although they are old, they are spacious. She plans to fix them up simply and wait for demolition. Once this was done, she started organizing 5 small shops on the street. Why 5? Because she bought 2 more small buildings nearby, not next to the original 3, but close enough. First, she built counters and a kitchen. She made a small window between the counter and kitchen, covered with a small wooden door that can slide back and forth. Next, she made tables, chairs, a bar counter, and high stools. She also added high-back chairs similar to sofas, arranged in pairs to create a private space. All of these are on the second floor. The three shops next to each other have different shapes and colors of chairs, but their layouts are similar. Another shop nearby has fitting rooms built inside, on both the first and second floors, similar to modern stores. There are also shelves for hanging clothes, and both floors have storage rooms as warehouses. One shop has many display shelves, with counters in front. Under the counters are storage cabinets, and the cash register is at the entrance. Some high stools were placed at the counters so customers can sit while trying skincare products. After waiting for Lyozi to finish organizing the shops, 2 more months passed. Hwaziki and the others will have a holiday in August. They need to learn a year's worth of material in 1 semester, so the schedule is tight and the tasks are heavy. One day, Lin Yu received a call from the black boss. Someone was selling a house near the Forbidden City. Lin Yu was stunned. Who could be so wasteful? But she herself was the one who benefited from the bargain, so she thanked herself first. They all went there, and Lin Yu found out it was really next to the Forbidden City, so close. Can they buy it? She visited the place. It was a courtyard with 5 sections. The buildings inside were complete, with gardens, fish ponds, pavilions, and more. Why was he selling it? Lin Yu was very eager to buy and asked, "Why do you want to sell?" The man selling the house was only in his 30s and seemed unaware of what he had experienced. He said, "I'm back to invest. My family has already moved abroad. The older generation has left, and I don't plan to come back often, so I want to handle my assets here." Lin Yu thought he was silly. This yard is well preserved. The man nodded and said, "During the war, our family donated many supplies from abroad. The only request was to protect these houses." Lin Yu nodded and asked, "What is the price?" The man held up 5 fingers, 50,000 yuan. Lin Yu was stunned, such a low price. She quickly asked, "When can we transfer the ownership?" The man said, "Right now." Lin Yu immediately went with him to the housing authority to transfer the ownership. They waited a little while. While waiting, Hu Yuxuan received a call. "Do you know your wife bought many houses?" He thought about it. His wife had bought a house with a reservation, and the call came to him. He said, "Yes, she always wants the whole family to live in one yard. She feels the houses are too small and uncomfortable for the elders." After a few more words, the call ended. He called the housing bureau and said, "Proceed with the transfer." After the transfer was done, Lin Yu paid the man. She felt she had gotten a great deal and decided to invite him to dinner. She asked, "Do you have time? If so, let's have a meal together." The man was surprised but politely said, "My name is Shen Yifeng. Can I bring my wife and children?" Lin Yu was surprised that he was back in the country with his wife and children, but she happily said, "Of course." After they arrived, Lin Yu politely asked, "What would you like to eat? Western or Chinese food?" Shen Yifeng replied, "We just got back yesterday. My son is not used to Chinese food. He also doesn't like Western food here. Do you have any good recommendations?" His wife, Yi Shirhan, looked at her son with concern and said, "We were planning to handle the domestic houses and then leave. So soon? They haven't even invested yet. That won't do. They need to keep the money." She thought for a moment and said, "My aunt is a very good cook. If you don't mind, I can ask her to prepare a meal for you." The two looked at their son, Shin Mingzhi, and when he nodded, they agreed. Lin Yu and the others got into the car to pick up her aunt and also informed the elders. Then, everyone headed to a courtyard in Manhwa Guxiang. When they opened the door, Lin Yu was glad the place had been renovated. They arrived at a private room decorated in the style of the Jiangnan water towns, with beautiful murals. The paintings of small bridges and flowing water looked very real, making the room feel gentle and peaceful. Yi Shirhan immediately liked it. Her family ancestors were from Jiangnan, and she had been thinking of visiting there. Her aunt had cooked steak and dishes typical of Jiangnan cuisine. Lin Yu also went to the kitchen and brought out a bunch of food. She set out a teapot of tea, a pot of milk tea, along with some small puffs and cookies on a tray, and carried everything back to the room. She apologized, saying, "Sorry for the informal hosting. The place was just renovated and isn't open for business yet. Let's have some tea and snacks first. Mr. Shun, this tea is brewed especially for you. Please try it. Mrs. Shun, this is milk tea for you, and Mingzhi, the aroma was nice." Yi Shihan took a sip, her eyes brightening. "It's very good, with a sweet tea and milk scent." Shun Mingzhi also took a sip after hearing his mother, his eyes shining. "It's delicious." Shun Yifeng also tasted the tea and looked quite satisfied. Lin Yu served Yi Shihan and her son. They also liked the small puffs. As they chatted and drank tea, Lin Yu learned that their child was about the same age as her own, but seemed shorter than Hu Ziqian. Everyone got to know each other and found they shared similar interests, talking happily. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yu went to open it and saw Hu Yuxuan, along with Hu Ziki and Hu Ziqian. She was very happy. It had been a long time since their family of four had met. She invited them in and introduced, "This is my husband, Hu Yuxuan. This is my daughter, Hu Ziki, and my son, Hu Ziqian." She also introduced the guests. "This is Mr. Shin Yifeng, his wife Yi Shihan, and their son Shin Mingzhi." After greeting each other, they chatted for a while, and the atmosphere became even more lively. Because Shin Mingzhi was not very clear in speaking Chinese, the children conversed in English. Shin Yifeng was surprised and said to Hu Yuxuan, "Your child's spoken English is really good." Hu Yuxuan modestly replied, "My wife works as a translator at home. She has been teaching them foreign languages since they were 2 years old. They hadn't been talking for long when my aunt came over and said it was time to eat." Everyone tidied up and set the table with traditional Jiangnan-style dishes. The brother and sister went with their aunt to serve the food, waiting for all the dishes to arrive. Just smelling the aroma made everyone hungry. They each took a small piece of steak, while their aunt didn't eat with them. Everyone shared a piece of steak, which was flavorful and tender, making it very enjoyable to chew. It didn't take long for Shin Mingzhi to finish eating. Seeing that he was done, Hu Ziqian said, "Mingzhi, try this Longjing shrimp and dongpa pork. They taste especially good with rice." Shin Mingzhi tried them and found them delicious. His friends hadn't lied to him. Without needing Lin Yu to remind him, he started trying other dishes. Everyone was so attracted by the delicious food that they only realized they were full after finishing. Lin Yu and her aunt cleaned up the dishes, each giving them a cup of hawthorn water to aid digestion. They chatted for a while longer, then took a walk nearby. The siblings showed them some historic buildings with unique features. When it was time to leave, the 3 little kids felt a little reluctant. Shin Yifeng joked, "If I hadn't sold the house to you earlier, I wouldn't sell it now." Lin Yu smiled and said, "Maybe I should transfer it back to you." Yi Shihan playfully hit Shin Yifeng and said, "Don't listen to him. He still has a few Sihiyuan traditional courtyard houses." Lin Yu sighed, "A big family really has deep roots." After parting ways, they went home. That evening, the whole family gathered together, and the atmosphere was lively. Once everyone had finished their digestion, the elders went to sleep, and the aunt went out to visit her sisters nearby. The family of 4 sat in the living room. Lin Yu asked, "Why are you all free today?" Hu Yuxuan, looking a bit tired, said, "I haven't been back for several months. I can rest tomorrow." Hu Ziki said, "It's been a long time since I came back too. I don't have classes this afternoon." Hu Ziqian pouted and said, "We've had a half-month holiday." Lin Yu understood, and after chatting for a while, everyone went to rest. Auntie also came back shortly afterward to rest. The next day, everyone was fine. Except for Hu Ziki, who finished eating and went to school. The others slept in lazily. The elders played chess and others went to chat. On their side, Shin Yifeng and the others rested for a day yesterday. Today, the person in charge of foreign trade came again, worried that everyone had left. They took these foreign investors to tour the Forbidden City. The translators spoke awkwardly, and everyone went back to their hotels immediately. The person in charge of foreign trade was so stressed he almost pulled out his hair. They had already changed several translators, and this one was borrowed from the translation agency. Lin Yu was thinking of hiring a group of chefs for her private restaurant. She asked Tongzi to explain the situation to the staff sent from various places, and when they arrived, she planned to have them stay next door. The new staff were in their 20s or 30s, and they could probably arrive in Beijing within a week. Their ancestors had all been chefs. The cleanliness of the private rooms and courtyard didn't need to be maintained. She used a dust-removing charm. She and Hu Yuxuan bought many pieces of furniture and brought them to Nanluo. They also released robots from the space to decorate each room. Each room was prepared with bedding and everything. In the past few days, whenever Huaziki had free time, he would go home and spar with his younger brother. Hu Yuxuan and Lin Yuyu also practiced together, and their matches were intense. If ordinary people played, they would definitely argue and get fierce. That day, Lin Yuyu had nothing to do and was thinking about the people coming. She asked her aunt to put up rental notices at the courtyard, bringing everyone in. Then she took her son out for a walk. They wanted to eat roast duck. They hadn't had it in a long time and craved it badly. They packed 5 ducks to take home. On the way back, they saw Shen Yifeng and his family of 3. After greeting them, Lin Yuyu curiously asked, "Are you going out to eat?" Shen Yifeng's family nodded and looked at what they were holding. Lin Yuyu said, "This is Beijing-style roast duck. You've probably tried it before." Shen Mingzhi shook his head and asked, "Aunt Lin, we haven't tried it yet." "Is it delicious?" Lin Yuyu replied, "It's very tasty. You should try it." Just as I was about to give them directions, a few foreigners came out and started talking to Mr. Shen. They didn't know what to eat either. Lin Yuyu took them directly to the restaurant. How Yuxuan explained the history of Peking duck and how to eat it in English. The mother and son saw that they understood, so they went home. Back at home, everyone enjoyed eating the delicious duck. The duck bones were used to make soup, which was very tasty. After a good meal, they returned to their yard. Annie told Lin Yuyu that all the houses had been rented out. Lin Yuyu asked them to find some small jobs to do while she went for a nap. Shen Yifeng and the others were also amazed by the smell of the duck. After drinking the duck bone soup, they felt very comfortable and thought they had a good meal today. Later, when the person in charge of the Foreign Economic Department came to see them, they asked for a different translator. The people from the Foreign Department wiped their sweat and looked worried because they had no one left to translate. The foreigners and Shen Yifeng discussed and asked the person in charge, "Can I choose the translator myself?" The person in charge didn't expect him to know anyone. "Yes, do you know someone?" Shen Yifeng nodded and said, "Her name is Lin Yuyu. Her husband is Hao Yuxuan." The person in charge was curious about who Lin Yuyu was. When he heard Hao Yuxuan's name, he recognized him. He told them to rest first while he went to find someone. In the afternoon, Grandpa Hao called Lin Yuyu to answer the phone, which confused her. She took the call and said, "Hello, this is Lin Yuyu." The kind leader on the other end said, "Comrade Lin Yuyu, I have something to ask you." Lin Yuyu was a bit surprised and asked, "Yes, sir?" The leader said, "Some foreign guests are coming to invest here. We lack translators and hope you can help." Lin Yuyu quickly agreed, "No problem."
When?
The leader replied, "Someone will pick you up after breakfast tomorrow." Lin Yuyu thought for a moment and asked, "Can I bring my child?" The leader wasn't sure why she wanted to bring her child but agreed anyway. After hanging up, Lin Yuyu told a few elders about this and then went home to prepare. The next day, Hao Ziki also returned. Lin Yuyu looked at her and asked, "Don't you have classes today?" Huaziki shook her head and said, "I have no classes today." Lin Yuyu said, "Okay, go change your clothes. We need to pick up some guests later," then called Huaziqian to change as well. She also asked her younger sister to go to the courtyard and find 4 people to help clean up, as they would probably go to eat lunch around noon. Soon, the 3 women finished packing the car and arrived. They got into the car and met up at the hotel entrance, asking the person in charge about the plan for the day. The person in charge said, "Take them to see our Forbidden City and other historical sites, then have a meal." Lin Yuyu nodded, introduced her children to the foreigners, and then took them to the Forbidden City by car. They also came with their wives and children. Huaziki and Huaziqian had already started chatting with the kids. As the car passed different places, they explained each one. The children listened eagerly and sometimes gasped in surprise. The adults also asked questions, and Lin Yuyu explained everything carefully. At the Forbidden City, Lin Yu asked Huaziki and Huaziqian to introduce the site to the guests, while she stayed nearby, occasionally adding a comment. She took several photos of them, and then took them to Jingshan Park across the street to see a panoramic view of the Forbidden City. Everyone marveled at how large and magnificent the Forbidden City was. At lunchtime, Lin Yu still took them to the courtyard. This time, they went to a private room decorated in Tang Dynasty style to experience the cultural charm of that era. As soon as they entered, they saw walls painted with scenes of Tang court banquets and screens carved with Tang-style landscapes. There was a sturdy round table and armchairs with backs and armrests. On the table were Tang-style dishes, with tea and milk tea already served, along with some small snacks, an abundant feast. Horziki proudly and confidently explained Tang culture in English, impressing the foreigners. After everyone finished listening, they sat down. Hua Ziqian then introduced the tea, snacks, and the paintings on the dishes. Lin Yu went to the kitchen to prepare, choosing some Beijing-style dishes for the 11 of them, with 15 dishes, a soup, rice, and a lotus leaf pancake. As everyone became familiar with each other, the dishes were served one by one. The brother and sister took turns introducing each dish and its history. They were worried they wouldn't know how to use chopsticks, so they prepared knives and forks instead. While eating, they praised the delicious food in the capital city. The person in charge was also amazed by the taste of the dishes and the decorations. No wonder foreigners liked them. He liked them too. At first, he thought the hotel food was good enough, but now he realized this food was even more authentic and tasty. At the end, one person drank a bowl of hawthorn water to help digestion. Today's visit was a complete success. When leaving, the person in charge gave 100 yuan. He felt it was a little too little and was a bit shy. Lin Yu didn't want to accept it at first, but thinking that such occasions would happen often in the future, she signaled her aunt to take it. In the afternoon, they took the foreigners to the summer palace. The siblings talked happily, and the foreigners listened eagerly. During the visit, the siblings also shared their thoughts on the future development of flower planting in the country. In the evening, they returned to the courtyard to eat fried sauce noodles. Huaziki introduced this local specialty, and Huaziqian demonstrated how to eat it. Seeing that the foreigners couldn't quite figure it out, the siblings helped them. The chewy noodles and the irresistible fried sauce made it impossible to stop eating. The fried sauce noodles were so delicious. For dessert, they had sticky rice rolls and pea jelly, and everyone ate a lot. Finally, each person finished with a glass of milk. After leaving the courtyard, everyone parted ways. Lin Yu felt that the Foreign Economic Department probably wasn't ready yet to cooperate with other countries. Back home, Hui Yuxuan was there too, along with the elders. In the afternoon, they received a call praising the siblings' performance, and everyone was very proud. They also praised Lin Yu for being capable, which made her very proud. The three women truly made their country proud. Lin Yu asked the siblings to chat with the elders, then she and Hui Yuxuan went out for a while. While waiting for Hui Yuxuan to start the car, Lin Yu suggested he take a walk in a nearby village. People had just finished work, and they went to the village chief to ask about buying a few woven baskets, unsure of who to ask in the village. They waited until the village chief took Lin Yu to Mr. Li's house on the west side. Mr. Li was elderly and not very mobile, so he only wove some items at home to supplement his income. Lin Yu looked at his woven products and asked, "Can you make them smaller?" Without hesitation, Mr. Li started weaving. Lin Yu looked at the finished products, which were very delicate and cute, and asked him to make 20 of them. He asked her to make some crafts featuring small animals in front and baskets in the back. It took several tries, but she finally succeeded. She made one for each of the 12 zodiac signs. The larger ones could hold items, and the smaller ones made nice little decorations. Lin Yu took the money and left. It was already past 10 p.m. Hui Yuxuan was curious and asked, "Wife, what are you planning to do?" Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "Today, I think the Foreign Economic Department hasn't decided how to cooperate with us yet. We need foreign investment now. I believe they would really like our crafts. I want to see if it can work. If it does, it would be a great way to bring in foreign money." Hui Yuxuan was surprised that his wife thought of this. He looked at her with admiration. When they got home, and everyone was asleep, Lin Yuyu and her family had a wonderful night together. The next morning, the school called and said, Huaziki has enough credits this semester, so she doesn't need to come to class for now. She can focus on other things. Lin Yuyu was happy that the school was so helpful. She quickly told Huaziki about it. After they finished washing up, Lin Yuyu shared her idea from yesterday with her brother and sister. They understood what to do. When they were almost ready, the car to pick them up arrived. They went early to the courtyard to ask their aunt to prepare breakfast: soy milk, fried dough sticks, small salted vegetables, fried cakes, steamed buns, tofu pudding, and wontons. They asked others to place the woven crafts they brought today into the folk culture room. Soon, everyone arrived. Lin Yuyu led them into the folk culture room, where the decorations immediately caught the attention of the foreigners. Huaziki and Huaziqian introduced the crafts to them. When breakfast was served, the small woven baskets for fried dough sticks looked especially beautiful, so lovely. After breakfast, while everyone was drinking tea, they started talking about these crafts. They asked Lin Yuyu how to sell them. Lin Yuyu tentatively said, "We have many other beautiful crafts and the prices vary." She then took out the small zodiac pendants she had prepared and gave them to the visitors. They asked how much they cost. Lin Yuyu said, $1. They thought it was very cheap. They bought some here. When they go back, they can sell them for $3 and people will still buy. Lin Yuyu added, "If you have any woven patterns you want, just tell us. Our artisans can weave them. These foreigners are leaving tomorrow." They initially thought there was nothing worth investing in, but Lin surprised them. They discussed many patterns. The brother and sister drew pictures based on their descriptions and agreed on the sizes. Lin Yuyu asked the brother and sister to take the foreign guests to the Temple of Heaven and nearby areas for a walk. She herself went back to the village to find the old man who can weave. Lin explained what needed to be woven, but the old man couldn't finish it all in half a day. So Lin specially went to the village chief and said, "Uncle, we need many people to weave these patterns together. They must be finished today so we can sell the products to foreigners." The village chief was very excited and quickly called many skilled weavers back from the fields. After a morning of hard work, they finally finished. After saying goodbye to the village chief, Lin hurriedly took the woven items back to the courtyard. Today, they are having roast whole lamb for lunch. Now, they are in a room decorated in a style reminiscent of the frontier. This is her private room, but it's just a meeting room. Lin Yuyu placed the woven items in her own room and then went to the frontier-style room. As soon as she entered, she started chatting with them about other topics, not mentioning weaving anymore. When the roast lamb was served, the brother and sister introduced different ways to enjoy the meat. Everyone finished eating and still felt eager for more. After resting for a while, Lin Yuyu asked the waiter to bring the crafts from her room. Everyone loved these exquisite crafts. They were about to sign the contract, and Lin Yuyu took them to the Foreign Trade Department. Some people here wanted to steal Lin Yuyu's credit, but the foreigners refused, and the higher-ups also disapproved. Each person ordered crafts worth $100,000 with specific quantities and sizes for each type. But they had to send the money first before the weaving began. The crafts would be delivered in 6 months. After signing the contract, Lin Yuyu took them to visit Jingda and Huada. In the evening, they had millet porridge and chive pockets, then saw them off. Lin Yuyu brought the person in charge to find the village chief to sign a contract with their village, but the quantity was too large for them to handle. Many people across the country make woven crafts. Almost every village has some. They could use this village as a starting point to spread outward. Lin Yuyu shared her idea with the person in charge and then went home. The rest was no longer within her control. The External Economic Department signed a contract with the village, and each craft item ranged from a few cents to a few yuan. Finally, Lin Yuyu was free, and her payment arrived. Besides the 500 yuan from the person in charge, she was also given 2 large houses with 3 courtyards near the 3rd ring road. It was probably because she kept buying houses, so they rewarded her. She thought she could get more of these rewards. Now, she didn't need to worry about her home. 2 nannies took turns preparing ginseng soup, and she didn't have to manage it. The old men went to the nearby park daily to exercise and play chess. The elderly women also went for morning exercises and chatted with neighbors. One day, While watching TV in the living room, Black Boss called her again. Near Jing University, there was a large, street-facing house with a yard. Lin Yuyu went to see it. It was quite spacious and reasonably priced, so she decided to transfer the ownership. When she returned, she called Liu Zi and told him her renovation plans. They planned to fix the house, convert the toilet to a water flush system, and install heating. On the street-facing side, they would build a cashier's counter and set up shelves similar to those in modern supermarkets, including vegetable racks. Lin Yuyu found Black Boss and told him about the first project, the supermarket. They discussed for a long time and finally agreed. Black Boss would find suppliers and provide goods, while Lin Yuyu would offer ideas and the house. They each contributed 5,000 yuan as initial capital, with profits split 50-50. They also discussed the future development of the supermarket and signed a contract. Lin Yuyu would not participate in management. Black Boss would handle everything. However, she added a clause in the contract that prioritized hiring retired soldiers. After everything was settled, Lin Yuyu took the signed contract and went home. She slept until noon the next day, which startled the elders. She had been tired these days and, thinking there was nothing else to do, let herself sleep. Hua Ziqian and Huaziki also returned to school for classes. The brother and sister were also asked to report on the events of the past few days. Their reports made their classmates even more competitive. Of course, their impressive performances were also recorded in their files. Through this experience, Lin Yuyu's private restaurant was officially approved to open. All procedures went smoothly, probably because there was already a plan, just not made public yet. Lin Yuyu also specifically recruited 20 retired chefs with cooking skills, plus her own 10 puppets. These 30 people each manage a private room, and the rooms are fixed. On days when a room isn't booked, the chef in charge takes over. They are waiting for the 20 recruits to finish their training before that can happen. They signed confidentiality agreements. First, any recipes or cooking techniques learned at this private restaurant cannot be used elsewhere. Second, anything seen or heard during their work cannot be shared with others. Third, speak less and do more. Of course, they could choose not to sign the confidentiality agreement, but then they wouldn't be allowed to stay. Seeing that no one left and everyone signed the agreement, they decided to have them learn service skills, etiquette, and other related topics from a master. The restaurant's aunt is the main person in charge, responsible for paying everyone. Each person initially receives 30 yuan, and if the business does well, there are bonuses. She also handles hiring staff, usually recruiting new cooks after they turn 50. They learn from experienced chefs until the senior chefs retire, then they take over. The rules of the private restaurant are: first, only 20 rooms are open each day. Once booked, no more are available. Second, no ordering, they cook whatever they feel like each day. They prepare a different cuisine daily, rarely repeating dishes. Because reservations are needed, a phone line was installed for the restaurant. The ingredients are supplied through a partnership with a local boss. Once the restaurant was running smoothly, Lin Yuyu handed full control over to her aunt, who took charge of everything. Today, they prepared dishes from the Zhejiang cuisine, specifically reserving a Jiangnan water town-themed room for a family gathering. Since all the recipes are secret, the food here is especially delicious. Of course, the prices are not cheap, about 100 yuan for 10 dishes. Lin Yuyu and her group ordered 20 dishes in total, and everyone was very satisfied. Although vegetables are expensive, they are very tasty and worth it. Almost every day, the place is full of customers. Sometimes, it's hard to book a private room, and she has to use connections or even call Lin Yuyu to help. Not long after returning home, Huaziki started summer vacation. However, she didn't go home. Her great-aunt took her to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs instead. At first, Huaziki's work at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs mainly involved organizing documents and translating. She speaks very well, and when there aren't enough staff, she is asked to host foreign guests. Once, a young lady preparing to host foreign guests made a mistake. She used something that is taboo in the guest country. Lin Yuyu quickly whispered a reminder. At first, she didn't mind, but in the end, she put it away. Luckily, it didn't cause a big problem. The foreign minister heard about this and thought, her child is really well trained. When he talked to her, he found out she knew all about diplomatic etiquette and taboos from different countries. He couldn't help but be surprised and asked who taught her. Hwaziki thought for a moment and replied, "My mother taught me some, and I read some books at the library." The Ministry of Foreign Affairs nodded in approval. She is impressive for her age. Now, besides hosting foreign guests, Hwaziki also collects and analyzes international information and writes reports. During meetings about global issues, the minister always asks for her opinions and analysis. He also reviews her reports and gives her feedback. Hwaziki works hard here, gaining knowledge and experience, and keeps growing. She is looking forward to the new students arriving when school starts, as she'll be a sophomore then. Before summer break, Hwaziki's roommate bought skincare products for her mother and sister from Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu didn't ask for much money. She sold a set of cleanser and lotion for only 15 yuan. Hwaziki is also training hard. She excels in all areas, far beyond her peers, and the military is planning a special training program for her. Lin Yuyu, seeing that the kids aren't going home for summer, has been traveling around buying houses. If the price is right, she will buy it. Her property portfolio now includes 7 traditional courtyards and 20 other houses of various sizes. She has almost finished buying. Except for 3 large courtyards that can't be torn down, the others will probably be demolished later. Then, she will be the richest landlord. Summer vacation has ended, and Hwaziki has returned to school life. She plans to read all the books in the library during her 3 years of university and often visits the library. Her roommates follow her closely every day, working hard and happily studying together. One day, Hwaziki suddenly came back and told Lin Yuyu, "Mom, I want to bring my roommates home for a meal on the weekend. We get along very well, and we've already visited Lin Zhao's house." Lin Yuyu said it was no problem and told the elders about it. Everyone was looking forward to their visit. The next day was Saturday. Early in the morning, Lin Yuyu prepared sunflower seeds, milk tea, small pastries, and other snacks in the backyard living room, waiting for the girls to arrive and eat. To help them relax, she let the girls eat separately in her dining room. When everything was ready, Hwaziki and her roommates arrived. After greeting Lin Yuyu, they visited the elders in the west courtyard, chatted for a while, and then went back to the backyard in the east courtyard to enjoy food and fun. Seeing them having a good time, Lin Yuyu thought Hwaziki's roommates were all quite nice. She didn't disturb them and sat in the front yard living room, thinking about how more and more people had been renting houses recently. She planned to quickly renovate the 20 small and large houses and rent them out, maybe for 1 yuan per month each. If the rent increases later, she would consider it then. On average, each courtyard could have about 10 rooms. After thinking, she called Liuzi to ask him to prepare the houses, buy some second-hand furniture, and decorate them. She told him to add more stoves and burners in the kitchen but leave the toilets unchanged for now, waiting for a major street renovation. After hanging up, she looked at her watch. It's 11 o'clock. She got up, checked the kitchen, and saw that the food was ready. Then she called a few girls to eat. She took them to the east courtyard dining room, asked Hwaziki to serve them, and went to the west courtyard dining room to eat herself. After her mom left, Hwaziki took 6 sets of bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen, and the other girls came to help serve the dishes. When all the food was served, her roommates started eating, and everyone exclaimed happily, "This braised pork is so delicious, different from outside, even better. This big shrimp is sweet and sour, very appetizing. I've never tasted this flavor before. This chicken leg stew is spicy and flavorful, perfect for eating with rice. I can't stop eating." Hwajiqing's family listened to these excited comments, feeling grateful that young people are happy. After dinner, Hwajiqing took them to her room. Her room has a study, living room, huge wardrobe, bed, and a private bathroom. They all felt very envious. After playing for a while, they decided that Lin Xiao and Hwajiqing would sleep there, while the others would rest in a nearby double room. Lin Yu gave the keys to Liuzi and went back to her own room to rest. More and more people are renovating, and Liuzi has formed several small renovation teams. Her house is expected to be finished in half a month. In the afternoon, the young girls went out to play, and in the evening, they went straight back to their dorms to rest. The nanny cleaned their rooms after they left. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and Liuzi returned all the keys. Lin Yu went for a walk again and entrusted the house to the street office to rent out. She kept a copy of the rental contract. First, no building extensions are allowed without permission. Second, tenants must bring their own pots and bowls. Third, the room can be locked. Fourth, furniture can be used but must not be damaged. Any damage must be repaired or paid for. Soon, the house was rented out. The contract was renewed every quarter, and the rent was about 200 yuan per month. Through this contract, Lin Yu decided she needed a female secretary. She found 3 puppets, 2 men and 1 woman, who worked as casual laborers for the street office. She also bought a courtyard house close to her current home and renovated it for them to live in. She gave instructions to the secretary and assigned tasks to the other 2. A week had passed since she started arranging work. She hadn't seen her son in a long time and wondered if he had a family visit leave.
Sigh.
That day, Hui Yuxuan returned home. Lin Yu was very happy and they went out shopping together all day. At night, lying in bed, Lin Yu said, "It's been so long since I saw my son. Does he have family visit leave? Or can I go see him?" Hui Yuxuan's eyes flickered slightly and he nervously said, "Isn't the New Year coming soon? He should be back soon." Lin Yu kept watching him and clearly noticed his nervous expression and guilty look. She glared at him, sighed and lay back down, thinking he must have gone on a secret mission. Although her son was very talented, he was only 13 years old. She thought it was all for the country. Hui Yuxuan looked at his sleeping wife and sat alone in deep thought for a long time. There was a professor trapped abroad. Many people went to rescue him, but failed. Even their team had 1 person seriously injured, so the country paused the rescue plan. The foreigners only shoot anyone who looks like an adult flower-planting person approaching, but children are safe. Because Hua Ziqian performed very well at military school and had a strong body, the country decided to try him out. Since he was very young, they called his father and him to inform them about the mission. Soldiers must obey orders. They agreed on a secret signal. Hua Ziqian asked his father to get him makeup, and he applied a disguise. His father also helped him create a fake identity. When everything was ready, he took his fake ID and some foreign currency and set out. He stayed abroad for several days and finally found someone about his height and build. He observed him for a month. The man traveled on business every half-month with luggage. On the night he returned, he went straight to a bar to drink and came back drunk. The watchers kept an eye on the professor's window. Every morning, someone would open the curtains at the professor's house. Others were probably hiding nearby. They changed shifts every morning at 5 a.m. He got up and left, disguising himself as a foreign child. He bought some sleeping pills at a private clinic and some food at a supermarket. He hid along the way, waiting for the drunk man to pass out with A to the head. He changed into the man's clothes. When he opened 2 suitcases, he found they were empty, so he packed himself and the food into the suitcases. Hua Ziqian finished his makeup and naturally pushed the suitcase home, even mimicking the way he walked. That night, as he passed by the professor's house, he saw someone sitting right at the door. He put the person on the bed, helped him put on clothes, and took out some food he bought. Then he hid inside his house. He waited half a month for him to go on another business trip, then used his hand to knock him out and gave him a sleeping drug. He then put him into a suitcase. While passing by the professor's room with a suitcase, he unexpectedly knocked out the guard watching over him. He dragged the person into the professor's room. When he entered the bedroom, the professor was already awake. Hua Ziqian immediately covered the professor's mouth to prevent him from making noise and showed him a token. He confirmed the professor wouldn't shout and wrote on a piece of paper, "Is there anything you need to take?" The professor pointed to his head and waved his hand. Hua Ziqian made a disguise of the professor for the guard and also disguised the professor as the guard. They changed clothes. Hua Ziqian left, and the professor, wearing the guard's disguise, opened the curtains. After the professor came out, Hua Ziqian quickly put him into another suitcase and calmly walked out. They first took a taxi to the airport. Once there, they went to the bathroom to release the professor and dress the unconscious person in proper clothes. They changed their disguises again, still looking like foreigners, which made it easier to move around. They left together, changing disguises several times. They went to the seaside to find their contact, showed the token, and boarded the boat. The 2-month mission was finally coming to an end. They sped up the boat, changing ships several times along the way, and returned to their home country after half a month. The unconscious person missed the plane. He explained the situation to his company, then went to a bar to drink, and later went home. In the US, during the next shift, they discovered the problem and immediately reported to block the airport and port, but the suspects had already left. Back in their home country, Hao Ziqian quickly changed clothes, disguises, and identity information. Under the cover of night, he took the professor to his house. Lin Yuyu heard the noise and came out immediately. Hao Ziqian saw his mother and called out to her. Lin Yuyu knew her son had returned and didn't notify the elders, as they were all asleep. Hui Yuxuan was still thinking about his son when he received a call from his wife, asking him to come home. He hadn't dared to go home for months, afraid his wife would ask about their son. But when she spoke, he immediately drove back. Lin Yuyu prepared some noodles for them. Once they finished eating, Hao Yuxuan also arrived. She left the space for them and went out. Hui Yuxuan watched his safely returned son and patted his shoulder. Hua Ziqian smiled and said, "Report to the leader. I have completed the task and returned safely." Hui Yuxuan gave him a light slap and arranged for the professor. The next morning, he returned early to the military district and explained the situation to the senior leader. The senior leader secretly arranged for someone to send him to the base. A week later, the professor arrived at the base to continue his research work. Hui Yuxuan went home and took Hua Ziqian to see the senior leader. Because of the previous dangerous events, this task was upgraded. He was lucky to find a mistake and was awarded a first-class merit. He also received a medal, a certificate, and a letter of praise, but these were not made public yet. Hua Ziqian left the military district with his father and handed the medal and other items to his mother. A week later, he changed his appearance several times, then returned to his original look and went back to the military district and later returned to school. Lin Yuyu was happy because her son was safe, and in a month, the reform and opening up would be announced. The department responsible for trademark registration and patents had already made the process public internally. These suggestions came from the team to the senior leader. Since some products needed to be exported, they had to develop their own brand. After learning this, Lin Yuyu registered the trademark, Yuzi Xian. The logo was a yellow grapefruit with a leaf, featuring a smiling face with eyes and a mouth, and she applied for a patent for this logo. The shop names were Yuzu Xian Fried Chicken and Marinated Food Shop, Yuzu Xian Cake Shop, and Yuzu Xian Beverage Shop. They had to wait for 12 months to complete the procedures. She also gave many instructions to her secretary. First, to customize plates, bowls, cups, tissues, small frames, oil paper, and other items with the Yuzu Xian name and logo. Second, to make small round plates with the logo and the name Yuzu Xian, numbered 1 to 100, with each number in 3 different colors. Third, to create complete menus for each shop. Fourth, to take photos of all dishes and drinks on the menus and compile them into albums, with 3 albums per shop. Fifth, to sign agreements for cooperation, clearly stating the uniqueness of the patent and logo and the compensation for copying. After giving instructions to the secretary, Lin Yu assigned 2 puppet chefs to each shop to work in the kitchens and learn the recipes. They were to stay in a side room of the Secretary General's courtyard and cooperate with him for photos. Once Lin Yu finished organizing this, she went around to visit the shops. On the east side, the fried chicken and marinated food shop was divided into 2 rooms, with a sliding window in the middle. The back room was the kitchen, with 2 large stoves. The marinated food kitchen faced the street, with a sales area. A large window was opened on the street-facing side, with a big counter below it, holding trays for selling. The kitchen had plenty of space and 2 big stoves. Prices for the food: marinated pig's trotters 1.5 yuan per jean, pig's elbows 2 yuan per jean, pig's ears 1 yuan per jean, pig's lungs 0.5 yuan per jean, pig's face 1 yuan per jean. Sweet and spicy marinated chicken legs cost 0.5 yuan each, duck wings, chicken wings, and duck necks cost 0.3 yuan each, and marinated vegetables cost 0.3 yuan per jean. For the fried food side, 2 more small stoves and work tables would be added, and a few flat pans would be kept as backups. Fried food prices. Fried chicken legs 0.5 yuan each, fried chicken wings 0.3 yuan, fried chicken fillets 0.5 yuan each, French fries 0.15 yuan, sweet potato fries 0.2 yuan. Vegetarian fried dishes cost 0.5 yuan per jean, with new items added over time. In the middle, the beverage shop needed a row of small stoves for making milk tea, taro balls, and similar drinks. No other equipment was necessary. The remaining wall space would have shelves, a spacious work table, several hot water pots, a sink, and running water. Drink prices. Basic milk tea 0.5 yuan per cup, with an extra 0.1 yuan for additional toppings. Fruit tea and coffee priced similarly. On the west side, the cake shop was divided into 2 parts, one with 2 traditional clay ovens, separated from the other. The other part had a large work table for making Muslim-style cakes, priced at about 0.5 yuan each. All 3 shops would be equipped with exhaust systems, refrigerators, ceiling fans, heaters, and running water. A separate room would be set up with a large sink for washing dishes, cups, and utensils. That's the plan for now. Lin Yuyu would call Yozi to tell him about these renovation requirements. She would also give him the receipts for buying large equipment and pots. After that, Lin Yuyu would go to the street office to register and then stop worrying about it. Next, they needed to hire people. This task was left to the family's elder. She asked Old Master Hor to contact some retired soldiers willing to work in the capital. If there were any honest widows of fallen soldiers, she would also hire them. They could work as waiters or cooks, earning 20 yuan each. If the shop did well, there would be bonuses. Each shop needed 6 people, 1 cashier, 2 in the kitchen, and 3 waiters. All workers had to sign confidentiality agreements, similar to those for the private restaurant. For dishwashers, they planned to find a clean, hard-working older woman from the neighborhood, paying her 15 yuan a month. Regarding accommodation, she bought 2 nearby courtyards. She called 6 to help renovate them. 1 courtyard would be a girls' dormitory, and the other for boys. Each room would house 8 people. A courtyard could hold 24. The bathrooms, kitchens, and showers were fully equipped like at home. Extra rooms were also prepared, to be arranged later. A week later, the staff she had arranged arrived, 8 women and 10 men. 2 women had daughters. Their husbands had died, and their mother-in-law didn't like them. Lin Yuyu instructed the housekeeper to prepare 2 rooms in the girls' dormitory, with beds and furniture for them to live in. Training for staff and the puppet chefs was completed. The place was cleaned and ready. Everything was finally settled. The Secretary General and 6 tasks were done. Now, only the supplies remained. She went early to the meat factory and ordered pig's feet, pig's elbows, pig lungs, pig heads, and intestines. She also ordered chicken feet, drumsticks, wings, as well as duck wings and duck necks. They signed a 1-year supply contract, with Tongzi overseeing the quality of the meat. Most of these items were usually unwanted, and she bought large quantities without needing receipts. It was probably considered waste reuse. She also signed a vegetable supply contract with the Black Boss. Additionally, she ordered some thermal flasks and pretty baskets to deliver meals during the new year. Finally, a batch of promotional flyers was prepared. Buy 1, get 1 free on drinks. Limited to the first 100 customers. Takeaway is available, but customers need to bring their own cups. Location: near Jing University. Lin Yuyu rested for only a few days, and soon, in December 1978, news of reform and opening up spread. Some people were still hesitant, while others hesitated to show their support. Early in the morning, Lin Yuyu called the boss to ask him to handle the necessary procedures at the supermarket. She also brought the documents to get approval for 3 shops. The process was smooth. Once the documents were submitted, the approvals were quickly granted. Then she started hiring people to distribute flyers. Tomorrow was Saturday, the grand opening, so more people would likely come. This morning, everyone went together to taste the items on the menu at the shop. The smell of fried food, braised meat, and cakes filled the air, making passers-by drool with hunger. The aroma of braised meat reminded Lin Yuyu of her past life's meat sandwiches, egg sandwiches, and braised meat rice bowls. She also arranged for the Secretary General to make a familiar list from 1 to 100, with 3 items for each number. She called over the puppet chef from the braised meat section and shared her ideas. The puppet chef thought for a moment and suggested adding porridge, fried dough sticks, soy milk, fried vegetable pockets, and small side dishes. Lin Yuyu considered this feasible and shared her ideas with everyone. The Secretary General said, "That's fine. The other shops, like milk tea and fried chicken, will mostly open in the late morning." Lin Yuyu nodded, feeling grateful that they had already ordered the tableware and utensils earlier. The puppet chef started kneading dough, boiling eggs in the braised meat, and preparing for tomorrow's baked buns. The day of tasting was over, and everyone was exhausted. She told the managers to go home first, while the staff continued marinating ingredients needed for tomorrow morning. The braised meat staff had already finished preparing the meat. The next day, everyone woke up early to get ready and took their positions. The braised meat had been simmering all night, and the aroma was perfect once heated. The baked buns and cake shop also started working, and the millet porridge in the drink area was cooking, along with steamed rice and fried vegetable pockets in the fried chicken section. A dedicated waiter arranged for these items to be placed in the braised meat collection area. Some of the braised meat was transferred to the outside counter, which was connected to the kitchen stove. Like the big heated bed in Liaoning province, it prevents the food on top from getting cold. In summer, just insert the middle divider. They take turns eating breakfast first, and the elders also come to eat. No one is left at home. Some people smell the food and come over. How much is this? Grilled bread costs 1 dime each, with meat 2 more dimes, with eggs 5 cents. A bowl of millet porridge and soy milk cost 5 cents each, a bowl of rice 2 dimes, a fried dough stick 1 dime, and a vegetable-filled pastry 3 dimes. Give me one with eggs and a bowl of millet porridge. Give me one with meat and millet porridge. Give me a bowl of soy milk and 2 fried dough sticks. Give me 2 vegetable-filled pastries and a bowl of millet porridge. The waiter loudly announced, "Everyone, take your time." Grilled bread with eggs and a bowl of millet porridge costs 3.5 dimes total. You pay 4 dimes and get 5 cents back. Please take your number and wait inside. When your order is ready, the staff will bring it to you. You guys have pretty good service. Lin Yu watched everyone handle things smoothly, so she served herself some rice and poured a bit of sauce. She went to the sales counter to ask the staff to add some pork elbow to her dish, as she had been craving it yesterday. An older man saw this and thought it looked good too, so he ordered one. Just as Lin Yu took a bite, Huziki arrived with her roommates. Lin Yu looked surprised and asked, "Are you all off today?" Huziki nodded and said, "Since you're opening today, we came to help." Lin Yu felt proud that her daughter had grown up and was sensible. She quickly asked, "Have you eaten?" Huziki shook her head. They had come early in the morning and hadn't eaten yet. Lin Yu hurriedly arranged breakfast for them, giving each a portion. The staff inside were very busy. Most came because they smelled the food, and some were recommended by neighbors and friends. Lin Yu quickly finished her breakfast and started working. 3 older women who washed dishes arrived at 7 a.m. and started cleaning as soon as they saw work. Lin Yu checked a few times and found they washed very thoroughly, which eased her mind. People kept coming nonstop until 10 a.m., when everyone finally had a break. The 2 large pots of millet porridge and soy milk had already sold out. There was no more steamed rice, fried vegetable boxes, or fried dough sticks, only a few fire-roasted dishes left. The fried chicken, milk tea, and cake were already prepared, and the strong aroma was spreading. This morning, the marinated meats and spicy marinated dishes were ready to sell. They made 2 more pots of new dishes, planning to sell them in the afternoon. Everyone's parents and nannies were asked to go home and rest, while lunchboxes were prepared and delivered. At this time, Hua Ziqian arrived. Lin Yuyu saw her son and wasn't sure whether to feel happy or just pleased. Haha, the hard-working helper was here. Seeing others behind him, all dressed in green, she quickly asked, "Are these your classmates?" Hua Ziqian nodded and said, "Yes, Mom. We just have some free time and came to help." Lin Yuyu was happy and then asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Hua Ziqian shook his head, so Lin Yuyu quickly arranged some leftover meat-filled buns for them. She also prepared some fried snacks for them and gave some to Huaziki's roommates, telling them to sit in the shop nearby to enjoy snacks and milk tea. People gradually arrived, attracted by flyers and the tempting smell. When the waitstaff saw customers, they quickly approached and said, "Hello, welcome." A young girl cheerfully asked, "Is the buy one get one free milk tea true?" The waiter patiently replied, "Yes, it's true. You can check our menu and food pictures." The girl took a look and thought every item looked delicious. Finally, she hesitated but ordered 1 milk tea with taro balls, 2 fried chicken legs, a serving of fried sweet potatoes, and fries. The waiter recorded the order and said, "Okay, that's 1.95 yuan in total." After receiving the payment, the waiter said, "Exact change. Please take your number card and find a seat. A waiter will serve your food shortly." Another customer came to order 1 milk tea with taro balls, a serving of fried vegetables, and spicy marinated vegetables. The waiter smiled and said, "Our spicy marinated dishes are sweet and spicy. Is that okay?" The young lady shyly whispered, "Yes, that's fine, no problem." The waiter patiently replied, "All right, that will be 1.40 yuan in total. I will give you 60 cents. Please take your number card and go to the second floor for dining. The space is somewhat enclosed, and our waiter will bring your food shortly." The young lady blushed and nodded, then went upstairs. She was immediately attracted by the tables and chairs there. Meanwhile, the waiter took the sign and went to the area with marinated dishes and fried chicken. Soon, things started to get busy. Luckily, students from Jing University and Hua University came as well. Many people ordered extra food during the day. Some were drawn by the smell. Others saw that the nearby orders looked good and decided to try as well. There were also quite a few couples, and in such cases, staff usually guided them to dine upstairs for more privacy. Many students from Jing University and Hua University arrived, including classmates of Huziki. Lin Yu specifically told Huziki and Huziqian's classmates they could get an 80% discount. At noon, it was the busiest time. They waited for the nanny to deliver lunchboxes, and everyone was so busy they hardly had time to eat. They planned to eat when it was less busy, but the day never slowed down. Finally, Lin Yu arranged for everyone to take turns eating. During this time, the boss brought in supplies twice and stayed to help out. The first 100 people had no more spots by noon, but people still ordered drinks and hoped to come earlier tomorrow. Initially, the marinated dish area thought they only needed 1 pot in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. But unexpectedly, many people ordered milk tea and also took away some marinated dishes. The first batch, prepared in the morning, was sold out early. Fortunately, the 2 pots planned for the afternoon were ready, and they quickly prepared 2 more, or there would be nothing left to sell. By around 5 p.m., fewer people were eating in the shop, but many took food to go. Until everything was sold out, some people still couldn't buy what they wanted. Lin Yuyu had to restock 4 times today. She gave each person who missed out a small gift, encouraging them to come earlier tomorrow. Her shop's recipes are secret, so the food sells very well. After the shop manager arranged the follow-up, Lin Yuyu took Huziki and Huziqian's classmates home. Dinner was already prepared, and the guest rooms were tidied up. The boys stayed in the front yard and the girls in the backyard. They washed up in their respective rooms, just in the siblings' room. Lin Yuyu was also very tired. That night, she added a few drops of highly diluted spiritual spring water to the milk for each of the 10 children. There is still another day tomorrow. Lin Yuyu took a spiritual spring bath herself. Early the next morning, everyone got up early to prepare. They still ate breakfast at the shop and helped out. Today, they prepared twice as much breakfast as yesterday, and it was all sold out again. Lin Yu also saw that Grandpa Hua's old friend came to dine, and she quickly told Grandpa Zhao. They went to eat on the second floor. Lin Yu asked Hua Ziqian to check what was needed and to bring it up. She noticed that the staff situation today was better than yesterday, so they seemed more confident and handled things smoothly. After breakfast, the Secretary General came to report yesterday's earnings to Lin Yu. They went upstairs together. The Secretary General reported, "Boss, the net profit yesterday was 732 yuan.
Lin Yu was surprised.
That much profit in one day?" The Secretary General nodded and asked, "Should we save this money?" Lin Yu shook her head.
Keep it with you.
"I will tell you when I need it." She then gave her a storage ring like her aunt's, asking her to recognize the owner and hide it. Lin Yu also reminded her, keep an eye on the market and staff wages, give raises and bonuses when needed. After giving instructions, they went downstairs to help. In the morning, a lot of cakes, fried foods, and marinated meats were sold. Some people also came to drink milk tea this morning, probably those who missed out yesterday. The busy day ended. After dinner, Lin Yu packed some marinated meat, fried foods, milk tea, and cake for Hua Ziqi and her classmates to take back to school. After seeing them off, Lin Yu lay on her bed, thinking about the weekend when it would be crowded, but tomorrow, on Monday, it would probably be quieter. She comforted herself and fell asleep. The next day, she was proven wrong. She was overwhelmed and called the security guards of the elders to help. She quickly asked Grandpa where to contact retired soldiers, and each shop hired 6 more people. After a week of urgent training, they finally started working, and the security guards were relieved. Lin Yu stayed at the shop for a month, and the daily profit remained steady at around 500 to 600 yuan. On weekends, sales are usually between 700 and 800 units. On Wednesdays and Thursdays, staff can take turns resting each week. Lin Yu's situation stabilized, but He Laoda became anxious about how to run the supermarket. Lin Yu was so busy she forgot about it. She only realized she forgot when she received a call from He Laoda. She asked if he had hired anyone. He said no. Lin Yu told him to hurry and hire people, prioritizing veterans. He recruited 10 people through his family's connections. 2 cashiers, 5 for restocking and watching for customers hiding items, and 3 to maintain order and prevent theft. He Laoda's suppliers don't require receipts. Lin Yu explained, "Our selling point is that no receipts are needed, so everyone can buy freely." He Laoda asked, "Will people buy then?" Lin Yu replied, "Of course they will." She was thinking about future marketing strategies. 4 one-time purchases at the store. Spend 20 yuan to get a regular shopping card with a 2% discount. Spend 50 yuan to get a membership card with a 5% discount. Spend 100 yuan to get a gold membership card with a 10% discount. Spend 200 yuan to get a diamond membership card with a 15% discount. However, Lin Yu didn't mention this now. Instead, she brought up a promotion from the previous week. She suggested holding a lottery during the first few days of opening. Spend 10 yuan to enter a draw with a 100% chance to win. First prize, a bicycle. Other prizes could include a radio, a pen, notebooks, or small items. But the stock must be supplied on time, and staff should be well-trained with good service. He Laoda thought for a moment and said, "Got it, sister-in-law." Lin Yu also reminded him, "Remember to print flyers and calculate the first day's sales in advance. Also, sign confidentiality agreements with staff, including not sharing sales figures." After hanging up, Lin Yu thought about creating membership cards for her store. She asked the Secretary General to order a batch of beautiful cards. Regular members who spend 100 yuan or more. Gold members who spend 200 yuan or more. Diamond members who spend 500 yuan or more. These cards offer discounts of 5%, 10%, and 15%, respectively. She also arranged for her deputy secretary to train He Laoda's team. She went to make copies of the flyers. Grand opening of Hongxin Supermarket. There are daily prize draws during the first week. First prize, a bicycle. Second prize, a radio. Don't miss out if you pass by after copying. She took the receipt to the boss for reimbursement. She saw some people coming over. These people weren't well trained and often rolled their eyes. Lin Yu thought this was important for both sides' interests. She called the boss over and said confidently, "These people aren't veterans, probably not family members either." They're from the big yard, right? The boss looked confused and nodded. What's wrong, sis-in-law? Lin Yu rolled her eyes and said impatiently, didn't you notice they didn't listen to the training at all? And they keep rolling their eyes. Since we're running a supermarket, good service is a big selling point. The boss looked a bit troubled and said, I don't really know what to do, sis-in-law. Lin Yu understood his difficulty, but couldn't accept it. If it were his own store, it wouldn't matter, but she also had a share in it. She was thinking about selling her shares. It's better to run her own business, especially since not all family members truly want what's best for her. She took the train staff back. They weren't worth it. Soon, the boss would come to change the contract, since it wasn't really his business. He seemed to have lost his independence, unlike when he was in the black market. Lin Yu told her puppets to go back first, then she wandered around. Besides opening a store and buying a house, she no longer wanted to buy property. Now she just wanted to buy land to build houses and sell her skincare products and clothing. After a walk, she felt much better. She went to the shop, sat by the window on the second floor, ordered coffee and cake. Suddenly, she felt someone sitting across from her. When she looked up, it was Hu Yuxuan. Lin Yu forgot her worries and happily asked, can we take a break? Hu Yuxuan nodded, take 2 days off. Lin Yu was surprised, so long a break? Hu Yuxuan smiled and said, yes, why? You looked upset earlier. Lin Yu felt there was nothing she couldn't say and sighed. Isn't it about working with the boss on the supermarket? Originally, it was agreed that he would prioritize hiring retired soldiers, but his grandfather found him 10 children from wealthy families. I arranged training for them, and they were all amazed. Also, this black boss no longer has the boldness he once had in the black market. Probably in a week, he will come to me wanting to change the contract, so he can turn the supermarket into his own. It's better than me arguing with him. After hearing this, Hu Yuxuan knew his wife was upset. He quickly comforted and reassured her. Lin Yu specifically told Hu Yuxuan not to look for the black boss now. Wait until their contract is cancelled. They dated in the shop all afternoon and then went home together. The next day, they visited 4 other districts in Beijing to see if there were shops for sale. If she found one, she would buy it and open a branch. They didn't buy a shop but bought a large street-facing yard in each district. Once the yards were transferred, they returned home and called Liuzi. They expanded the street-facing house to twice its size and divided it into 3 areas. The decoration and layout matched those of the 3 shops. The other houses were turned into dormitories with bunk beds, dividing the main house into male and female dorms by building walls in the middle. Both sides needed toilets and bathrooms. Each room housed 8 people, with toilets and bathrooms designed like at home. They planned to take Liuzi to visit all 4 shops, give him the keys, and then Lin Yu went home. Grandma Hua and others now often go to the shop to drink milk tea and eat cake with some old friends. Lin Yu also met a few times and thought about giving the elderly ladies free samples, but they refused. She invited the old ladies to try new products, and they were very happy. One day, while she was happily eating snacks, the black boss came over. Lin Yu thought she guessed right. Although the black boss was shy, he had no choice because his family's elder was pressuring him. She didn't make things difficult for him and took the 7 days' profit and principal, totaling 7,000. She looked at him and said, our contract is cancelled. You should find a place and move the supermarket out. The black boss was shocked. Lin Yu sneered and said, you supply the goods, I provide the building. Since we're no longer cooperating, I will take back my property. The boss felt ashamed and lowered his head. Lin Yu didn't care about him and continued, I chose you as my partner because you like doing business and are brave, not because you're someone else's puppet. Lin Yu ignored him and kept speaking, write a paper explaining why we are no longer working together. Sign your name, stamp your finger, and have a witness go to the police station and the local office to make it official. After everything was done, Lin Yu left. She said those words not to let the boss's talent go to waste, nor to see him become just a moneymaker for the family. On the way home, the boss kept thinking about what Lin Yu said and felt excited inside. Sure enough, the supermarket sales kept dropping day by day. The staff acted like old men all the time and were even more rude than the shop clerks at the supply store. Goods were not restocked on time, and people stopped coming because they couldn't find what they wanted. The old man started asking the boss to find Lin Yu for ideas, but the boss didn't go. The old man angrily said, "You have a good relationship with the young man from the Hor family. Why not ask his wife for advice?" His older brother also muttered, "Just ask her, it won't be hard." They kept talking back and forth, making the boss feel annoyed. His wife held his hand to give him strength. Finally, the boss, with a cold face, said, "From now on, whatever business I do has nothing to do with the family. When I was in the black market, I relied on my own strength, not the family. Outside, everyone only knows I'm the boss, but no one knows I'm the youngest son of the Lee family. I didn't rely on you back then. In fact, you relied on me." The Lee family members were very angry, but what he said was true, and they had no words to argue. He took out a document showing their partnership was cancelled, stamped by the local office and police station, and officially recorded. The boss continued, "Look at this. Everyone knows who I am. You all know who you are. No one is stupid." After reading the document, everyone stayed silent. The boss took his wife to the door and said, "From now on, I will give holiday gifts during festivals, but I won't come back at other times." The old man watched his youngest son leave the house. He felt he had lost his son and was blinded by wealth. After the boss left, he didn't want to manage the supermarket anymore. He planned to close it once the stock was sold out. He also went to apologize to Lin Yu. She just said, "Just don't lose yourself again," after a few words from them. Old Mr. heard their conversation and immediately called Mr. Lee to scold and mock him. He also complained to other family members, so it's clear they were all reprimanded. People's memories were instantly brought back to when the siblings were bullied, and everyone sighed that the family was very protective. After the boss left, Lin Yu was still thinking about opening new stores, unaware that her family had already taken revenge for her. She thought about the new store. Each shop needs 2 chefs, 1 cashier, 3 waiters, and 2 dishwashers, 8 people in total. Currently, the main store has 3 shops with 6 puppets, 6 dishwashers, and 36 employees. The main store keeps 10 people per shop. The manager is a retired male soldier earning 50 yuan plus bonuses. The new stores will first open 3 shops in the East City district. Thinking of this, she went to the West Courtyard to see Grandpa and asked, "Grandpa, do you still have retired soldiers?" Grandpa looked at her in surprise and said, "Yes, Yu. Are you planning to hire more people?" Lin Yu nodded and said, "I plan to open 3 shops in the East City district first. I need to hire 3 cashiers, 15 waiters, 6 chefs, and 6 dishwashers." Grandpa proudly looked at Lin Yu and said, "Don't worry, Yu. I'll make sure to hire the right people." Lin Yu happily chatted with Grandpa for a while before returning to the East Courtyard. Lying on her bed, she thought about the marinating spices. She had already instructed the puppets to come up with a plan. They would turn the spices into powder, and the rest would be measured by weight, how much spice to add per pound. The marinated food would be prepared in a pot with a fixed amount of ingredients and seasoning packs. The seasoning packs were sewn into small cloth bags. After planning all this, she went to rest. The next day, she called the secretary and assigned her tasks. First, select 4 store managers and train them well. Second, continue negotiations with the meat factory and Black Boss, as demand has doubled. Third, check if the tableware and digital round signs have been customized. Fourth, customize the signboard, Yuzu Pavilion, for all 5 shops. Then, she told the Secretary General, "Let's leave it at that for now. We can discuss other things when the shop is ready to open." As the new year approached, the staff couldn't arrive on time, and the new store opening had to be postponed until after the holiday. After the Secretary General left, she ate some fruit and thought about buying some wilderness land. She went to the West Courtyard to find Grandpa Yang. When she arrived at the West Courtyard, she saw it was very cold, and the elders hadn't gone out today. Lin Yu chatted with the elders for a while, then got to the main point. "Grandpa, do we have policies now for contracting wilderness land and uncultivated fields?" Grandpa Yang had heard some rumors and replied, "There is such a policy, but it hasn't been implemented yet." Do you have any ideas?" Without hesitation, Lin Yu said, "I want to contract a piece of wilderness land and uncultivated fields." I plan to build a holiday resort and also open 2 factories. Grandpa Young thought his granddaughter-in-law was very creative and promised to tell her as soon as the policy was announced. Lin Yu stayed for lunch with them before returning to the East Courtyard. Thinking that the new year was coming soon, she came up with a few ideas to boost shop sales. First, marinated snacks. Buy 10 yuan, get 1 kilogram of marinated vegetables free. Second, fried foods. Buy 10 yuan, get 1 kilogram of fried vegetables free. Third, cakes. Buy 10 yuan, get a baked pizza free. Fourth, beverages. Buy 10 cups, get 1 milk tea free. Additionally, many beautifully crafted gift boxes of different sizes needed to be customized. As long as the purchase reached 10 yuan, items would be packed in gift boxes, making the gift more presentable. She also called the Secretary General to ask her to arrange everything. In the blink of an eye, it was late January 1979. The siblings were on winter vacation. During the holiday, they exercised every day, then helped in the shop, and in the evenings, they read and studied in the space while having extra meals. Everyone in the shop was very busy during this period. Most people were willing to buy 10 yuan items to take home and share with their families for the new year. Finally, the elders and their guards also joined in, and the staff was finally enough. On the evening of the 27th day of the lunar month, Lin Yu planned to give everyone a holiday, reopening on the 6th day of the new year. She also distributed benefits to the staff. First, all travel expenses for the New Year trip would be covered, and if family members wanted to come, their round-trip travel costs would also be paid. Second, at the end of the year, they received double salary plus bonuses, giving each person 3 months' worth of pay. Third, the New Year gifts include store-made marinated dishes, fried snacks, and cakes. The Secretary General was asked to count the number of people, and Lin Yu took her whole family home. In the evening, the Secretary General came to report, but most employees chose not to go home. They had already discussed with their families that this year, their wives and children would come to celebrate the new year together. They also didn't want to close the store. They wanted to stay open. Lin Yu nodded and reminded her, make sure to arrange accommodations for their families. She also advised her to give them a gentle reminder. Now is a good time to save money to buy a house, since property prices are low. Seeing the Secretary General nod, Lin Yu instructed her to prepare enough supplies for the New Year period. When she noticed she hadn't left, she asked, "Is there anything else?" The Secretary General reported, "I'd like to update you on the profits for the first half of February." Lin Yu gestured for her to continue, and she said, "An average of 800 yuan per day." Lin Yu was surprised at how much that was. It was quite good. She then told the staff to put lots of delicious food, fruits, drinks, and snacks into the Secretary General's ring. She mentioned there would be a surprise, and then sent her back. Today is the 28th day of the lunar month. Lin Yu took her younger siblings out to explore the city and experience the festive atmosphere. They bought many decorations for the new year, planning to decorate together after cleaning tomorrow. Her usual New Year gifts included 6 items, but this year she added gift boxes of cakes and fried snacks. She also prepared an extra gift for Huiziki, asking her to deliver it to the foreign minister, as she was a respected elder. Later, Hui Yuxuan would come home tonight to deliver the gifts to the elders. Tomorrow, he would stay at home with them, but on New Year's Eve, he would go to the military district to visit soldiers. The families who received the gifts would open them after the visitors left. The younger family members were amazed. "Wow, it's a gift box from Yao Yao. I queued several times but couldn't buy one. Grandfather has one now. Great-grandmother, can Nini eat this fried chicken leg?" they asked eagerly, saliva dripping onto their clothes. They didn't know what the younger family members were excited about until they asked, learning that Yao Yao was very popular. They sighed, saying that the young relatives of their old friends are truly outstanding. Lin Yu's 2 loyal nannies have been very helpful, starting to prepare the New Year supplies a few days ago. The brother and sister often go to the kitchen to hang out, sharing snacks and drinks, just like when they were little. The next day, everyone gets up to clean and decorate the house. Once everything is ready, the house looks bright and festive, making people feel happy and joyful. Lin Yu thinks about whether the brother and sister should visit friends' homes for the new year now that they are in college. She goes to the west courtyard and asks Granny Yang and Granny Hua, who both say they should visit, as maintaining relationships is important. Although the siblings are still young, they are in college, and it's good for them to visit others. When they return, Lin Yuyu prepares 4 gift packages for the new year. She plans for the siblings to visit their friends' homes in the big courtyard and see their elders. First, they call out their 4 friends to discuss the plan. They decide that every year on the 28th day of the lunar month, they will visit their elders together in the morning. Today, they are going to visit. They first visit their grandparents at home and gather everyone. Then, they go to see other elders in the big courtyard. Once everyone is ready, the siblings take the gifts, drive in Hui Yuxuan's car, and head to the military district compound. All 6 attract the attention of the people there. Watching them visit their elders, everyone comments on their childhood friendship. The remaining members of Lin Yuyu's group go to the square, where there is a lively small market. After browsing the market, they don't go back home, but eat roast duck outside. It's been a long time since they last ate it, and it still tastes great. In the late afternoon, they go to a restaurant, which is still very busy. They go to Lin Yuyu's private room on the 2nd floor. Once everyone is seated, a waiter brings menus and photo albums, showing that there are many new dishes this season. After everyone orders, Lin Yuyu adds more snacks. She also orders a big table of food and drinks for the guards and nannies. The waiter records the order. Then, another waiter comes to serve plain boiled water. Outside on the 2nd floor, couples sit together, some shy and hesitant to talk, making the 2nd floor feel quiet and peaceful. They didn't wait long. The food they ordered was served quickly. Everyone ate and talked together, and finally decided to go to a private restaurant for New Year's Eve dinner with their little aunt. They ate and drank until 5 in the afternoon. The whole family returned to their small courtyard. The next day, Hu Yuxuan and Hu Dad went to the military district, while Grandpa Hu and others went to the park for exercise. The brother and sister played all day with their friends yesterday, so they woke up a bit late today. After lunch, everyone went together to the private restaurant, which was in Yi Yuyo's special private room. The nannies served tea, snacks, and small dishes. Soon their little aunt arrived. It had been a long time since they last saw each other, and everyone missed each other very much. Around 8 p.m., Hu Yuxuan and Hu Dad returned, and it was time to eat. The dinner was very rich, with 28 dishes on the table. Just smelling the food made everyone's mouths water, and everyone enjoyed the meal very much. The New Year's Eve dinner cost 500 yuan, including many small snacks, tea, drinks before the meal, the 28 main dishes, and dumplings late at night. Their little aunt now looked radiant. Using her diplomatic skills, she successfully built friendships with the wives of many families. Before the new year, she even gave these women skincare products she made herself, packaged very luxuriously. After using them, the women looked much younger, and their marriages improved. They all wanted to strengthen their relationship with their little aunt and buy more properties because some of the husbands also wanted to use the products. Unfortunately, these products were produced in very small quantities, about 1 set per month, which was enough for just 1 month. This scarcity marketing strategy successfully kept the women loyal. At midnight, fireworks were set off in the yard, and everyone went outside to watch. The fireworks were beautiful and colorful, but fleeting. On the way back to the private room, Grandpa Hu and others met many old comrades in arms and exchanged a few words. When the dumplings were ready, they were served with several dipping sauces, and everyone ate very happily. The new year was quickly coming to an end. Grandpa Hu also received the retired soldiers he had recruited. There were men and women, and a few older women. Although their clothes were not very good, they were very clean and tidy. Yiyo took them to the branch in the East City area, arranged accommodations for them, and let them rest well. When she returned home, Lin Yiyu called the Secretary General and asked, "How is the store manager training going?" The Secretary General respectfully replied, "It's all been trained." Lin Yiyu nodded and ordered, "Take 1 store manager and those 6 puppet chefs to the branch to train them." Half a month later, the store opened with the same lion dance and special offers. Lin Yiyu stayed at the new store for half a month. Everything looked good. The manager was doing well, and the accounts were neatly organized. The main store was unaffected, and daily earnings remained the same as before. After observing the branch's sales for a month, the daily income was about 400, and on weekends, around 600. Lin Yuyu felt relieved. The branch was doing well, and the puppet chefs could retire. Once that was settled, Lin Yuyu opened the remaining 3 stores in the same way. The income from all 4 branches was similar. She waited for everything to run smoothly, then recalled the 6 puppet chefs to continue working as her secretaries, managed by the Secretary General. Lin Yuyu was very busy and exhausted. She decided to keep things as they were for now and take a break. She was too tired and needed some rest. Grandpa Hua and others knew she had been working very hard recently and didn't disturb her rest. One day, while Lin Yuyu was relaxing in a rocking chair eating snacks, the Secretary General came in. He whispered, "Boss, someone from Haisher came to see you." Lin Yuyu frowned, unhappy, and asked, "What do they want?" The secretary cautiously said, "They want to open a store in Haisher similar to ours." Lin Yuyu thought this was probably like a franchise store. She and the secretary went to her private room in the store. Seeing the visitor from Haisher, Lin Yuyu nodded without saying anything. The visitor from Haisher also said happily, "Ms. Lin, sorry to bother you." Lin Yuyu directly said, "I don't like beating around the bush. Just tell me what you want." The visitor nodded and said, "I want to open a store like yours in Haisher. I don't know how to start." Lin Yuyu thought for a moment and said, "All our brands are registered with trademarks and patents." The visitor from Haisher said he understood, and Lin Yuyu continued, "If you want to sell the same products as us, you need to use our recipes and raw materials." The people from Haisher said it was no problem. "How much?" Lin Yuyu continued, "We will sell you the prepared raw materials, but you will also need to pay a franchise fee." The people from Haisher found this acceptable. Lin Yuyu sighed and said, "I wonder if our country has this technology." She thought for a moment and said, "Leave a phone number, and once our machines are ready, we will call you. But it might take a very long time." The people from Haisher agreed and left their phone number. Lin Yuyu asked Tongzi to check if our country has this cold chain technology. Tongzi quickly replied, "Yuyu, most of our country's technology is the best, including cold chain technology." Lin Yuyu asked, "Where can I buy the machines I want?" Tongzi listed a few places. Lin Yuyu looked at the list and saw she could buy almost everything in Guang province. Before that, she needed to build a factory. She went to find Grandpa Yang and asked, "Grandpa, does the government have any vacant land? I want to build a frozen food factory." Grandpa Yang thought for a moment and took Lin Yuyu to the government office. She looked at some empty plots of land that seemed suitable. She decided to buy one of these places. It was far from other residents, so she planned to first build a frozen food processing plant. She signed a contract with the government, handled all the necessary permits, and registered the project. Then Lin Yuyu took her certificates and left with Grandpa Yang. Back home, Lin Yuyu thought about building dormitories, factory buildings, and an office tower. First, she asked Tongzi to prepare the construction plans for the factory. Then she called Liuzi. She handed the plans to the Secretary General and asked her to arrange people to monitor the progress. Liuzi was very excited when he saw the plans. He thought his sister-in-law was amazing. When Lin Yuyu had some free time, she thought about her children. The 2 kids were about to start summer vacation and probably wouldn't come home during the break. She was right. Huaziki was still doing an internship at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Huaziqian had been secretly assigned to training. That day, the brother and sister were about to start school again and were resting at home when the head of foreign trade came to see Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu looked at the visitor curiously and asked, "Another translation job?" The visitor nodded and said, "Yes, but this time, you need to go abroad with us to discuss cooperation." Lin Yuyu's eyes lit up with happiness, and she felt very pleased inside. She asked casually, "Are you going abroad?" The person in charge replied, "There are many customs abroad that we are not familiar with. One of them is the contract. We're worried about being cheated." Lin Yuyu nodded to show she understood. She wanted to take her children with her to see the world, but she wasn't sure if that was possible. She hesitated and said, "I haven't seen my son and daughter for half a year. We don't know when we'll come back." The person in charge kindly said, "We can take them with us." Lin Yuyu continued, "Will the school let them go?" He thought for a moment and said, "I'll talk to their school." After seeing off the person in charge, the brother and sister came over, hugged Lin Yuyu's arms, and acted spoiled. They knew their mom would take them along. Lin Yuyu smiled and gently tousled their hair. Soon, she received calls from both schools, saying they approved the children to go abroad and see the world. Lin Yuyu was satisfied. That afternoon, she packed her children and handed them over to the person in charge. The children started training for the customs and etiquette of the country they would visit. Lin Yuyu also went to a friendship store to buy 3 suitcases and some local specialties to put in the luggage. She bought beautiful handmade crafts, which were woven by puppets in her space, and she took all of them along. 10 days later, they set off with their luggage. At the airport, they saw Hui Yuxuan dressed casually. Their worried expressions quickly betrayed them. They hadn't told their father they were going abroad. Hui Yuxuan looked at the 3 of them feeling upset. No one in the family had told him that his wife and children were going on this trip. He felt wronged, thinking no one cared about him at home. His aura suddenly grew colder and more powerful, causing many people to quickly stay away. The mother and children hurriedly boarded the plane without looking at him, finally relaxing once they sat in their seats. Lin Yuyu curiously looked at the airplane structure, while her children remained calm because they had seen similar designs in books before. Once the mother and children settled down, they turned their heads and found that Hui Yuxuan was sitting next to them. They exchanged glances, and Lin Yuyu was chosen to go and resolve the issue. She quietly apologized and said many kind words, which made Hui Yuxuan less angry. But she still harshly criticized the 3 women. After listening, they quickly promised it wouldn't happen again. In 6 hours, they would arrive abroad. After getting off the plane, a car would pick them up to stay at the embassy. They rested for a night. Lin Yuyu and her siblings changed into local clothes, brought their cameras and small bags, and planned to go shopping. Whenever these people went out, a soldier would follow to keep them safe. The person following Lin Yuyu and her family was Yuxuan. They also met other colleagues while going out. After they passed, they could still hear them talking. Why does Colonel have to protect her? Look at what she and her children are wearing. Their family of 4 ignored the jealous comments. They spent the whole day shopping and taking many photos. At noon, they chose a Western restaurant for lunch, ordering steak and pasta. The 4 of them looked good and behaved well at the table, attracting many people's attention. But they didn't feel uncomfortable. Huaziki took a bite of steak and complained, "It's not as good as the private restaurant." Huaziqian also took a bite of pasta and said, "The noodles are not firm and taste bad. Even if the food wasn't good, they didn't waste it." In the afternoon, they continued to explore, visiting a mall to buy watches and bags. They bought a watch for each family member as a gift. Only the women in the family had bags, all classic styles that never go out of fashion. When they returned to the embassy with many bags, it caused some talk. They also saw Mr. Shen's family. They heard about the country's visit to discuss cooperation and came to the embassy to see if they could help. They invited Lin Yuyu's family to dinner at their home tomorrow, and Lin Yuyu happily agreed. She also asked Mr. Shen to help find out what the latest model of machinery used in American factories was and what models had been used before. It was easy for him to do this in the US. After saying goodbye to Mr. Shen, the family went back to the embassy with leftover pizza, burgers, some snacks, and cola. The pizza was okay, but not as good as her small shops. The burgers were also fine, but the snacks didn't taste as good as those back home. Seeing that the children didn't like to eat, I took out some of their favorite foods and treats from the space. Don't worry about safety. As soon as we landed, Lin Yuyu had the drone constantly monitor the environment. The embassy is relatively clean and safe. After they finished eating, all the trash was collected into the space, leaving only the boxes of the food they bought. Then, I brought out some sliced fruit for a nice meal. Hui Yuxuan took the trash outside to throw away. The mother and her 2 children finished washing up and sat together in the living room, looking at their shopping treasures and organizing them into the suitcases. They also took out the camera to look at the photos taken today. The pictures were very beautiful, with a style similar to the late 1990s. Lin Yuyu also found some local specialties from the space, planning to bring them to Mr. Shen's family tomorrow. Everything was packed, and then they went to sleep. The next morning, they ate steamed buns and porridge for breakfast in the space. After saying goodbye to the guide, they drove to Mr. Shen's house. This time, Lin Yuyu was driving. They looked at the buildings and scenery as they traveled. The brother and sister couldn't help but say, "When will our country have tall buildings like this?" Lin Yuyu joked, "It's coming soon. Our country is entering a fast development stage." When they were close to the house, they brought out gift boxes of snacks and toys made by puppets. Soon, they arrived at Mr. Shin's villa. It was really big. Foreign countries are wide and sparsely populated, but it still felt like home. The two families were very familiar with each other. Even though they hadn't seen each other for a year, it didn't feel strange. As soon as the three children saw each other, they started chattering and went to play in the toy room. Lin Yuyu and Hui Yuxuan stayed in the living room chatting with Mr. and Mrs. Shen. Mr. Shen took out the items Lin Yuyu and her family needed and said they are now using the latest machinery, which they plan to sell to their loyal country after replacing it. Earlier, they sold us the outdated equipment at the latest machinery price. If you hadn't asked me to investigate, we wouldn't have known they were doing this, he added. Lin Yuyu nodded, knowing there was definitely something suspicious. After storing the information, they changed the subject. Since their housekeeper was not there, only the two families cooked together. The children also came down to help. Lin Yuyu looked at her family's education, which was quite good. They didn't leave chores to the girls alone. Instead, the main people cooking today were Hui Yuxuan and Mr. Shen. The children also helped wash vegetables and do some simple tasks, which was very nice. Everyone enjoyed the meal together, especially Shen Mingzhi, who ate the most. He also took good care of Jiqi, serving her many of her favorite dishes. He paid close attention to details. This young man has a bright future. After lunch and a short rest, both families went shopping together. This time, Lin Yuyu bought each family member a new outfit. The men wore shirts, suits, ties, and leather shoes. The women wore leggings, dresses, coats, and high heels. The elders wore broad-brimmed hats, while Lin Yuyu and Jiqi wore narrow-brimmed hats. They bought many clothes and then had dinner outside together before going their separate ways. When Lin Yuyu returned to the embassy carrying a pile of spoils, some people's eyes showed envy. Lin Yuyu ignored their looks and calmly went back to her room with the items. She organized everything into her suitcase and then went to find the team leader with the documents. She handed over the investigation results and materials about Mr. Shen to the team leader. The team leader didn't expect that, during these days, they not only played but also used connections to investigate their opponents. No one had expected that a major country would sell inferior goods as quality products. Seeing Lin Yuyu shopping around and handling things efficiently and observing the jealousy of others, the team leader felt tired. Since there was nothing more for the team leader to do, the family of four each went back to their rooms to sleep. The next morning, they all woke up early because they were going to visit a company to discuss cooperation. When they arrived at the meeting room, everyone started talking. Lin Yuyu translated and thought of countermeasures. Finally, when asked if there were any questions, Lin Yuyu asked about what to do with the discarded equipment. They laughed and said they would sell it as scrap metal. Lin Yuyu also took the opportunity to ask how much scrap metal was sold per kilogram. She inquired about the type of equipment they currently used. After getting the answers, Lin Yuyu suggested going to see the equipment they planned to buy. They first went to look at the items they wanted to buy. Lin Yuyu casually pointed to each box, asking to open and inspect them. This was discovered after a thorough check. When opened, the equipment inside was very dirty, but still usable. The foreign manager's face darkened upon seeing them. They opened several boxes in a row, and all were in the same condition. The foreign manager's face grew even darker. He couldn't believe that the company's senior management would behave this way. In the end, they were taken to see the latest equipment. Lin Yuyu also asked the technician, who confirmed that the new and old models had the same structure, only differing in precision. She thought it would be fine to buy some outdated equipment to take back. They were just tools for disassembly. She also asked the expert accompanying them, who agreed that this was okay. They then went to negotiate with the foreign manager. Since their side had previously broken promises, Lin Yuyu and her team ended up buying 6 outdated machines at scrap metal prices. This saved the country a lot of money and provided a new idea, buy old machines from other countries, then bring them back to disassemble, research, and improve. The cooperation discussion lasted only a day. The foreign manager even invited them to a dance party, probably hoping to see them embarrass themselves and regain face. This time, attending the dance was official business, and the country bought them dresses. Everyone was afraid to go shopping, so in the end, only Lin Yuyu, her husband, and the team leader went out to buy clothes, necklaces, earrings, bags, and men's and women's shoes. The men all wore watches, but didn't buy any. During this time, she secretly bought underwear, leggings, scarves, ties, and tie clips for the women based on the models provided by the technician. She planned to have the manager reimburse her later. These items were inexpensive, practical, and affordable. After returning, Lin Yu started doing makeup and styling for them, teaching them how to wear underwear and watched as they changed into dresses and high-heeled shoes. Once everyone was ready, Lin Yu also did her own makeup and styling, ignoring the women admiring themselves. After she and the younger siblings finished dressing, they began teaching the men how to fold silk scarves, tie ties, and handle tie clips and cufflinks. When everyone was dressed up, surprisingly, they looked quite proper. The siblings also reviewed the etiquette and cultural taboos of this country. By evening, when everyone appeared in appropriate attire, the foreign manager was disappointed again. Throughout the event, no one embarrassed themselves. Even during the banquet, they managed to negotiate some cooperation deals for scrap metal collection. This was a pleasant surprise. The next morning, everyone clearly felt like going out for a walk. Lin Yuyu and her family of 4 went out to buy souvenirs for their friends and relatives back home. The siblings also brought gifts for their friends and roommates. Once the goods were checked and loaded onto the ship, they set off to return to their country. From afar, they saw someone at the alley entrance, and upon closer look, it was Grandpa Hua and his family. The whole family returned home together. They ate noodles and then went to rest. They didn't wake up until the afternoon. In the western courtyard, Lin Yu opened her suitcase and started handing out gifts. The elders took their clothes and went straight to their rooms to change. When they came out again, they looked very handsome and elegant. Actually, the women looked most beautiful in qipao dresses. The elders were very happy with the gifts, especially the watches and bags, which they loved very much. Hui Yuxuan gave out the other gifts. He also sent clothes to his aunt. The siblings' gifts were all given out today, and they also went back to school to report. Lin Yuyu asked Tongzi to upload the photos online, so everyone's parents could see them tomorrow. The next day, Lin Yuyu received her reward, 2 sets of 4 courtyard houses. That was really good. She hoped for more such opportunities. Their family really doesn't have any idle people. Her translator, Huaziki, took over her translation work. She now has a lot of savings. Lin Yu suggested to her that she could invest in property or save the money. Huaziqian no longer has much free time because the military has strict management. He can't do translation work anymore. But he still takes on some tasks and manages to save quite a bit of money, which his sister keeps for him. When his sister invests, she also invests some for him. At the frozen food factory, it will take at least 6 months to complete. Lin Yu thought about other projects and decided to start early. She bought a few plots of land from the government, completed the procedures, and returned home with all the necessary documents. One of the plots was quite large, located at the end of a road with a beautiful environment. Lin Yu planned to build a large resort there with a fruit picking garden, vegetable garden, and a dapeng vegetable farm to ensure fresh vegetables in winter. A small fruit and vegetable picking garden will be built in the mountain villa. Guests can pick their own produce and, if they like the taste, buy some to take home from the large garden outside. Next to the villa, she plans to build a smaller version of the mountain villa as a private vacation spot. A nearby open space will be used to set up a farm for raising pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks, all kept separate and maintained hygienically to prevent disease. Not far from here, another open area will be used to build a slaughterhouse to supply frozen food factories. Further away, there will be a plot of land for producing plant-based skincare products made entirely from natural plants. Other empty plots will be kept vacant for future plans. She showed the blueprints of the 4 buildings to Liu Zi and also took him to see the locations of the open spaces. Lin Yuyu handed over the plans to the Secretary General and took a step back, acting as a hands-off manager. Back home, she entered her space and, thinking she hadn't used the trading system for a while, asked, Tongzi, which trading worlds can we connect to now? Tongzi replied, the same few worlds. Do you want to trade? Lin Yuyu shook her head and asked, can you contact Ling Yuan? Tongzi checked and said it wasn't possible, then explained to Lin Yuyu. She sighed, not knowing how Ling Yuan was doing now. Ling Yuan is still a newborn baby. He tried to open the trading system but couldn't, so he ate some pills and instinctively went to sleep. There's nothing urgent on Lin Yuyu's side, but two of Hui Yuxuan's childhood friends, Zhao Chenyang and Yi Wan, have been recalled. The young son of the Yi family was exonerated and returned home. However, Old Master Yi did not regain his official position because he had retired voluntarily at the time. With their return, Hui Yuxuan also helped them. Zhao Chenyang became deputy director at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, and Yuan still works in the cultural troupe. Everyone is now in Beijing, and they decided to gather. Lin Yu called her aunt and booked a private room for tomorrow. She also called Hui Yuxuan to reserve a private dining room at a restaurant, asking him to inform the others. Lin Yu didn't take her younger siblings to the gathering. They are busy preparing to graduate and start graduate school next summer. She didn't interfere with their plans. As long as they persisted, she supported them. Soon, it was time to meet up with Hui Yuxuan and their childhood friends. Hui Yuxuan drove Lin Yuyu to a private restaurant. When they entered the private room, everyone was already there. It had been a long time since they last met. After these years of ups and downs, their eyes carried more life experience. Su Yao was always straightforward. I heard it's hard to book a room here, but the food is really delicious. The others nodded in agreement. Lin Yuyu smiled and said, I own this place. Seeing their surprised faces, Lin Yuyu laughed even more happily. Wow, my sister-in-law is amazing. Long live my sister-in-law. They chatted and laughed happily. When the dishes arrived and they took a bite, they all agreed the food was incredibly tasty. They ate faster than usual. After filling their stomachs, they continued chatting. In the late afternoon, Lin Yu took them to her shop. They sat in a private room upstairs, enjoying good food and drinks. They talked about things that happened over the years. They were all sensible people and wouldn't be influenced by family. Lin Yu was happy to keep in touch with them. In the evening, they ordered pizza, burgers, fries, and soda at her shop. Lin Yu thought the food was even better than abroad, and she could eat it endlessly. When they were about to leave, Lin Yu packed a burger, pizza, snacks, and soda for each of the children. After saying goodbye to her childhood friends, Lin Yu felt a little homesick for her children. She packed some pizza, burgers, soda, and snacks to send to her sister, but she couldn't do much for her brother. She went to the security guard and asked for Huaziki. The guard called the dorm manager. Soon, Huaziki came out. Lin Yu quickly handed her the packed food, asking her to take it home for her children. Since she packed a lot, her roommates also shared some. After Lin Yu and Hui Yuxuan left, Huaziki returned to her dorm and called her roommates, who were busy studying. Come and have a late-night snack. The other 5 quickly gathered around. Aunt Lin is amazing. She brought us food just when we were hungry. Seeing that everyone had a share, they didn't hesitate and started eating. Huaziki also joined in, thinking to herself that her mom's cooking was the best. By October 1979, everything was almost ready. Lulu was preparing the final details. She made a list of machines to buy and sent 2 male secretaries to Guang province to purchase them. This time, she went to find Hui Yuxuan and suggested hiring retired soldiers. She needed to hire a deputy factory manager, 2 accountants, 5 salespeople, 2 maintenance workers, 1 HR person, 1 production team leader, 1 warehouse worker, and 15 workshop workers. All of them would sign contracts and confidentiality agreements, which she would keep on record. Soon, all the staff arrived. There was a single dormitory for 8 people and small family rooms for those with families. The secretary explained the contracts and confidentiality agreements to everyone. After they signed, they went back to rest in their rooms. 1 male secretary, who was also the factory manager and maintenance worker, was responsible for daily machine adjustments. Skilled workers would handle more tasks. By November, the factory was fully built and all the machines were installed. Lu trained the workers on how to operate and repair the machines. The sales team had already left with some finished products to promote in other cities. However, all products sold in her shop and franchise stores would not appear on the open market. Lu also called people in Haisher City and they agreed to cooperate. They signed a contract with some key points. Lu was Party A and the Haisher team was Party B. Party B would pay Party A 2,000 yuan each year and 10% of their store profits as an alliance fee. Party B and its employees must keep all product formulas secret. If formulas were leaked, Party B would pay 10 million yuan in compensation. Party A only authorized Party B to use certain snack and milk tea recipes. If frozen semi-finished products from other stores appeared, Party B could buy them to sell under the brand. The brand was only licensed to Party B within Haisher City. These terms protected both sides' interests and were officially recorded. Lu sent her secretary to train them in person. Now, the semi-finished snack products were ready, and they just needed to purchase and sell them. They have been testing operations here for about a month. The team reported the sales revenue in Haisher, and Lin Yu thought everything was fine, so she didn't worry about it anymore. The sales team also gradually brought back some orders. Everything is going smoothly. She also hired 2 research and development staff to work on other frozen foods. The frozen food business is going very well. Now, the snacks in the store no longer need to be manually prepared. They can be directly used from the frozen state. She also added a large freezer to all the stores. The Secretary General now assigns the snack-related tasks to a male secretary, and the frozen food factory has its own male secretary. She only needs to wait for instructions from Lin Yu. Every week, she listens to reports from the 2 male secretaries, summarizes the issues, reports them to Lin Yu, and suggests solutions. Lin Yu feels that puppets are really useful. This factory is called Yuzu Xian Food Factory, and there's also a Yuzu Xian breeding farm and a Yuzu Xian slaughterhouse, all of which have applied for registration. They have also applied for patents on various recipes. Busy days always pass quickly. Before long, it's March 1980. The brother and sister have celebrated their birthdays. They are now 15 years old. Lin Yu feels that time flies. It seems like just yesterday the 2 kids were in kindergarten and now they are almost graduating from university. She asked Hui Yuxuan to recruit a group of retired soldiers and arranged for them to stay in the food factory dormitories. The Secretary General handled signing contracts, confidentiality agreements, and training. The managers of the other factories are also puppets. Lin Yu is busy training talents. The construction of Liu Zi's factory has been completed. She took the Secretary General and a few others to tour the factories. The breeding farm is quite spacious, equipped with running water, and each animal pen has a wastewater tank. It looks good, so she arranged for people to buy young animals from nearby villages and other breeders. They first bought 40 pigs, 20 cattle, 30 sheep, 200 chickens, and 100 ducks. They will try to see if they can successfully raise these animals, and will gradually add more later. Hygiene at the breeding farm is very important. They conduct strict daily inspections to prevent disease outbreaks. Each animal also receives vaccinations. For the slaughterhouse, they plan to buy some mature pigs, cattle, and sheep for slaughter, and then transport the meat to the food factory. Excess meat will be sold elsewhere. Through Hui Yuxuan's connections, she arranged for each factory to have a used truck to help with deliveries. The mountain villa is still under construction, and it's probably good if it's finished this year. Seeing that the factories and shops are doing well, Lin Yu feels relieved. After finishing these tasks, both siblings have graduated from university and even been accepted into graduate school. That's really great. During this time, people from other provinces and cities came to join the Yuzu Xian shops. Lin Yu followed the same process as in Haisher to sign contracts with them and successfully registered everything. They are waiting for the staff to arrive for training, and it's very hands-on teaching. Lin Yu notices that there are already small cars on the street. She plans to go to Guangshi to order a small car so it will be easier to patrol. She also wants to visit Haisher and Guangshi, and she just decides to go. When she gets home, she reports to her parents and Hui Yuxuan. then leaves with the Secretary General. First, they go to Haishur, which has many famous buildings. The streets and alleys are lively and bustling, and she feels that the people are full of energy. She wanders through small alleys, eats many local delicacies, and takes lots of photos. After a few days there, she goes to Guangzhou. She checks into a hotel and rests for half a day. In the afternoon, she strolls around casually. The people here seem more lively. Their clothes are no longer dull colors like gray, blue, black, or green, but bright reds and yellows. When they get tired from shopping, they return to the hotel to rest. The next morning, they wake up early. They plan to order a car today. When they arrive at the lobby, an elderly woman approaches her. At first, Lin Yuyu doesn't think she's looking for her because she doesn't know her. When she tries to walk past, the old woman grabs her arm. The old woman happily says, "Young lady, do you remember me?" Lin Yuyu shakes her head. She really doesn't remember. The old woman isn't upset and still smiles happily, saying, "The granddaughter-in-law who had depression." Lin Yuyu's memory suddenly becomes clear. She remembers now and smiles, asking, "Is your granddaughter-in-law doing well?" The old woman is happy to see her remember and beams like a little child. At this moment, a gentle woman walks over, holding the old lady's hand and softly says, "Grandma, let's invite this young lady to have breakfast together." This isn't really a place for reminiscing, so Lin Yuyu follows them to have breakfast. They booked a private room. When they entered, the elderly lady said, "Tingyu, come here. This is the person who saved you." The gentle woman from earlier came over to bow and thank Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu quickly went to support her, saying she shouldn't do that. Everyone sat down, and the woman gratefully said, "I knew something was wrong with me at the time, but I couldn't express it. I felt like I couldn't control myself and couldn't ask for help." It was only after Grandma and Grandpa came that they secretly held a family meeting. From that moment, only one person stayed with the baby, while others stayed with me, playing and making me happy. My mood slowly improved. The baby also started drinking formula, so I didn't have to force myself to breastfeed anymore. Especially when I smelled the delicious sauce you brought, I started to feel hungry. If it weren't for you, I might not be here today. Lin Yuyu said it was just a small favor. Hearing her words, she thought to herself that she had met kind people. Nowadays, people often just say, "pretentious." The new mother seemed different from usual, probably because her body was sending out natural signals for help. Once all the breakfast was served, everyone started eating and chatting. When they learned that Lin Yuyu wanted to rent a car, they immediately offered to help because they knew someone. Lin Yuyu didn't refuse and quickly expressed her thanks. After the meal, they went to rent a car and declined their invitation to stay as guests. Lin Yuyu, along with the Secretary General, looked at the busy streets and started shopping. She bought many new clothes, all inexpensive. When they got tired from shopping, they saw it was getting late and hurried back to the hotel. The area was still in early reform, so it was a bit chaotic at night. Lin Yuyu also found that electronic watches here were very cheap. She bought many, only 5 yuan each wholesale, and some people sold them in Beijing for 15 yuan. She spent a week here, then returned with her secretary. She also gave each employee in the shop an electronic watch as a benefit. Thinking of the boss from the Black Gang, she gave him a call. He was feeling bored and answered the phone irritably. "Who is this?" Lin Yuyu rolled her eyes and said, "I'm your sister-in-law, Lin Yuyu." The boss immediately sat up straight, feeling nervous, and asked, "Sister-in-law, what do you want to talk to me about?" Lin Yuyu said, "I went to Guangzhou and Shenzhen to check around. I found that the things over there are very cheap. I was thinking about electronic watches. Here, they sell for 35 yuan, but I can buy them for 5 yuan there." The boss took a deep breath, surprised, and asked, "So, the profit is so big?" Lin Yuyu replied, "Yes. Take a look and see if you want to do this business." The boss definitely wanted to do it. Lin Yuyu also warned him, "Things over there are a bit chaotic, so it's best to bring some bodyguards with you." The boss expressed gratitude. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Lin Yuyu didn't say anything and just hung up the phone. Lin Yuyu went to the hospital to give the clothes she bought for the elders. After having dinner with them, she returned to the East Wing. She thought it was time to start the clothing factory. She considered the name for the factory for a long time and finally decided on Chaosheng Xian Clothing Factory. The logo would be a dynamic design made from the letters CS. The factory's goal is to follow fashion trends and be comfortable and natural. She asked the secretary to register trademarks for Chaosheng Xian, CS, CSX, and other letter combinations, and also to apply for a patent for the logo. This time, she mainly wanted to hire female workers. She asked the secretary to check the current employees, especially wives, sisters, or sisters-in-law of retired soldiers who could sew and register them. They would try to bring in their wives as much as possible. She also had a skincare factory. Additionally, she recruited a few college students studying fashion design to help with clothing design. The factory director was still a puppet, and the vice director was a retired soldier. Other departments also hired many retired soldiers. After finishing these tasks, she quickly arranged for the secretary to buy sewing machines, overlockers, and other necessary equipment from Guangzhou. While waiting, her car arrived, causing quite a stir, with many people coming to watch. Lin Yuyu was used to it. She thought, let them look. Anyway, I won't mistreat myself. A month later, the clothing factory was fully equipped. She took out 5 women's clothing designs, 2 men's designs, 2 styles of girls' clothes, and 3 styles of boys' clothes, all for the fall and winter season. The designers, including Lin Tong, would still need to settle their payments. Each design sketch would earn 50 yuan plus an additional 5% of the profit. The subsequent arrangements were managed by the factory director, and Lin Yuyu did not oversee them. She immediately finished the shop sign for Chao Shengshuan and hung it up. 10 days later, a batch of clothes was ready. Lin Yu arranged for flyers to be distributed and asked some handsome sales staff to wear the clothes they made. Several employees' children also came to the store dressed in children's clothes. The store also hired a few friendly and stylish family members to help out. On the opening day, firecrackers went off and a lion dance was performed. There was also a fashion show. After the event, people rushed into the store. Lin Yu sent the children home and arranged for a retired soldier to guard the entrance.
She also helped inside the shop.
That morning, all the clothes were sold out. They quickly restocked from the factory to handle the afternoon crowd. For lunch, they ate pizza and hamburgers. The afternoon was busy as well, and all the clothes sold out early again. For a whole month, the store was very busy, bringing more visitors to Yuzixian. After a busy month, the customer flow stabilized. Lin Yu decided to introduce a new clothing style each month and prepare 5 more outfits for each season. Of course, there were options for men, women, and children. Now that she was less busy, she thought about dressing up her elderly family members. She made a set of clothes for each of them, men in traditional tang suits and women in kitbayos, with cloth shoes and embroidered shoes. Once everything was ready, Lin Yu took them to the barber to get their hair styled. The old men had traditional Chinese hairstyles, looking very elegant. The elderly women had their hair styled in a traditional bun. The next morning, Lin Yuyu went to the east courtyard to pick up their clothes. When she arrived at the west courtyard, they had already finished morning exercises and gone home. She handed out the clothes and the old men and women changed into their new outfits. She waited for a long time, then heard the door open. She looked up. The old men and women were dressed in beautiful tang suits and kipayos, wearing delicate jewelry. They looked like a beautiful painting slowly unfolding before her eyes. The old men's straight posture and tang suits complemented each other, showing their calm and dignified presence after many years. Their jade pendants swayed as they walked, shining like tiny stars, radiating a peaceful glow. The elderly ladies looked like beautiful women straight out of a painting, with their qipao perfectly highlighting their graceful figures. As they moved, their jade earrings swayed gently, and pearl necklaces added a touch of elegance. Their hair was neatly styled and held in place with hairpins, giving them a calm and gentle look that still showed their grace after many years. They looked so beautiful, such handsome men and lovely women. Lin Yuyu was internally screaming with excitement, cheering and waving a big flag for them. She quickly ran out like the wind. The old man and woman were puzzled. wondering what was wrong with their daughter-in-law. Had she forgotten something? Before they could finish thinking, Lin Yuyu came back swiftly, this time holding a camera. She wanted to take pictures of them today. With shining eyes, Lin Yuyu said, "The men are so handsome, blending elegance and nobility. The women look stunning, calm and graceful. We should take some photos today to remember this." "Indeed, they look really good," Ho Yuxuan's voice came from behind. Lin Yuyu turned around and happily said, "Can we take a day off today?" Ho Yuxuan nodded, and Lin Yuyu was even happier. She asked everyone to wait a moment while they changed into their clothes. The two of them went back to the east courtyard, where Lin Yuyu took out their traditional Chinese outfits and chi pao from the storage. Of course, jewelry was also essential, since the ancient costumes looked even better with accessories. While waiting for the two to return to the west courtyard, they met Ho's father and mother again. She asked them to change into chi pao and traditional clothes too. Lin Yuyu wondered if they could gather everyone today. She even brought out her siblings' clothes. Just as they were about to leave, the siblings arrived. Once everything was ready, it was about 9:30. They had 3 cars and first went to the Forbidden City to take photos. After entering, they started looking for good spots to take pictures. All of them were handsome men and beautiful women, so photogenic. They also saw some foreigners, though they didn't know what they were doing. They didn't mind and continued playing and taking photos. Later, they went to the alleyways for more photos. When the elders got tired, they headed to a nearby private restaurant for dinner. After eating and drinking well, they continued to the summer palace or stopped at scenic spots to take more photos. At night, they went back to the private restaurant. After finishing their meal, they prepared to leave. I saw the old men's acquaintances looking at them with envy. The clothes looked very nice, and it was obvious that his granddaughter-in-law had made them. One old man said, "Old Mr. Hua, we are so close." Can you? Grandpa Hua was getting impatient and shouted, "Can I what?" "Just say it." The old man hesitated, then said urgently, "Can you make me a set of clothes like yours?" Seeing that Grandpa Hua wasn't angry, he added, "And that Chong Sam too." Grandpa Hua was surprised and asked, "You still want to wear a Chong Sam?" Lin Yu felt like her lips were about to be bitten through. The old man stomped his foot and said, "It's not me wearing it, it's my wife." Grandpa Hua didn't know if his granddaughter-in-law still had one, and since he didn't agree, he simply said, "We'll talk about it later." The whole family finally gathered at home and stayed in the west yard chatting. Suddenly, the phone rang. Grandpa Hua was nearby and answered. "Hello?" A senior leader asked, "Uncle Hua, did you go to the Forbidden City today?" Grandpa Hua frowned and replied, "Yes, we went for a walk and took some photos." The leader thought for a moment and recognized them, then asked, "What clothes did you wear today?" Grandpa Hua was confused and asked, "Tang suits and Chong Sams." "Can't we wear those?" The leader sighed in relief. Since they were hosting foreign guests, he explained, "Yes, you can." The guests saw them and wanted to buy some. Grandpa Hua looked speechless and asked, "Can I hang up now?" The leader quickly said, "Uncle, where did you buy your Tang suits and Chong Sams?" "I'll have someone buy some for them." Grandpa Hua felt a bit awkward. The clothes were made by his granddaughter-in-law, clearly custom-made. But since it was the leader, he explained, "My granddaughter-in-law gave them to us. I'll call you back later." After hanging up, Grandpa Hua said, Yo, can these clothes still be made?" Lin Yu thought it was time to register a new brand, one that specializes in high-end custom designs. Lin Yu nodded and said, "Yes, but it will take about half a month." Grandpa Hua said it was fine and called the leader again. Lin Yu immediately returned to the east courtyard and urgently arranged for the Secretary General to buy a shop dedicated to high-end custom clothing. The shop was named Yuhua Clothing, with the logo YH. The next morning, the Secretary General bought a street-facing courtyard in the central area. He also registered trademarks and patents, along with other necessary procedures. Then, he gathered some university students and arranged for 2 puppeteers to guide them. All the equipment inside the shop was prepared, and everything was ready for opening. After learning this, Lin Yu gave Grandpa Hua an address where they could go to order custom clothes. Thanks to their family's promotion yesterday, Lin Yu's high-end custom clothing shop became well known in their circle, attracting many customers. A week later, Lin Yuyu printed the photos they took into an album and brought it to the West Courtyard to show the elders. They started to argue. Old Li, don't you think I look more handsome? Old Li rolled his eyes at Grandpa Hua and refused to argue. Grandpa Hua, look at how calm and noble I appear in this photo. Grandpa Hua also rolled his eyes. Old Ying's photo had a good aura, but he couldn't praise it. The old men kept arguing back and forth, trying to see who was better. The older women got along more peacefully, complimenting each other. As the new year approached in 1981, Lin Yuyu's clothing store launched a new line of parent-child outfits, each set very festive. The dad's outfit had a small touch of red, the mom wore a red dress, and the children wore cute red padded jackets. Lin Yuyu even ordered a matching set for her family of 4. When New Year's came, everyone would say they were a real family. These parent-child outfits sold very quickly, along with long down jackets, padded coats, and thermal pants. Lin Yuyu also made new clothes for the elders. She wore a red fitted dress with a mermaid hem, paired with a long beige down jacket. She wore elegant, beautiful knee-high leather shoes. The elders' outfits included short red sweaters, women in black long skirts, and men in casual trousers, each with different styles. The women matched their outfits with beige short down jackets, fluffy berets, and big wavy curls. The man was wearing a short black down jacket and a felt hat. They all preferred short jackets over long ones. The sisters' outfit was the same as Lin Yuyu's, and the brothers was similar to their father's. Once the clothes were finished, Lin Yuyu brought them home, and the elders put them on. Lin Yuyu kept taking photos of them with her camera. Now, the elders knew many different poses for pictures. They also met some acquaintances on the street. Seeing the stylish, young-looking older women, everyone asked if their clothes were custom-made by Yu Huashang. When the older women nodded, others quickly found excuses to leave and went to get their clothes made. They continued taking photos. The snow-covered Forbidden City looked beautiful, with a special charm. At noon, they went to a private restaurant to enjoy roast duck and duck blood vermicelli. The weather was perfect for these dishes. Soon, the new year arrived. Lin Yuyu prepared over 10 gift sets for the holiday, and her family of 3 also needed to give gifts. On the first day of the new year, many people came to visit Grandpa Hua and others. Lin Yuyu's family of 4 went out to have fun for the day. They wandered around the streets, stopping at pretty places to take photos. When there was nothing interesting, they kept walking. They also visited a courtyard next to the Forbidden City, which had been cleaned up before the new year. For lunch, they ate nearby, and they could eat whatever they wanted in the space they entered. By evening, everyone had left. They all had a meal together, and then went to sleep. On the second day of the new year, everyone woke up early. They spent the day with their aunt at a private restaurant. Usually, this was the only time they saw her during the year. On the third day, the elders visited old friends at the retirement home and spent the day with them. Some old friends had passed away, which made everyone feel sad. Lin Yuyu and her family didn't know how to comfort them, so they just stayed close and kept company. Time went by quickly. In the blink of an eye, the brother and sister had started school again. Now, their time was not just limited to school. They also did various practical activities with their mentors. The younger brother faced more risks, but he was adjusting well. Father Hua had been promoted to the position of commander. Hua Yuxuan probably had to wait until his father retired to get a promotion. He was sure to go further in the future. Lin Yuyu's current business is stable, and her monthly income is very good. Some people try to copy her business model, but they cannot imitate her unique style. Her clothing designs are all registered, and she never sells identical items. Other factories only make slight changes to her designs. Lin Yuyu also runs a wholesale clothing business. Shops selling her brand are found in many provinces and cities. When she promotes her brand, she emphasizes its name, and customers often check the label when buying clothes. Her affordable, popular clothes are not expensive, and people prefer not to buy fake versions because they feel embarrassed. Her high-end custom-made clothes are well-known, especially because respected community leaders endorse them, so she doesn't worry about attracting customers. These community leaders are now setting fashion trends. When people see what they wear, many older men and women go to get similar outfits made. Now, Grandchildren returning home often find that their grandparents are more fashionable than they are. Life is peaceful and fulfilling. Soon, it was 1982. The previous skincare factory was repurposed for clothing production. A new skincare factory called Chichen was built. Lin Yu asked her secretary to gather a list of family members who were unemployed. After reviewing it, she thought she could bring everyone in this time. However, other departments still needed more staff, especially security. She went to find Hui Yuxuan and recruited a group of retired soldiers. She also hired some recent pharmacy graduates to form a research team focused on plant-based skincare. For each new formula developed, the factory pays 50 yuan plus 10% of the profit from that formula. She instructed her secretaries to buy extraction, distillation, compression, and other machinery. Once her secretaries were ready, she started thinking about branding and logos. After considering several options, she decided to use Ziayan for the mass-market brand, with an abstract bamboo-shaped character as the logo. For the high-end brand, she chose Liuli Xian, with a logo of a glass-like leaf. She then called her chief secretary to register the trademarks and apply for patents for the logos. The store and factory licenses were also processed, and the shop sign was hung with Qiqian. Finally, she registered some existing formulas in her space. We waited until all the staff arrived, signed contracts and confidentiality agreements, and then started training. Meanwhile, Lin Yu quickly took the family elders for a drive around Beijing, taking photos everywhere. When they got tired, they found a nearby small restaurant to eat and experience local life. They spent half a month shopping and taking many photos, and had almost explored the entire city. At this time, the Secretary General called to say the business could open. Everyone was told to go home and rest, while Lin Yu hurried to the shop to host the opening event. She first distributed flyers and samples for a week, which she believed would be effective. The lower floor had a popular brand, and the upper floor featured a high-end brand. And also told the ladies about the skincare products' locations and names. On a sunny, breezy day, the shop officially opened. It was very crowded, mostly with customers buying popular brands. The luxury skincare products were bought by the ladies' daughters. Some were bought for their husbands. These were the ladies her aunt had met. Several shops had already opened. Besides the skincare factory, Lin Yu's factory was now fully operational, with the puppet staff having left. She only needed a puppet secretary to patrol daily. Her main business was now settled, and she took the family elders on another trip. This time, they traveled with security guards driving and others protecting them secretly, since they were once national treasures. Their first stop was Guangzhou, the fastest-growing city with a very prosperous development, showing them a colorful future. They arrived in the afternoon and, considering the elders' age, first rested at a hotel. The next day, they woke early to enjoy the local morning tea. Lin Yu ordered many varieties. She believed in eating well and enough, so they wouldn't keep missing out. They enjoyed soft, tender chicken feet, thin-skinned, translucent shrimp dumplings, sweet and salty char siu buns, and smooth, delicate rice rolls. There were also beautifully made dim sums served with rich tea, making everyone satisfied and relaxed. The security team also enjoyed the morning tea. Lin Yu, now wealthy, packed plenty for them, and they took turns eating. After filling up, they started exploring this lively and charming city. Seeing the blend of old and new streets made them feel like they were in a different time and space. Looking at the beautiful clothes and bags, the women started shopping enthusiastically. Lin Yu paid the bills, the men carried the items, and the security guard kept a watchful eye on the surroundings. When they got tired from shopping at noon, they found an old, well-known beef hot pot restaurant. It truly lived up to its reputation. The beef cooked in this hot pot was especially fragrant. After eating, everyone drank a cool tea to cool down, then returned to the hotel to rest and regain energy, since they were getting older. By mid-afternoon, everyone was up and Lin Yu and the others went out shopping again. They stopped by the street to enjoy a bowl of beef offal soup, which tasted quite authentic. They also bought some handmade crafts from street vendors before heading back. Since everyone had woken up early, they didn't do much more shopping. On the third day, everyone was full of energy. They brought their own rice balls and hot water to Bayun Mountain, where lush trees and fresh air made them feel completely refreshed. They strolled with the elders, enjoying the natural scenery. Lin Yu took many photos of the group. For lunch, they ate their own rice balls, which were warm and delicious, perfect for the moment. After descending the mountain in the afternoon, they went to a small boat to enjoy congee with various ingredients, which was very flavorful. After dinner, they returned to the hotel for a good night's rest. On the fourth day, they visited the Chen clan ancestral hall. Although it was still under repair, the intricate carvings on the buildings were very impressive. At noon, they ate fried rice noodles, which had a unique flavor. After lunch, they went back to the hotel to rest, not wanting to tire themselves out too much. On the fifth day, they watched a lion dance performance. The lions moved lively and funny, and the elders watched with great interest. They also enjoyed double-skinned milk, which melted in their mouths and was very tasty. On the sixth day, they continued shopping on the streets. For lunch, they had clay pot rice, which was very delicious. In the afternoon, they bought some local specialties to send to friends and family who couldn't come. On the seventh day, they headed home. After eating a bowl of noodles, everyone rested because sitting in the car all day was tiring. In the morning, Lin Yu drove to deliver some local specialties to familiar families. When she returned home, she found that Hui Yuxuan and Hui's parents had already come back. Suddenly, Lin Yu remembered that today was Sunday, and everyone was at home resting. This time, she went out and reported to her family, since she couldn't hide it anyway. Lin Yu showed them a photo album of their trip, and surprisingly, there were pictures of delicious food. Father Hu looked at the photos while quietly calculating his age. He nervously tugged at his hair. He still had 7 years until he turned 60. He felt a bit annoyed and wished he could go out and enjoy good food too. Mother Hu was also envious and wanted to join. Quietly, Lin Yu called her aunt in the east courtyard, asking her to prepare some local breakfast and clay pot rice for lunch. Back in the west courtyard, they heard the 3 old men animatedly talking about the fun things they did on their trip. Hui Dad was so absorbed that he thought about retiring early. As long as he was around, Hui Yuxuan couldn't rise in rank. There could only be one commander in the family. If he retired, he could give more space to Hui Yuxuan. Mother Hu was also planning something in her mind. As time was about right, Lin Yu said, "I ordered some local delicacies from a private restaurant. Let's go eat." Mother Hu was very happy and said to Lin Yu, "My daughter-in-law is so thoughtful." She glanced at Hui Yuxuan and said, "That naughty boy can't be relied on for anything." Hui Yuxuan felt he hadn't done anything wrong and looked a bit wronged. After that, Mother Hu pointed to the 2 elderly women and said, "Neither of you are taking care of me anymore." Grandma Hua and Granny Yang rolled their eyes, jealous to the point that they looked unrecognizable. They chose not to argue with her. After this small episode, the family arrived at the private restaurant. The dim sum, clay pot rice, and congee were ready, waiting for them to enjoy. While eating, Mother Hu sighed happily. "This is so delicious." Later, she looked at Lin Yu and said, "Yu, when I retire, you have to take me out to travel." Lin Yu quickly nodded. "Mom, don't worry." Seeing her father's eager eyes, she added, "And take Dad too." Hui Yuxuan wanted to make a fuss, but was immediately met with his wife's disapproving look. Soon, the door to the private room opened. When everyone saw it was her sister, they quickly pulled out a chair for her to sit. Lin Yu noticed her daughter looked a bit tired and had lost some weight recently. First, she was served a bowl of porridge to drink. After she took a few sips, Lin Yu started eating. When everyone finished eating, Ziki looked at her mother and said sadly, "Mom, I'm not full." Lin Yu felt very sad and quickly asked the waiter to bring some more breakfast. Ziki licked her lips and asked, "Mom, why did you suddenly want to have breakfast?" Yuxuan interrupted and said, "Your mom and the elders went to Guangzhou for a week." Everyone chuckled awkwardly, acting as if they felt guilty, but they had all been informed. Thinking of this, they felt more confident. Ziki was jealous and hugged Lin Yu's arm, swinging it and saying, "Mom, I want to go too." Lin Yu didn't dare to agree easily and replied, "You don't have a holiday." Ziki smiled and said, In half a month, I will finish my report, and then I can rest for half a month. Lin Yu thought that was fine and said, "Okay, then you can go with us." Just as she finished, the breakfast was served. Ziki quickly started eating, which made the elders feel very distressed, as if she hadn't eaten for days. That's right, she had just gone abroad with her teacher to work at several embassies as an assistant. She wasn't used to foreign food, so when she came back, she couldn't resist her favorite breakfast. After she finished eating, they went home. In the evening, the nannies specially prepared many delicious dishes, and of course, ginseng soup was a must. After everyone finished eating, they all went back to rest. Lin Yu didn't want to get up the next day and planned to sleep in. Ziki, Yuxuan, and S dad and mom ate breakfast at home and then went to work or school. Back at school, she started organizing materials, writing reports, and working on her thesis because she needed to publish it. After waking up, Lin Yu went into her space to eat snail noodles, which she missed very much. Feeling full, she continued reading travel journals in her space. Suddenly, Tongzi said, Ling Yuan is online." Lin Yu was very happy. If he was online, it meant he was still alive, so she said, "Quick, contact him." Soon, Ling Yuan's side answered the call. Lin Yu saw only an 8-year-old boy from the Qing dynasty and tentatively asked, "Ling Yuan?" Ling Yuan nodded and said, Yu, "I've arrived in the parallel space of the Zhan Huan legend." Lin Yu wanted to laugh because the Qing dynasty hairstyle looked silly and cute, but she held back and asked, "Who is that over there?" Ling Yuan replied gloomily, "It's..." Before he finished, the connection was cut off. Lin Yu asked the others what was happening. The others checked and said, "It's because Ling Yuan is too young and doesn't have enough mental strength." Lin Yu nodded to show she understood. Meanwhile, Ling Yuan remained very calm. He had experienced many similar situations over the years. This was the first time he managed to connect to this world. The scene shifted back to Lin Yu. She left the space and strolled near Jing University, hearing the sound of a fight. Based on the lively gossip around her, she was surprised to find out there was a man who was a troublemaker. This man gave his wife's college acceptance letter to his mistress, tricking his wife into thinking she didn't get in. The wife and the mistress then went to school happily, leaving the original wife at home to take care of her husband's parents. The situation escalated, and the school got involved. After confirming the facts, they reported it to the police. The final outcome was good. The man and the mistress were expelled from school, and the girl spent the summer holiday with new classmates in her first year. However, the man felt unhappy and often caused trouble at school, sometimes coming to find the poor woman. Every time he came, it caused a big scene. He kept causing trouble at the school gate because the woman wanted a divorce. If he refused, he would lose everything, and he wanted to ruin her. Lin Yu listened to everything and casually added, "If he doesn't divorce her and keeps messing around with other women, even if he gets caught now, he could be in jail for over 10 years. Miss, you should report this to the police," she advised. The man was furious when he heard this. He didn't understand the law well, but he knew what he was doing was wrong. Plus, the mistress was pregnant with his child. He couldn't go to jail. He still needed to support his family. Soon, he agreed to the divorce. Lin Yu followed them until they got the divorce papers, then she went home. One Saturday, Lin Yu went to a shop to eat and saw the girl working there. She asked about her. It turned out that weekends were busy, so the secretary had hired a temporary worker for part-time work, paid daily. The girl quickly got the job. Lin Yu thought that this girl wouldn't be much different in the future. This girl was indeed impressive. After graduation, she quickly became a successful businesswoman and married a kind, caring man. Lin Yu also secretly discovered in the shop that a boy was talking to several girls at the same time. At this moment, Lin Yu asked Tongzi to invite that girl to the shop, and then a big dramatic scene unfolded. 2 girls fought a boy, and in the end, they became good friends. She also noticed that the girl was flirting with several boys. Lin Yu asked Tongzi to invite these boys to the shop, and everyone asked the girl who she liked the most. Some asked who her partner was. Some asked which one she liked better. Lin Yu was hiding nearby, happily watching everything unfold.